Ladies and gentlemen, we salute you again. Thank you so much for making time to join us for your favorite program, Open Forum Political Discussion on Tembei TV. We are glad that you're out there and you are watching. Thank you for joining us. We look forward to having a great time together as we explore the latest development on the political front in this great country. Interesting times indeed. Now there is a DP Ruto Madoadoa apology. UDA damage control or diversionary tactic. There was Raila's response. What has Uhuru said on the same? So I would that we all come in and let us gang up and make a difference today. I'm glad that you are coming in fast and furious. Let us make a difference today. This country requires everybody's opinion on board so that we can all assess and be able to come up with a combination that will help us recover from where we are and begin to go where we are supposed to go. There is the link in the comments that you can use to get into the studio and get us talking. I'm happy that you're out there. Please, let's get talking. And I want us to observe decorum. Let us ensure that we are respecting each other, even in difference of opinion and different of political persuasion. Let us ensure that we all end up with the one country that we all love and have, and be able to move forward as one unit with our diversity. I don't have to make you look like me for us to be one. God made us differently, but he expects us to live in harmony with one another. So let us join in from different places and ensure that we are here. Kengo Omwangu, thank you so much for always being on board. We look forward to enjoying our time together. Apula Jackson Okinyi, karibu sana. Jackman, karibu sana. Naona uko kwa studio tayari. Dega Handsome wa Nyahururu, you are tuned. Thank you very much. Peri Peter Konga, karibu sana. You are a tribalist. How now? How have I become a tribalist? Buluma J, karibu sana. You say useless opportunist. Asira Zanini, this Asira Nation, relax. The show is beginning now. You don't need to get worked up so early. Really, General Kenya, here to the end. Karibu sana. Igesa George, karibu kwa show. Roma Indomabo, karibu kwa show. Remy Korir, karibu kwa show. Really, Virginia Mbithi, karibu kwa show. There is Muhammad, there is Jane Mwangi, there is David Njenga, and there is Makasembo. All of you, you're welcome. Thank you very much. Let us get down to talking as we get into the studio. And remember our standing order. Let us ensure that we adhere to that. There is a country called Kenya, and we all belong in it by right. And so we must all find room one for another. There is no need of anybody asking anyone to live anywhere, depart from anywhere simply because they don't like them. Your liking and disliking is not the Constitution. We are all protected by the Constitution, and we have a right to be anywhere in any part of this country. And God has placed us here for a purpose. It's our duty to see to it that that purpose comes to fruition. So let us ensure that we do that. Those of you coming into the studio, make sure that you allow StreamYard, the app that we are using, to have full control over your camera and your audio. If you will not do that, you may not be able to be added to the studio, or you'll have difficulties in muting your audio, which is necessary for you to stay in the studio. So we are glad you are all here. Let us get talking. Jackman, you are the first bird that catches the worm. How are you today?
Okay, asante bwana Bernard.
Yes.
Nashukuru sana kunipea nafasi nitoe maoni yangu.
Karibu.
Okay. Jana tukiwa hapa tukiongea mambo ya Linturi, jana juzi, kuna watu wengi walikuwa wanatoa maoni ati Linturi alikuwa anamaanisha mambo mengine. Jana nilikuwa nimengoja sana deputy apologize, lakini kufikia leo ameapologize. Ni mzuri sana sababu kufikia mahali Kenya imefika, Wakenya si wajinga vile deputy alisema. Hata ujaribu kufanya nini, Wakenya wanajua kitu hiyo maneno ya doadoa ilikuwa inamaanisha. Kwa hivyo mimi kwa upande yangu, kama wange apologize, wangepoteza mali kubwa sana, sababu kabila yenye naishi hapa Rift Valley ni wengi. Kuanzia mimi ni kabila ingine na niko hapa Eldoret. So sisi tulikuwa na wasiwasi na kufikia jana wangekuwa wamepoteza mali kubwa sana. Jana tulikuwa na wengine hapo walikuwa nasema ati Linturi alikuwa anamaanisha mambo mengine, lakini kufikia leo nimeona kama viongozi wa UDA waliona haikuwa naingiana vile walikuwa wanajaribu kutwist hiyo maneno. So upande yangu nimeshukuru viongozi wa UDA kufikia leo wameapologize kwa niaba ya Linturi. Hivyo ndio tunataka. Kama kitu ni mbaya, ni mbaya. Si ati sasa nikiwa pande nyingine, hata viongozi wetu wakifanya kitu mbaya tunaingia pande yao. So kuna vitu tunakemea. Kwa hivyo mambo yenye deputy leo amefanya, hata kama sijakuwa kwa hiyo mrengo wake, amefanya mzuri. Kwa hivyo nimeshukuru sana watu wa UDA. Sisi ni wananchi, sisi tuko pamoja, tuko pande moja. So kama kitu imefanyika mzuri, sisi tunashukuru. Mimi nasema asante kwa watu wa UDA kufikia leo. Mimi sina mambo mengi, nitarudia baadaye kama nitapata nafasi kuongea.
Sawa, thank you Jackman. Na let's just get the apology first and then we continue the conversation.
From Bomet here that we do not subscribe to any divisive talk. We do not agree with any talk that profiles individuals or groups or communities, because we are a national party that brings all the communities of Kenya together. And let me say, for those who are talking about Senator Linturi made a statement which he regrets, a statement that had inappropriate language, and Senator Linturi has apologized. He has withdrawn the statement and he has unconditionally apologized to the people of Kenya. And we want to say, going forward, and I want to tell members of my team, the Hustler Nation, that all of us must mind our language. All of us must be careful about what they say so that we can unite this country, because that is what the Hustler Nation believes in. And let me say, for the avoidance of doubt, charged with making sure that we have a peaceful nation, a peaceful election, that they must apply the law in a manner that does not create two sets of laws for two sets of groups. We want every inciter in Kenya, whether they belong to UDA or they belong
Okay, thank you guys. That is the apology given by the leader of UDA, and acknowledges that Senator Linturi regrets the statements or the words he used in the rally. And I want us to look deeply into that apology and be able to come up to speed. In politics, there is what we say and there is what we don't say. And most of what we say is wrapped up into what we don't say. So it's our duty for us to go deep and find out what was not said and why was it not said and all that together. So Remy, upo?
Nipo.
Haya, karibu tafadhali, dakika mbili uwe.
Asante sana. Kwanza kabisa, I'm very happy that this happened here in Bomet. I'm in Bomet. Na hapa Bomet tuko na mchanganyiko wa watu. We have everybody here. And I can say that here in Bomet, unlike other parts, other regions where we have the challenges, hapa tuko na mchanganyiko wa watu, and people have their opinions. They are very strong in what they believe, and they stand by that. If you go back in history, unaangalia maneno ya CCM ilikita mizizi hapa, despite Jubilee doing what it did. People proved that they can stand their ground. So what I'm saying is that we welcome that apology, though we can say it is long overdue. They tried to run away from it, but finally it has maybe they have come back to their senses and they have realized that whatever they did was wrong, and we welcome that. We cannot go to that direction because we know that a single word can bring down this country to ashes, and we are not going back there. Sisi kama raia na tuko pamoja, jinsi Jack amesema, sisi wote tuko pamoja hapa chini. These guys, if things go south, they are going to fly away, watatuacha hapa chini. So what I'm saying is that as resident, this is where the turnaround has happened, and they have changed their mind and they have apologized, and we welcome that. What we are saying is that there are so many things that for a long time we have mentioned na tumesema kwamba vitu inaleta shida. For example, even that thing of Hustler and Dynasty, that thing is inappropriate. You cannot divide people by looking at who has and who doesn't have. Alafu unataka kublame, you want those people who don't have to blame they are not having yani wale ambao hawana wa blame wale ambao wako nao kwamba ni wao wanafanya wasikuwe nayo. That is not the case. So I think all these things should be looked into, and we should have clear do and don'ts in politics. There are some words that should be done away with, and that's the only way we can move together as a country. Otherwise, on the note of apologizing, we welcome that, but let's watch our mouths. Let's not have loose mouths, trigger happy politicians who can go and just spit out whatever they think will earn them votes. So on that note, I think I should leave that and say that we welcome that. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Remy. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep talking. James Wan, karibu, how are you?
I'm fine.
Yes. Apology accepted or apology doubted? Apology what?
Bernard, I'll be very candid. This was too late. First of all, the first reaction by the Tanga was that it was a political witch hunt by Susan Kehika and Kimani Ngojiri and others. Then Mithika Linturi apologized. But later on in the evening, he withdrew the apology. And the lawyer said that there was nothing wrong in what he said. Madoadoa is not a word that is illegal. So when you look at this, you see people who are playing circus with Kenyans, in the sense that they have come under pressure and they are reacting to that pressure. They have already known that the sentiments have made them lose ground. There are Kenyans who are still hurting even up to today because of what happened in 2007. And while some are started forgiving, I think they actually price opened raw wounds. And for that, they are trying to recover the lost ground. When you look at the ones that he has used today, it is not true that the deputy president apologized on behalf of Linturi. You can play that clip again. He just says that Linturi acknowledged that he made a mistake and said sorry. He did not say sorry. And if I am wrong, you can replay that clip again and pick out the area where he says, I apologize on behalf of Mithika Linturi. This is not the first time. You remember also the Naivasha MP, Jane Kehara, talked of a community that does not pay rent, and it was in a church. This man was seated in the congregation, he just laughed. So it is cynical to now say that there are apologies that have been made. Don't also forget that no apologies have ever come for what happened in 2007, some few kilometers away from where the utterances were made, Kiambaa Church. Nobody has ever acknowledged that that was a big mistake and that an apology is worth being given on behalf of the families that lost their loved ones. So we must be very careful here when we try to assign people good deeds. Apology is not a very easy thing for many politicians, or let me say quite a number of people. They see it as a source of weakness. I'm not surprised that even what we are discussing now, nobody has categorically said sorry. And if there is, show me one. I think we must be truthful to ourselves as Kenyans. We must not try to sugarcoat what is wrong. What is wrong is wrong. The fact of the matter is that it's become difficult to operate politically in some regions when you are not singing the song of the political party that is dominating. And this is something that must be condemned with the strongest ones possible where it exists, because it actually grows back on the democratic gains that we have made in the country. This is the same euphoria that UDA is trying to create across the country and some regions, making it impossible for others to operate simply because they want to exist, telling us that it is about national unity. Yet we know it is about control and nothing else. We must be truthful to ourselves. Let parties persuade people to join them, but let them not zone or make it difficult for those who have dissenting views from operating. If you look at what happened today in today's meeting in Bomet, there are two contending groups. One that was fronting for the current governor, and the other one that was fronting for Isaac Ruto, the former governor. And there seemed to be a push and a pull because UDA has said categorically it has no time for anybody else who does not operate within their party. So you are about to see this intolerance. However, it is for Kenyans to be clever enough to know that politicians can try to box you into some compartments for control purposes and nothing else. Today, the people of Kiambaa, quite a number of them, because about only 20% went to vote, 80% did not turn out to vote. They are regretting. They are ashamed. Some of them cannot, look others in the eye because the person that was taken to parliament to represent them cannot even talk. It's a big joke, even when he is wanted in parliament, or because a party had to win a seat and had to show its muscle. This is the kind of politics that has made our country not develop much faster. When you start sacrificing good leaders simply at the altar of political parties that only exist periodically, it is sad. And I think UDA owes this country an equivocal apology given and delivered and actually recorded and filed, because that is what would make sense to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, James Wan. We appreciate your contribution and your observation. Let us keep the conversation going. I agree with the Shombo Malum says, DP Ruto didn't apologize. He only said Linturi was regrettable of the statement that he made, and he urged his troop to desist from such utterances. He didn't apologize. I don't know how you take that. That is, if my grammar serves me right, I believe the best word would be we regret the statement that was used by Linturi. But now if he exempts himself from it and then he now accepts the regret of Linturi for the utterances used, and then he said the statement was used in his presence. It was before he made his final speech. Why would it take him 24 hours to realize that the statement was regrettable when he would have refuted it right on the same platform in the same rally, since he had not given his speech? So I see a lot of unspoken realities in what we are discussing, and I want us to remain sober as we continue with the conversation. Honorable Bundi.
Yes, how are you, viewers?
We are good. How are you today?
I'm good, sir.
Karibu.
And yesterday, my net went off. The conversations were so good, but we thank God we are another day. So let me go straight to the point. And today, I just want to be tofauti kidogo. First of all and foremost, I want to state that I'm a very big supporter of Raila Amolo Odinga and Azimio la Umoja. I've been going around following him. but leo kuna kitu nikikaa sasa kama mimi sasa without being Raila side or Ruto side, nilikuwa naangalia, naona sisi kama wapiga kura na masapota ya wale mandugu zetu lazima tuwe genuine kidogo. I want to take you back to 2007 wakati chamba la Madoadoa lilitumika. Watu wengi walikufa, ni kitu ilisudiwa worldwide, CNN and everywhere. Ni chambo ambalo wengi wetu walichatoka kwa akili zetu, wala ambao tulisudia, na tuko na watu bado wengine hawana mikono mpaka wa leo, macho na kadhalika. Na lile jambo ilitumika wakati those sites were supporting Raila Amolo Odinga, the person I was also supporting. The likes of Mutura Kironso, Tereit, Orengo, and many more, even Onyongas and others, were there, were Raila's camp. Hakuna mtu alitoka nje kusema who condemned mtu yote alikuwa kwa grupu yao. Yes, of course we know why yenye ilileta hiyo maneno ni ile uwizi wa kura, na kweli siliibwa, lakini sasa lile chambo moja lilitoka kwa mtu mmoja ama wawili, lilifanya wale watu wa pandele ya Rift pale wakasema wacha tuondee Madoadoa, tumeambiwa. So hypocrisy is really. And now we are in 2020, we have started witnessing that. However, I'm a bit happy Ruto has really apologized. Sio nani amesema ati haku apologize, hiyo message umesoma, but that's not true. Ame apologize na ameona kulikuwa na choto kweli. Ame grateful ni kwa apology anyway, kwa ile kizungu kidogo ninajua. So where we are supposed to watch our wherever we are supporting, and this tusifuate kila kitu ile ambao wanasema, tuangalie yule ako afadhali kidogo. Jambo lingine unaona kama leo, for example, those people
before you go any further, Madoadoa slogan is as old as 92. It's not 2007.
92 I was nilikuwa shule, sijui nilianzia mahali najua.
So when you give a historical account, you start at the genesis, but it's okay. I just needed you to realize that.
Yes. So that everything I'm telling for those people who are listening na wenye wako kwa kamera hapa, ukweli ni huu. These people are making noise, whether you are ODM, UDA, wherever, chama ya masindani. These people, watoto wao wanachungwa na askari na wengine wako nje ya Kenya. I'm telling you, we must be very careful. Ni pande gani ile chambo wameongea, ni nini tunafaa kufuata na nini tunaacha. Silaha yetu ni kura na kitambulisho. As we speak today, Onyonga amesema watu wetu wa mtanyongwa hapo, imesemekana mtanyongwa. Ukweli ni kwamba when you are driving in the road, kuna zile oni unapiga, unaweza piga pa mtu kama ako mbele yako, mtu anaweza stuka anguke. Unafaa kuenda pole pole, at least asikie kuna gari nyuma akuondokee. Si lazima upige oni, uwezi jua mtu ako na shida gani. Kuna wengine wanastukanga. Sasa vile amesema hivyo, wanafikia ni watu ngapi hawatalala hapo leo? Amestua watu. Hata yeye anafaa kae ndani as much as supporting Raila, because unaongea kitu mbele ya umati, umekusanya watu zaidi ya 1000 wako chini. Now you are telling these people nonsense. As much as we are supporting Ruto, Raila, let us be sober. Let us be sober. The word Madoadoa was wrong. I know very well, and I want to be very honest, that the approach is not genuine. the reason why I'm saying the apology is not genuine, when we go to chorus, kuna watu wa tena, kuna watu wa pes, kuna watu wa soprano, tunapangana ndio tuingie kwa chorus. Si tunapangana nyuma ya kanisa pale tukiwa kabla tuingie assembly huko nyuma. Tunafanya riaso, riaso, then we start. Mtu wa pesi anajua mahali anasikia, mtu wa soprano anajua mahali, na tukiingia chorus vile tunaingia sisi wote. So mwelekezi wetu anatueleza vile tunafanya nini, tunaenda. It's the same politics. Politics lazima kikao ilikaliwa mbali, kila mtu akaambiwa hii ndio nafasi yako. Kama sasa tunajua ya kwamba Gachagua, sijui ni Gachagua Ndelito, hii mtu mwenye anashinda kotini, huyo alichukua pesa ya SME hii bilioni 14 hizi, huyu wa wapi huyo? So yeye roli yake saa hii ni kuattack mtu yoyote ambao anapinga Ruto kutoka sehemu yake. Mulisikia vile aliongea juu ya Gutunyi, mulisikia aliongea vile ya mzungu. So what I mean is politics ni kama chorus. You must arrange your people. So that's what I'm saying. Wherever Ruto apologize leo, I'm very sure ni vile choto ilikuwa mingi na akataka kuchikava, but inside him it was not Ruto, it was just for incident. We must be careful with these people. I hope the government, wherever, I don't know who mwenye Rich Matiang'i, apange mambo yake vizuri, but I'm aware our NSIS na our NIS imesajua what will happen. I think wamepanga vizuri because kuna mpango wa kuharibu nchi yetu, kwa sababu tunajua kura watashindwa na kuna kila sababu ya kuendelea kuharibu nchi hii. Mpango iko, we must be ready. Mwisho, I've just come across that when we had Kofi Annan and huyu msari kufa chusi Ntutu, the reconciliation, I can assure you, I was in this country, Ruto akukubaliana na ile maneno ya kuelewana Raila achukue prime minister. He was a very confused person, he was very sick, he was very mad, hakutaka hata kuonana na Raila. And the reason why Raila agreed, it's because damu ya watu ilimwagika mingi sana. Akaona there is no need people continue dying, let me agree, hakuna haja watu wakufe for me to be a president. Now I'm looking now, is the person who is going to be the president, now is going to ignore the election, and I'm just imagining what will happen. Our security agents must be ready for this person. He's a very dangerous person, he's a dangerous animal we have in this country. Otherwise, let us, the best thing here, let us pray for our country. Tuombe kwa dunia yetu tafadhali. That's all I can say for today.
Okay, let's be careful with our statements. Choose our words right. Any form of incitement or any form of prejudicing against any people anywhere in the country is not acceptable. It remains unconstitutional, and nobody in their right senses should support it. The Kenyan presidency, I keep saying, it is for the winner of the elections. As at now, the elections are not yet done. The vacancy of the presidency is yet to be declared. It's not a reserve of anybody. So nobody must be the president of Kenya. That is why we go to the ballot to choose who will be the next president. So nobody should say, I must be the president by all means. That is wrong by itself. And so let's be on the lookout. And then the people in the comments, let us remain civil. Penny Nyagaka says, Raila made Madoadoa famous in 2007. If I know Raila the way I know him, Madoadoa was not an ethnic issue. it was a 6-piece thing. Ethnic issues that came up with Madoadoa was another aspect of Madoadoa, but all the same, if you have any evidence against Raila, I've always said you're free to take him to court any day and win the case. He's not above the law, like you people make him to look like he's above the law, but we shouldn't be exchanging the ills. We should be able to prevent. Prevention is better than cure. If the telltale signs look like this, it means where we are headed, there is a problem, and leaders must be responsible. Don't be microphone happy to an extent whereby you don't think about what you're saying and the consequences of all you are saying. Our discussion on this platform is meant to inform people based on available information. It has nothing to do with favoring one person against the other. We just want to get everybody to understand the current news and how it's applying vis-a-vis the constitution provision and how we relate going forward. So it is a matter of, it's not a matter of pulling for Raila or pulling for Ruto. It's a matter of, are we still constitutional as we go about our seeking elections? Because at the end of the day, even if we go to the Supreme Court, the judgment will be according to the Constitution. If we go to the High Court, the judgment will be according to the Constitution. It doesn't matter where we go. The measuring rod on how we relate in Kenya is the Kenyan Constitution. It has nothing to do with ethnic rights or ethnic tradition or what we prefer or what we like. So let us not destroy ourselves in the name of trying to pull and push on obvious things. We are making progress now. We go to Dan, the other Dan, and then we hear from Mala. Dan,
Yes.
and the black screen is banned.
All right. I'm just putting it because kuna kitu ninafanya kidogo. That's why. Yeah. Let me first nisalimie wote wako hapa. Niseme kwanza karibu sana. Hii platform najua naona inafungua watu macho, and then some people they can speak their own mind. Nikiendelea Manad, niko na request. If Ben Nyagaka is here, I'm just seeing on the comments, you need to come on the camera to talk to us, not only being on the comment section. Actually, nilikuwa nasema hivi, kwangu wacha niseme that unajua wakati mambo imefanyika ama jambo limenenwa, usasema. No. But in the first place, ukisema chambo, fikiria kwanza. Wacha kusema kwa sababu una mambo zako ama uko na hasira zako za kwingine na watu wengine. Nirudi nyuma kidogo, Ben, tulipokuwa kwa mjadala hapa kwa hii platform, nikasema kwamba watu wa UDA they use words and wakiongea wana hasira mingi sana. I think you remember. So ukiangalia Lenduri aliposimama akiongea, hakuongea kana kwamba he's just speaking, he was just talking akiwa na hasira fulani kwamba yani ni kama ana incite watu. Now obvious ana incite actually. So it is wrong na ikubaliki. And then watu wanasema kwamba Madoadoa ilianza kitambo. You know, there is a word you can use it, unaweza tukana mtu, but the way you frame that kind of word inaweza leta maneno mingi kwa akili za watu. You know, and let me see, there's one of the guy who mwenye amekuja kwa comment section akasema, nakubaliana naye, mimi sijaona Raila Bwana Ruto aki apologize akisema I Ruto, the chairman wa mwenye amesimamia UDA, atasema kwamba ame apologize because of ABCD. Hakuna mahali ametaja jina kama hiyo, lakini tusikiwa wale watu we just justify things like that. But the truth is Na mimi huwa nasimama nikikuja kwa hii panel nasema hivi, when you are speaking, speak out of your mind. Don't speak because you want people to see you. Speak what you want. If you need to be voted for something, speak yourself. Wacha kuchukulia kwamba maybe uanze kuongea about Raila, uanze kuongea. Unajua kuna watu wengine nashindwa sana, like wakiongea wanaongea as in they are out of their mind. Si vizuri kabisa ukianza kuongea maneno ambayo inaudhi na unajua kwamba pale mahali unaongea hao watu hawajasahau yaliyofanyika, unaona? Hawajasahau yaliyofanyika na bado unaleta hilo jambo. Na kenye kimefanya watu wakakumbuka hili neno ni kwamba the way ameframe. Unaona? Ati muondoa hiyo madoadoa, unaondoa njia gani, which is not right. Na kwa mfano acha niweke hivi. Mimi kama mwanaume nikienda pale nitongoza mwanamke, nimemtongoza ndio, nimelala na acha nitumie nikubalie tu, nimeenda nimefanya maneno yetu, nimempea mimba, at the end of the day yani atuchakubaliana na hiyo mimba, unaona? Sasa huyu nianze kuambia udemo aende utoe mimba. Ukishaitoa mimba, do you think that baby will come back again? He should not come back. The only thing when you are talking, when you are doing something, hata kama ni kile kitendo ama wakati una drive hata gari, usipoangalia mbele wakati una drive, kuna portal yako yapo mbele, hautaiona. So let us speak in front of our mind. We don't speak because we need people to hear us, because we want to popularize ourselves. That's not right. Like wakati maneno watu wakiongea tukiwa pale nje, the media are there. Niliona watu wengi kwa news wakiongea maneno mbaya sana about Citizen TV, about clarify what happened kwa hiyo mkutano. You know, media they cannot run to things whereby hawajaona. Na you know hata Bernard hapa kwa hii panel kuna restriction umepewa. Unaona? So uwezi kuja na panel tuanze kuongelea maneno kama itakuwa approved. So people who are listening and coming on the comment section, tafadhali tuache kuwa na maneno kwamba tunataka tuonekane kwa hapa kamera ama tuonekane kwa comment section. Just let us speak. Tukisema kwamba maneno ambayo ni mbaya, wacha tuseme ni mbaya. Na wakati Ruto amesimama amesema Rinturi regret for what he said, hakusema I personally I apologize. No. So apology inakubalika ndio, lakini unaposema umesema. Mswahili anasema maji yakimwagika hayasoleki. So mimi kibinafsi wacha niseme hivi, UDA na hayo maneno walisema ishaondoa watu, hata kama walikuwa 10 ishaondoa watu 5 kwa hiyo chama, na hiyo ni 100%. There's somebody who wanted to vote for UDA, he will not vote for UDA. Remember what happened ni Malala wakati aliongea huko akisema watu wasiende Bugungu. Immediately alipoongea siku 3 hivi NC ililuzi watu wengi sana, MCA, member parliament. So that's huwa nasema hata kwa kasi yangu sitaki kuongea kwamba nionekane, tusiongee na kifua tuongea kwamba tukijua wale watoto wetu wako pale mbele, mwenye ananiangalia hapa, mwenye kwa comment section anajua kwamba Dani hata kama anaongea vibaya he has a point. Hata kama sina point kwako, kuna mtu mwingine mimi naongea kwamba point yangu ikifikia maybe Ruto, huyu akikuja kusikiza hizi vitu I know atakuja anasikiza ama anaona mahali. So tuongee tukijua kwamba hayo maneno hatujakubalia. Kama mimi binafsi sijakubali hii apology, mimi sijaikubali kwa sababu ushaongea, haitatoka kwa roho za watu. Sijaikubali kibinafsi. Ameongea kupopularize watu ndio at least wasahau ndio mambo iendelee. So kwangu nikimalizia, Bernard, kwetu pale hapa Kenya tunasema kwamba hata wanawake wako na uhuru wa kuongea, na nimeongea kitu mara mingi sana. Kama kuna wanawake ambao wanasema wao pia wanataka kuwa wabunge, wanataka kuwa MCA, wasingoje sana, wakuje hapa wasimame waongee. Unaona, tusikue sisi wanaume peke yetu ndio tunakuja kwa panel tunaongea, wacha wanawake pia wakuje watoe maoni yao. Unaona kama ngirishi anaposimama kuongea, mimi naongea azin. Unajua kuna wanawake ukiangalia kwa comment wengine unaona kwamba wacha tu sitaki kutacha mtu kwa comment, lakini maneno ya hiyo inasemekana ati nani ameomba apology, hajaomba apology. Ama mkitaka Bernard, you can repeat that clip ndio watu waweze kusikiza, lakini apology kikuja we can accept it. Na sijui apology gani na apologize wakati wale watu wakienda pale kudefend Rinturi ati hakuna kitu ameongea mbaya. So let us follow something then tuanze kuongea. Asante sana bwana Bernard. Yeah.
Okay, thank you Dan, thank you for your contribution and your counsel. Unfortunately or fortunately, the forum is open for all and is first come first served. So we can't unless we are doing a special show where we arrange gender balance. But as at now, you click the link, you get to the studio. I don't even know who will come first, who will come second. We just find ourselves together here. So it's nothing prejudice, it's nothing prearranged. We all find ourselves here. And the open forum is we have followership on Facebook, we have on then YouTube, and they are all interacting. So that is all that can be done. Then there is somebody asking, where did Mwango go? I don't know. I'm also looking for him. But I understand there is a UDA TV. I hope I had conflict with them yesterday. And probably they are on the UDA TV. You can check them on the UDA TV if it is there. I don't know whether that UDA TV is on or not. But I guess that is where he could be. But it's a long time since I saw him.
Bernard.
Yes, Dan.
Kindly one moment. Wacha nitoke. There is this Ben Nyagaka, ni mtu wetu wa nyumbani kabisa. I know this guy. I need Ben Nyagaka to come on the camera, not on the comment section. Come on, Bernard, you are listening. Come on the camera, talk to these people here. Don't comment, please. I want to hear you speaking. Kindly.
He will come. Don't worry. He will come. He will come. But all the same, we can't force the person to speak when he doesn't want to. Let's hear from Mala. Mala, how are you?
Yes, Bernard. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Glad to see you in the new year. Happy New Year.
Thank you, Bernard.
Yes.
Yeah, very interesting terminology.
Yes.
Yes. I think Linturi, while addressing the UDA rally
yes,
at Eldoret, expressed himself using words which, in certain context, have acquired sinister political overtones. Just 1 moment, I charge my phone. It's going down. 1 moment. Yep, 1 moment, I'm charging the phone. Wow. Oh, it's going down. Going down.
Mala,
Yes, I'm charging my phone.
Are you putting
Yes.
it on charge and continue, or we give you time, you will come
Yeah,
back?
yes. Let me continue. I've succeeded.
Okay, continue.
And I was saying some of these words actually have acquired political overtones and come to be associated with incitement and hate speech. In my own judgment, I think at that moment, Mr. Linduri was vigorously urging the UDA supporters to offer full support to UDA candidates in this year's election, and was oblivious of the possibility that his choice of words might have assumed negative meaning. I think he was encouraging the team in Eldoret that they need to vote. Is it 6 Ps or something like that? Remember the other speakers, if you listen to what these speakers were talking about, they mentioned Tiren, they mentioned Kutunyi, they mentioned this, is it Mishra? And basically, I think in the choice of words, he was telling Eldoret that those 3 guys should be rejected. Yes. Today, the Deputy President, William Ruto, I was watching, I know some people are saying there was no apology, but he has apologized to Kenyans over the remarks made by Meru Senator Mithika Linturi in Eldoret. When he described those opposed to Dr. Ruto presidential bid as Madoadoa, whom I think he was trying to tell the people that those people must be rejected or something like that. I watched Ruto apologizing. I think he apologized today during a rally at the Bomet Green Stadium. And he went ahead and warned the Tangatanga applicant to desist, or rather to use good words, because some of these words actually was used, and you had mentioned, I think it was used in 1992 and 2007, and people lost life. I'm happy the government took steps, arrested Linturi. Whether Linturi is going to prove himself on exactly what he was trying to say. But in my own view, he was encouraging the resident to vote 6 bis UDA. Today, I think the Deputy President went ahead and also encouraged the security agencies, Director of Criminal Investigation, the National Cohesion and Integration Commission as well, as a Director of Public Prosecution, to impartially deal with all headmongers across the political divide, so that to ensure the country is safe going forward, which is a positive move. In fact, my expectation in this discussion, Bernard, I was expecting you also to talk about this guy. Is it Onyonga? And if you look at the clip of Onyonga, it's quite inciting. If you compare with the one for Onyonga and the one for Linturi, okay, it was taken out of context. Look at what Onyonga was saying. I think it's important that we also balance, bring Linturi, bring this other governor of this governor, is it Kimemia? When we were using some terminology that I cannot remember well, but use some words which is actually related to Madoadoa. I also had the Deputy President trying to accuse or other accusing the ODM leader, Raila Molo Odinga. You know, when you went to Kondele, and if you look at all these things, they're almost related. Where this guy was stoned, and he was talking about the bedroom. So all these things are related. And he was saying he's apologized, and he expects the leader of ODM to also apologize on some of those things. So I think some of the words the politicians are using, they need to select. So in my own view, is let the court will make decision. Linturi will present the case, is going to defend himself. But this is the way to go. Apology, that is good. Thank you, Bernard.
Sasa Mala, before I let you go, Isn't it easier to say 6Ps than Madoadoa?
That's why I'm saying
When
the
you're
choice of.
speaking on the platform.
That's why I'm saying the choice of words. I think it's fair that you play the clip so that we look at it. Okay, Madoadoa, you do not.
I've overplayed the clip. I don't want to overplay it. But what I'm
Okay.
saying is, Mala, just before you go, so you want to tell me that in Eldoret or in Wasingishu, it is wrong for you to support another party except UDA?
Let me tell you, and today, if you listen to the deputy president, you know you like playing because you're an ODM guy, you like selecting what the deputy president said.
No,
If
I'm
you play
using what you have told me. You have told me that
yes, yes.
Kutuni and the other
What you are
MP
saying,
are
and
Madoadoa.
and that's what I'm saying. Even today, the deputy president explained very well and said everybody is welcome to Rift Valley, and all the countries have reached campaign in Rift Valley and other parts of the country. And it was very clear. It was very, very clear. So don't be selective because you belong
I'm not
to ODM.
selective. I'm used to you accusing me, but I just want to interrogate what you're saying, and I believe I have right to do that. Mumia, what is it? A question or something?
But
Yeah.
Question.
Okay, ask your question, Mumia.
I wanted to contribute, but let me the other person ask the question first.
Okay, my question is to Mala. Kindly, because you are in the ground, kindly can you comment in regards to Keses Member of Parliament, this Indian guy? Because I've been told that he has always been attacked, and it is coming also to touching on part of racism. If you are on the ground, kindly can you comment? Because I've been hearing that people close to the DP has been attacking this guy, and some are interpreting that he's part of Madoadoa. So kindly comment on the same, the MP of Keses.
James.
the Muindi guy, the MP of Keses.
I would also want to ask, did it have to take over 48 hours for a leader of that caliber to realize that this was a statement that should not have been uttered in his presence?
Okay, Mumia, ask your question.
James.
Hold on, Mala. We finish all the questions, then you respond.
Yes. Let me ask him a question. He has said about Raila saying that he condemned this bedroom. Those are two different things. If you put it on the sides of where the bedrooms mostly is associated with the politicians, and when you see Madoadoa is associated with the common mananchi, the tribes that are there. When you come to like myself, I'm in Mombasa. When you come to a place like Mombasa, ODM will tell you Mombasa is our bedroom. You see, that is so different from saying that attacking Madoadoa Mombasa. So my question to you is, do you mean that when Raila said Kondele's bedroom, did it mean that those people who are in Kondele, like in like Kikuyus, or were they supposed to move away from there? Because Madoadoa is a bit tough and a bit sensitive than bedroom. If they could have said Rift Valley is our bedroom, nobody would have. Nobody will be talking right now. So kindly, my suggestion to you is that differentiate bedroom and Madoadoa. Those are two different things. Thank you.
Okay, Mala, you can respond quickly, please.
Okay, I think starting with the last one, I think your interpretation and the way you look at things may be different. You see, when you talk about Madoadoa, and if you look at the way Linturi was trying to explain, he was referring to the 6-piece voting. And you see people have taken out of the context. So I think Linturi was meaning something else. But now Kenyans and the security team, of course, they have taken action. It is the interpretation to me that they were talking about tribes in Eldoret or tribes in Rift Valley, which to me, that's not the correct position. If you talk about the bedroom, the Raila bedroom, the Gibira, the Kondele, you see, if another party, like if you go to Nyanza and you belong to, say, Jubilee, just go back into 2017, even the government officials were being chased away because that is Raila Amolo Odinga's bedroom. He does not want other people to go to his area.
That who was being chased
So
when?
that is it is very clear, and that is why even Ruto, when he went there,
Substantiate.
yes,
Give us valid evidence. Give us a valid example that we can relate to. Who was being chased
why
from
did
where? 2017.
I will ask you a question? Then why did Raila Amolo Odinga organize Ruto to be stoned in Kondele? Because we understand and we have the information
That is
that
neither
Junet
here nor there.
Mohammed,
In
That's
fact,
an
Junet Mohammed,
in your mind.
Raila Amolo
No,
Odinga organized for the stoning of the deputy president.
Raila did
This
not
is not a
organize
forum
anything
for
like that.
speculations.
Order everybody, Mala.
And that is the right, and that is the position. That's the position. And even the security team led by Matiangi.
Mala, you cannot come here and give things you cannot support. You must substantiate how Raila organized people to stone the DP. Don't just share things because you had them being said. You are used to giving sweeping statements that you run away from substantiating. You should tell us who was chased from Nyanza because he was from a different party. Nyanza has had we have independent candidates who have sailed through. Jacoyo Midio has won elections in Nyanza from Ford Kenya. Onyonga is in parliament courtesy of Ford Kenya. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Raila Amolo Odinga blocking the other parties from entering the Nyanza region. Exactly that.
Do you know somebody called Ochieng? You know an MP called Ochieng?
Tell us about Ochieng.
Chieng won with a different party, and he is actually campaigning for his party in that area.
Yes, and he was supported by the Hustler leader.
Who told you
it was
that?
Tough. I know.
No, substantiate.
The MP of
I don't need
Kisumu
to
West,
substantiate that.
is elected on Ford Kenya. The MP of Kisumu West, Olaga Loch, is elected in Ford Kenya. So there is no way you can say Raila is above that village politics. Those are bourgeois backward politics of organizing someone to be stoned. Now, this is the problem. If I come on abusing you, Mala, then I come into your place. What do I expect? If I abuse you, then you say, okay, this is the person who have been abusing me. Then compare that with when the celebration was there. Ruto was celebrated. But after here, he started commenting some things which angered the residents. The same way, if I start abusing you here, if I come into your place, will you offer me a cup of tea?
My friend, we have all that information, so that is the position.
Mala, I'm missing your point. What position are we talking about here?
Remember, I said Raila Amolo Odinga is the main organizer of violence in some region in Nyanza.
We can't allow that one here.
And even organize a stoning of the Hustler.
Mala,
that is the position.
have you gotten out of
and
Rift Valley?
he cannot run away from that.
So can you also say the deputy president can't run away from 2007?
Order everybody, order Kenya. Mala, I have begged you, and I respect you because you are a senior citizen. But you keep disappointing me by repeating what you cannot substantiate. The violence in this country has taken place in various places. The main place where many people were displaced, we know. Madoadoa's slogan, it is something that has been admitted in an international criminal court. When a term is defined in a court of law, it adopts the new meaning of that particular court definition. You can't use it. Even those cases are still pending. They have not been exhausted. There is still somebody confessing on what he did during the 2007 and how they dealt with the witnesses. That case is still waiting. So you cannot come up and begin to claim that because so-and-so said this and the other one also said that, so that balances that. You being as senior as you are, you need to be providing leadership to the younger generation by insisting on what is credible, not propaganda and hearsays. If there is any evidence that Raila organized people to stone DP in Kondele, then who organized people to stone DP in Busia? Who organized people to stone Raila in Kidurai? To heckle him in Chuka? I don't get it. So let's be sober on this platform and be able to help contribute to the topic of the day with what will help build this country, not dig in to support what cannot be supported. Any person, especially in Rift Valley, who uses the term Madoadoa, it has adopted the ICC definition. It's no longer the Madoadoa we used to have. And this Madoadoa has been with us from 92. Youth for Kanu 92. The group that was used in zoning regions and banning other political parties from those regions. That is the old Kanu book that they're trying to apply right now in the name that so-so is so-so region.
Bernard, you are out of order. Bernard, you are out of order.
There is
Bernard, you are out of order.
On what I am saying.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
When you refer to 1992, if I may ask, how old were you in 1992?
How old I was is why?
No,
I was old enough to know what was going on. I was old enough to know what was going on.
Okay, just a minute.
For your information, I was informed too, and I am a history student.
You must be mythical in his age, man.
Sorry?
What I'm saying is that don't take us to 1992, things you cannot substantiate yourself. You told us if you want to say anything, you must be able to substantiate.
I don't know why you are allowing. You are
I am
allowing
telling you that the history of this country is not hidden. It's not a secret. It's available. If you don't know where it is, go to the National Archives. You will get that information. I'm trying to let you know when was the Madoadoa applied early enough in 1992, and it has evolved. And as at now, Madoadoa has been admitted in an international criminal court to mean a certain meaning that it doesn't mean naturally. So any politician of the caliber of the Senator of Meru using those terminology in Eldoret, it is not an accident, in my opinion. It was meant to pass a message, and the message has gone across, and there is now serious attempt to manage the damage that has already taken place. But as far as I'm concerned, no Kenyan in their right senses will go and tell us that Madoadoa means 6 piece. It does not mean 6 piece in the Kamusi. It does not mean 6 piece in the court of law. It does not mean 6 piece in the Constitution. Thank you. Yes, James.
Okay.
I want to add very fast. There is an attempt to try to define that term here. But let me tell you this. The understanding of the people is that while Mount Kenya people have accepted to vote or to be in UDA, there are people from Mount Kenya who are in that region who are resisting and who don't want to conform. That is the interpretation. That is how people have understood it. And therefore, they are the Madoadoa. That is how people have understood that statement.
Okay, let's make progress. Twende kwa Mumia. Give us your contribution, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Bernard. This is the first time I'm here. I'm a secret follower. Anyway, I'd like to contribute on the issue of Madoadoa. I think that was very reckless, keeping in mind with what happened in Rwanda. Some people are telling us that we were not there in Rwanda, or how someone asked me how old I was. But this is history, and for anybody to make a progress, you need to know your past, and we need to learn from your past. So if we can't learn from what happened in '92, if we can't learn from what happened in Rwanda, if we can't learn from what happened in Likoni when the Digos started saying that watu wa bara waende, and many Luos were killed there, and other tribes were killed. These are the simple things that we take every day. We ignore them, and we want to because they are our people. I think the main reason why Kenya were still behind is because we wake up in the morning, someone is making a mistake, and you're like, mnaingilia mtu wetu, mtu wetu, mtu wetu. That is the biggest reason why we are still behind. That is the biggest reason why we can't make a progress. That's the reason why we can't have leaders that are accountable. The problem with the UDA, they started on a high note, and that high note has been neutralized. So currently they are wading on feelings and pain, and whatever they are speaking right now is anger. Anger is coming out of them. They are boiling, and whatever is coming out of them is they are ready for war. I've had example of friends from those sides. The way they talk, is like they are ready for war. And I don't think if someone who is in his good senses can utter the words that Linturi uttered at a place like Eldoret, especially keeping in mind that Eldoret in 2007, Rift Valley was a hotbed for violence. We cannot say that he was saying the six piece. Even if it is the six piece, there's a word that you can use. Don't use Madoadoa. Me and people who are here, we can call ourselves middle class because we are literate. There are some people there who are illiterate. They don't know anything to do with the six piece. They know Madoadoa ni ule jirani yako that is not your tribe. Because six piece, you need to define. You need to tell them, tafadhali chama hawa watu wangu, huyu mtu mpatie UDA MCA, UDA MP, women rep, UDA. That is the six piece, how you explain it. Don't say that watu ambao hawataki huyu muwatoe hapa. Today you have raised another issue of I saw the deputy president trying to embarrass the former governor of Bomet. Like, you telling him, like, we don't want village parties, we don't want the tribal parties. You're trying like to force people to come to you like with one party. You are taking us back to the Moi era, which was very dangerous. Because I was watching, if you can have time after this, go to the page of this guy who what is his name? This MP huyu mwenye alichomeka miguu, Moses Kuria. You'll see there's a video he has posted about some years back when kids was praising Moi. They were singing only on one party, and they were saying that any kwekwe that is found in Nyayo should be eaten, should be removed. This is what these people want to take us back to. Like, you should not oppose UDA. If you oppose UDA, get out of their territory. So his apology today was fake, was vague. There's nothing that was in that apology. The apology was supposed to come immediately after that, because when Linturi had said that he smiled. In fact, was when we watched that video, he was smiling from behind when Linturi was saying all those words and whatever he was saying. That was after that he would have come and sat down and sent even an apology to the media houses. You don't go apologizing in English. Like, I don't know, well, but I'm seeing these are the way that politicians are running away from the reality. That is his rural area. He should have explained to those people in his language or even in Swahili. My friends, whatever was said was not good. Please live in peace. This is what we want for our country. But now, throughout his explanation, the one that people are calling apology, he was speaking English. Not all those people, like 80% of people who were there were not politicians. They were people brought from places that even English is a problem. So him going there to start speaking English and telling that you are apologizing, you're not apologizing. He was just saying Linturi has been taken and and tomorrow when you wake up, you will see these people, they'll be in Nakuru court supporting Linturi to be released. Tomorrow, they will be in Nakuru. Already they have started saying they want Linturi to be in court so that the motion that has been taken to the Senate can sail through. You see, they have already started giving. If you are apologizing, you should let the law take its course. Don't start giving excuses that they want to keep him up to tomorrow so that they can sail through their motion in Senate. We don't want that. When you look at the statement itself was very strong, very, very strong. And nobody, even those people who came to speak after Linturi, nobody criticized Linturi for what he said. Nobody said, like, whatever he has said, please don't take it seriously. It was just this and this. That was the moment they were to neutralize that statement. That was the moment they were to wash themselves. They didn't. It slept, it sank into people. The social media took it up. Now they saw like it has spread into social media. It's when now they're coming with the explanations. No, we don't want that. We don't want to go back to the fight, the war that was there in 2007. Let me speak about 2007 because in 92 someone will tell me I was not there. In 2007, whatever happened was serious. Let us not take ourselves back there. We might talk here and get mad, but get angry at each other. But if we are in the senses that we are supposed to be, let us not go back there. Whatever was said was wrong. Ruto should have apologized the same day or the next day in the media. Like the way James said, you can't take 48 hours to come and apologize for a sensitive statement like that one. Someone is saying that Raila said it's his bedroom. The way I told him, Raila's bedroom is different from bedrooms are different. The bedroom has been said from Kibera. They used to say when this guy was buying after Ken Okoth passed away. Raila Ababu Owino was telling the Jubilee people that the Kinamariga, that is Kibera is a Baba's bedroom. He didn't say that the other tribe that are there up and Madoadoa. No, he used a bedroom, which knows that this is your stronghold, and stronghold is like a bedroom. That is what we mean by that. We don't mean that a bedroom should be Madoadoa. No, a bedroom is your stronghold. You are sure when you go there you win. Madoadoa means that you have people there who are opposing you, and they should not be there. They should move away from that. So whatever, I'm against the apology. Apology was vague. It was not. It didn't hold any water today. I'm so disappointed with the Jubilee, with the UDA. The way they started in a strong way. Now they have been neutralized. Wameanza kutoa feelings zao, and it's going to be tough. If we are not going to come back to our senses, it is going to be a bad election. From the way these guys have started expressing themselves, wako na feelings, they are weeping every now up and down. They're like blaming everything. Now you come in March, they'll start turning against the government institutions, courts, IBC. IBC, I know it's not a government thing; is independent, but they start turning against those institutions. So, my friends, let us just face it. The statement that Linturi said was wrong. It was an inciting one, because you and me, we can argue it was on a 6-piece, which you feel like we understand that. But there's someone down there who doesn't know 6-piece, and those are the majority. just the way Sonko used the poor people in Nairobi to vote for him. Those that they get handouts. They don't understand anything. They don't understand who Sonko is. They don't understand what he is up to. Even someone like Joho, the way you use those people who are down there, they don't understand anything. When you tell them carry the stones, Sonko used to knock Mangumi Ukuta in Nairobi, and he used to have a huge crowd. Those are the people that in Uasin Gishu, those are the people that understood Madoadoa and their other tribes. So on the topic today, the apology was not holding any water. For me, it was a fake one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mumia. Let us guard ourselves from getting worked up and say what we are not supposed to say. We have a country to take care of. It's called Kenya, and every Kenyan has a right to be anywhere in this country. I keep repeating that. Our politics should not be getting rid of anybody. Our politics should be, must first of all be the best, then we can be first. We cannot demand to be first and refuse to be the best. So if that region is your bedroom, then you are proud of your bedroom. You know they will vote for you. You don't have to get rid of anybody to win that particular vote. And so let's compete fairly and not get into the cheap politics of trying to reduce the numbers of votes so that you win. That is corruption in itself. If you are really famous like you claim, you are really known and strong like you claim, then show it by going to the ballot, getting your troops in place, let them give you the votes, then you win the elections. But victimizing innocent people in the name of you must win or you should not have any opposition in that particular region, that is not the Kenya we want, and that is not the Kenya of the future. So if you want to be part of the future, you better embrace the new Kenya where we are all Kenyans by right, and every person, especially seeking presidential position, needs to be carrying every Kenyan in their heart. If you are not presidential material, if you can go to bed without carrying every Kenyan on your heart and their welfare, the number one criteria of who is suitable to be president of Kenya is how much you care about each and every Kenyan. But if you see all Kenyans are just votes and Madoadoas and things like that, that makes you unfit completely, in my opinion. And I really want us to come to terms with that reality. We cannot stomach any ideology, any sentiments that want to victimize anybody in Kenya simply because they don't agree with you politically. That is not the way to go. Let's hear from Richard Omar. After that, we'll go to Jakindu Bain, then WG. Let's keep that order. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Yes, Bwana Omar, unmute mara moja tu alafu endele. You have not unmute. Richard Omar, you have not unmute. Hatuwezi sikia kile unasema. Unmute kwanza alafu ongee. Hey. I think he's hanged or something. Okay. Jakindu Bay, uko ready?
Asanteni sana. Mimi niko ready.
Karibu. Thank you.
Asanteni sana. Na nataka kusema kwamba mimi kwa kweli nimehuzunika sana na kusikia vibaya sana kwa haya mambo ya madoadoa na kusikia vile wengine wanazungumzia. Na kabla sijazungumza, nataka niwaambie wale ambao wana comment, hakuna haja ya kutukana mtu. Nimeangalia kuna watu wengine wanatukana watu, wengine wanasema sijui Wajaluo watafanya waache upuuzi, sijui mara Raila. Hizi vitu zote muache maneno yasiyo na maana. Zungumza maneno ya maana ya kujenga. Kusema sijui Wajaluo, hiyo haijengi. Ama kutusi mtu haijengi Kenya. Sisi tunataka Kenya yetu tuijenge. Sema kitu ambayo inajenga Kenya. Tunakuja hapa, hata ukiandika kitu, andika kitu ambayo itajenga nchi yako. Wacha kuandika maneno yasiyo na maana. Kwa sababu unaweza kutukana mtu, hata umtukane dunia mzima, haitafanya chochote. Haiwezi kukuletea hata chai kutoka jikoni ukunywe au juu ya meza. Hiyo nawasihi sana wale ambao wana comment. Mtu yote ukicomment, comment kile. Kama huna kitu ya kusema, wacha utusi watu. Sasa nikirudia mambo ya kusema madoadoa au mambo ya kusema apology. Apology inatakiwa inatoka kwa roho yako. Unasema jamani, nimefanya makosa. Sio mara unasema sijafanya makosa, mara nimefanya makosa, mara hizi ni upuzi mtupu. Na kwa hiyo mimi kwa leo nataka kusema kitu ambayo nimekuwa nikisema. Mtanisamehe kama haijalingana na hiyo, lakini nasema kwa sababu nasikia uchungu rohoni. Kenya ni nchi yetu, tuko na Kenya moja tu, hatuna Kenya nyingine. Na hii Kenya tunataka tukae na undugu. Mimi sijui kwa nini sijui kwa nini unachukia kabila zingine. Hao ni Wakenya, hawa ni Wakenya wenzetu. Sisi wote, hizo makabila 44 ndio maana tunaitwa Kenya. Kwa hiyo huwezi kutoa moja tu. Ukitoa moja hatutaitwa Kenya. Unaona? Lazima hizo makabila zikae hivyo, ndivyo maana tunaitwa Kenya. Kwa hiyo tafadhalini tuone sisi, na tena hizi makabila nataka kuambia, hakuna kabila ambayo unaichukia, hakuna vile utasema unachukia, kwa sababu hakuna kitu utafanya, hakuna chochote unaweza kufanya kwa hiyo kabila. Upende usipende, watakaa hapo. Jambo la busara ni kutafuta njia gani tutaishi vizuri, tuishi na undugu. Maana yake sisi ni nchi moja. Adui wakija hawatasema huyu ni Murabai, huyu mwingine ni Mkamba. Hakuna, wao wataona tu hawa ni Wakenya, wataua mtu yote. Adui akija hatachagua, na hata sisi tusijibague. Lakini leo nataka kusema, mimi nimesema hata katika YouTube, mtu akienda African Session 1, nimesema Bwana Ruto hafai kuwa kiongozi wa nchi yetu, hafai kuwa kiongozi, kwa sababu angalia rekodi yake. Ninyi wenzangu, angalieni rekodi ya mtu. Nchi ni yetu. Kuna kama ni lazima awe Mkalenjin, kuna wengi, si lazima awe tu ni Ruto, lakini Bwana Ruto hafai. Angalia rekodi yake. Anasema alikuwa anauza kuku. Hakuna rekodi yoyote, hakuna hata mtu yoyote anasema waliuza na yeye. Hiyo ni uongo. Hakuna mahali popote amefanya kazi. Alifanya kazi wapi kabla hajakuwa mbunge? Alifanya kazi wapi? Hakuna rekodi. Hakuna mtu anaweza kuja hapa akasema alifanya kazi mahali pengine. Wakati tukitaka, wakati KANU ilikuwa inavuma, kuna wakati hizo enzi za zamani hizo ulikuwa huwezi kusema chochote. Ndugu vijana, ulikuwa huwezi kukohoa. Sisi mnatuona hapa, wengine hata kuna watu wengine wamekimbia, hawaishi Kenya, walikimbia kwa sababu wakati wa KANU ilikuwa inatesa watu, na yeye alikuwa anashirikiana na serikali ambayo ilikuwa inatesa watu. 92 alikuwa ni mmoja wa wale viongozi ambao walikuwa wanafanya. Ndio maana unaona Jirongo hana wafuasi. Jirongo hana wafuasi, yeye alikuwa assistant wake. Hiyo ninyi mnasahau namna gani? Ni watu ambao walikuwa hawapendi na multiparty, walikuwa wana support hiyo serikali ya KANU ambayo ilikuwa inanyanyasa watu. Ilitunyanyasa, ilikuwa huwezi kwenda popote, ulikuwa unachukua mwanachama wa KANU by force. Hata rambe tulikuwa tunafanyishwa kwa nguvu. Ukitaka kwenda kufanya chochote kwa ofisi ya serikali lazima utoe rambe. Hiyo ilikuwa ni corruption kubwa sana, na hiyo tulikuwa tunafanyiwa. Unaona, hizo ninyi vijana wale wanazungumza hapa, amjui watu wametoka mahali mbali sana ya? Kwa hiyo mtu ambaye anamtusi Raila, anatusi Koigi wa Mwere, anatusi Matiba, anatusi, hao watu wametutoa mbali. Hao watu tuwaheshimu, hata kama umpendi, mheshimu. Ukiona Koigi anapita mahali, mpatie salamu, mheshimu huyo jamaa. Ni wao tu na Raila wamebaki, wengine wameumizwa, waliuawa, wengine majiraha walipata, wengine wameenda, yani wamekufa kabla labda ya wakati wao. Na ninyi hapa watu wanazungumza tu ni kama kila kitu ilikuwa ni jamani, tafadhalini, mimi nawaambia ukweli, huyu jamaa Ruto hafai kuwa kiongozi wa nchi yetu. Huyu hafai kabisa. 2007 jina lake ilikuweko kwamba alihusika. Unamuona sahihi alipewa kazi na mwenzake Uhuru. Watu wanamlaumu Raila ati alikuja na handshake. Siku ile uchaguzi imeshafanywa, wameshinda, Uhuru aliwaambia hii serikali yangu haitakuwa kama siku nyingine. Na wao ndio wanasema, kwani hiyo handshake ilikuweko? Handshake haikuweko. Uhuru alikuwa ameshaona makosa ya Ruto, alikuwa ameshaona utapeli ile anafanya. Alafu hapo watu wanakuja kusema ati handshake. Handshake gani? Muradhi alisema lini kwamba serikali ya Uhuru haitakuwa the same? Ilikuwa handshake? Ilikuwa hakuna handshake. Alikuwa ameshaona. Kwa hiyo msije watu wanakuja hapa kusema uongo. Mnaona huyu jamaa, mnamsupport, anakejeli president wetu, anamtusi jamani, anamtusi, anasema ni tapeli. Halafu mnakuja watu wanakuja hapa kusema Ruto hakufanya. Huyu jamaa hafai. Hata mkisikia Atwoli huyu jamaa hafai kwa president, hafai kwa kiongozi kwa nchi yetu. Na mkifikiria kwamba watu wengine wazee kama sisi wanasema mnadharau, mkifanya hiyo makosa mtalia na kusaga meno. Ninyi tu. Sisi tulilia na kusaga meno wakati wa Moi kabisa. Mabarabara zilikuwa mbovu, mabarabara zilikuwa mbovu, lakini hakuna ungeweza kusema chochote. So msije hapa mkifikiria kwamba mnaambiwa huyu jamaa, mnaona vitendo, mnaona hata wale ambao anashirikiana nao. Ile mkutano mliona, wale ndio watu mnataka waongoze nchi yetu, wale ndio wanataka kuweka ministers wetu. Mnasahau hata juzi tu Ruto alikuwa anaenda Uganda, anaandamana na mtu ambaye anasema ni mfanyabiashara kutoka Turkey. Mtu hana ofisi, hana nothing, tumemrudisha Taki. Mmesikia Taki wakilalamika, alifika huko akawekwa ndani. Sasa ninyi hata hizo amuoni, wa Kenya wenzangu, amuoni. Tafadhalini mfungueni macho. Ile mkutano ilikuweko Eldoret, kama kweli unasema huyu anataka kuwa kiongozi, ni nani anaenda kufanya mkutano kwa kijiji chao kula, alichaguliwa kijijini kwao, huyo ndio anataka kuwa kiongozi wa Kenya? Nairobi ndio capital city, Nairobi, na yeye ni makamu wa rais. Nairobi ndio capital city, anafanyia mkutano wake wa kuomba hapo, sio kwenda kufanyia kijiji. Akishafanyia huko kijiji ni kusema huyo ni mkabila, ni mtu wa kijiji, hafai kuwa kiongozi wa Kenya, hafai hata kidogo. Na mkifanya na kichwa ngumu eti ninyi ni vijana, ati sijui watu gani, mliona ile lineup yake, hao ndio wanataka kuwa waziri wetu hao.
Bernard, point of order. Bernard, point of order.
What is it, Pato?
Jakindube ameenda sana, amejiweka chini sana. Ametoka even kwa topic, ameanza kuongea what is penye Ruto alitawazwa. It was a community thing, It was a community thing. So understand, we are coming to Nairobi. Get prepared. We are coming there. Get prepared, my friend. Get prepared. That was a declaration from the Kalenjin nation,
so how is
and
that
the people who are.
No, you are asking for opportunity to make submission, or you are making a point of order?
No, hata pia una entertain chenye anaongea na is talking even ametoka kwa mjadala.
If it does not, sorry.
Nangojea usimalize.
Me I'm surprised. Me I'm surprised Jakindube. I've been shimming you lakini umeenda chini sana leo.
Ni nini Pato?
Kama mzee umeenda chini sana.
What is it that you want?
Ngoja nimalize. Hiyo ni
Pato, you have your own views. Every other person has his own view. You have no right to lecture someone on his stand. You just give us yours, and we will also take it because that is your view. That is Jakindube's view. So we just have to respect it. And Bernard, I think you are being so kind to the UDA guys because they just jump in. If I was the one jumping in there like that, I would be thrown out by now.
Now you're beginning to sound
anyway,
like UDA. Relax. Thank you, Jakindube. Ngoja kwanza, I'll give you time to conclude. Let me make it clear. Pato and the rest of us, you must have respect for elderly.
Can I go on? Naweza kuendelea?
I'm coming back to you, please. Just hold on. Hold that thought. Tunakuja kwako. I just want to give a ruling here. Kuna hekima ambayo inakuja na experience ambayo wewe kama youth hauna. So ukipata nafasi kama hii ya kuwa kwa platform moja na mtu ambaye ameishi kabla ya ukoloni, akaishi kwa ukoloni, ameishi kwa ukoloni, akaishi baada ya uhuru, then sasa hivi bado anaishi, it is an opportunity for you to learn, not to look for what to interject. But if you see it as a competition, what you're doing is a disservice to yourself. It's not to anybody else. So, Pato, when you should have a pen and a notebook, write down what you want to interject. So that when it's your time for submission, you will do all that.
Hapa ni siasa, hapa si ni kanisa.
Nani alikuambia unakuja kuset rules hapa?
Hapa si kanisa, hapa ni siasa. Kama yeye ni mzee, asiku
That is it. If you don't stay in order, we get rid of you. Everybody's free to come to the platform, but you don't come to the platform to set the rules or do whatever you want. This place is not a marketplace where you come to do whatever you want. And we are the people who are responsible. After you have spilled whatever you are spilling, will be answerable if there is something that is out of order. So there was UDA TV here yesterday. If you want to propagate UDA issues, you can go to UDA TV. It was here yesterday. I think they were blocked because of their misbehavior. Nendeni huko mkatusi watu huko. James.
Let me make a comment, and this has to do with what you are saying. This is a platform for us to come and exchange views and know, because we can't be everywhere. Right now, I don't know much about politics in the Western province or Nyanza, but I read from the newspapers and the media. Maybe, Bernard, you don't know much from what is happening in Mount Kenya. So when we get this opportunity, we are able to have a full knowledge of what is happening. And that is the only way we can be able to understand our country better, rather than thinking that because you are coming from an area that a leader is being celebrated by everybody, you think that is the way Kenya is. So that we can open up our minds and so that we can grow our democracy and our way of thinking, and appreciate also that there is space for everybody. Now, when you get what this young man, Pato, what he has done is actually unacceptable. Because when you start saying politics is not si kanisa, ni kweli si kanisa, lakini there is integrity, there is a level of decency that should be maintained. In any case, I think here, whether we shout here or not, whoever Kenyans will vote for, they'll vote for, but we have a responsibility to also comment because it affects us one way or the other. We have a responsibility to scrutinize those who are asking for those positions. And there is nothing wrong in bringing out what we don't like about them and what we like about them, so that even those who may not be understanding these people can understand them better. That's why it is painful when you hear somebody saying he doesn't want to hear history, because of course that is ignorance. History is what has informed this world. Those who are lazy, they may not know that, but go and read about leaders who went into power through populism, what they ended up doing for their countries, most of them destroying their countries. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, James. That is well guided, and allow us to remain within the limits. We have what is called natural. I'm aware. I'm aware. Thank you. There is normal decency that doesn't require you to be schooled to know. Home training. You don't pick up on an elderly person who you met on this platform and begin to call him names. I don't know who raised you to do that. And we will not tolerate that. And so if in UDA there is permission for you to insult the elders and disregard history, make it your UDA policy, but not to be a uniform law for all Kenyans. If that is part of your UDA constitution, practice it within UDA boundaries. But if you want to be part and parcel of the civilized society of Kenya, you must have decency of respecting everybody in their space, especially somebody who is older than you by far is not somebody to jump on and call names. Not because uko church ama uko church. That is not even taught in church. If your mother and father did not teach you that, they did a bad job in raising you. Now, let's WG, you'll hold on. Let Omar is back. Amaliza alafu utakuja. Richard Omar, come in.
Hello, sorry, I went off because of the internet. There was interchange of power. That's why it went off. So, concerning this issue of Madoadoa, I think this thing has already done damage. Whether people they defend it or not, already the damage is done. And once it was uttered and it was on air, people started to be reminded what happened there before. And I see the person who, I don't know, you call him Mubato, is arguing. There is history for Madoadoa which we don't need even to hear about. This thing has come. We had already put it back on our mind, but now it has been triggered. And you see, if he wants history, and maybe that guy might be somebody of 2000. I don't know 2000 and yes. If he doesn't want to hear history, let me tell him the Musea who has gone out has said, there's history for this thing. That's where we are doing a discussion. 1992, that thing started with the right, let him rest in peace, Musea Moi. He said, and what happened? People were uprooted from there. And there was a lot of damage which was done. People died. Even some of them, they lost their chambers there and whatever. Again, the second one came 1997. If people, Bernard, you remember, 1997 is when we had it spread. I was in college in Mombasa, government training institute, which is a government university college now, near Likoni. They triggered again. Papers were thrown all over. People who have up country, you have said you don't want, you also should go back. And this after Moi holding a rally in Nonoka grounds. He spoke what he spoke. The same night, things started. For us students who were moved with a train to Nairobi. This is something which I am saying history, which I saw myself with 2 eyes. We had to be evacuated from Mombasa with a train up to Nairobi. So, the year 2007, it happened again. And even has been provided in the ICC. And you saw even when this thing came out, I can see that the video concerning the case going on, which was going on ICC, has been revisited. Some videos are being put back. The media, people to rewind and see what took place about Madoadoa. Even the church was asking, what is the meaning of Madoadoa? The witness is saying that it was ABCD. It was made this tribe was not needed back in Rift Valley. And I wonder what this Pato is arguing about. What we don't need is that we need peace in our country. Pato, even if he argues or not, if they have been poisoned, let him go and drink milk and remove that poison on his mind. The only thing people want in Kenya is peaceful coexistence. And now, you see, this thing has gone to even Kisii. I was asking, I can apologize for Monyonga, but he spoke something which shocked the people. It is because of what happened, because he was using as a reminder that, things are back again. Even if you are here, those people have spoken. so be alert that something the same way which happened this year and that one would happen. Yes? You see, now they revived something which people can, and I remember those people are in Rift Valley now. They have already, some of them we don't know. They have already planned to move out because the way they saw, even if Pato is arguing about this, you see Ponchar, this Kasese MP, Cheriot, the senator of Kericho, spoke there. While that guy is sitting there, that deputy president put this guy on a flight to go back to Punjab. What kind of thing is that? Even if you deny, they deny, even apologize that they did not mean, Madoadoa didn't mean that people. But already they spoke one example. Let's leave about continue and whatever. But a different tribe, and a Kenyan, that he should go put on a plane to go back to his country. Meaning what? That's very bad. It was uncalled for. And I think those people like Pato, we are in this platform. Hear what we tell you. Hear the history of Madoadoa, where it came from. Hear what the damage this was brought. When we give history, don't just throw it away on the dustbin. Just the repercussions. Madoadoa has repercussions in Kenya, and we cannot forget this story. And we don't want it to repeat back. And it is for us, those people who are on the ground, who are the common mwananchi. If we want those, we want all those things to desist. It's us. Even if readers speak, but for us, we know that we are Kenyans. We are staying together. We are sharing everything together. We avoid. But now, as I have seen, the rights of our brothers, since they have been poisoned that now the party is this one, and the Madoadoas who might be affecting our voting in the ground, we don't need them here. They go back to where they came from. It is very bad. Me, the 3 occasions, the Ruto 92, I was in the form 3, I didn't know, but I saw. 97, I am encouraged. I was evacuated from Mombasa to back to Nairobi because of that. So these things, yeah, I feel very bad and I'm very bitter that such a memories are being brought back, which we don't need to. And again, a peaceful country post-development. We cannot have a country where that you be told that you cannot stay somewhere or rhetoric or whatever. And remember, they should remember that was Negisu, especially rhetoric, has been provided all over. There are 3 hotspots. This is Kisumu, Eldoret, Nairobi, those 3. So there is no way people can anything other to within those 3 hotspots. It is being followed in the ICC, and still we know the case is there. They said they cannot close the Kenyan case. The file of Kenyan cases will not be closed until they come to the reality. What happened and what is going on? And I know Uhuru and the DP were told that you go, but we still be following the happenings in Kenya. And again, now we are going back. I think those guys who are arguing that are broughting a lot of this at what again, Raila and whatever. There is nothing about coming about Raila. If also even Raila comes, we can say no. Even Mzee, you are here, but we don't need this. This won't happen. We are not defending anybody. We are defending the peaceful coexistence of our country. In fact, if I can say that guy, me, I am in Somalia for 8 years, and where I am sleeping underground, where I am now. Because of what? There's no peace here. They can form anytime. Yeah? And there is nothing. If you see these people, they were suffering because of they don't have peace. My friend, I think if you bring even one person cannot sleep here one day, then you will know what is the meaning of peace. So, my brothers, as we are sharing ideas in this platform, let us sober up. Have heritage discussion, not say carrying out emotions that this one is being spoken like this. But for Pato, I am not hiding. Those people have been poisoned, and that is their position. I know Kalenjins already have been poisoned, and even if you have been poisoned, you are a young person.
Richard, mind your language.
Yeah.
No tribal profiling.
Sorry for
no
that.
grouping people
But
in their tribes. Thank you.
yeah, sorry for that. But it's because let's not carry political poison on our mind. For us, we are just common mananchi who's looking for something to eat and whatever. Those are the rich people. We should not carry that one. Whatever they speak, but they should not bring a language or words which can make us on the ground. We know so now have peace. That's what I can contribute.
Okay, thank you, Richard. We appreciate your observation. Let's go to WG. From WG, we'll go to Elijah. WG, are you ready?
I am. I thought you were still talking.
Carry on, please.
Thank you. Bernard, today I want to dwell so much on the remedies and the what we should do as Kenyans, what the government should do, because the drums of war are beginning to be sound, and some competitors or some candidates are already preparing the field for violence. That one is eminent. That is eminent. In fact, when Malala began talking about if some people want to to declare some people, they should go to Kondele, Siaya, what. Then I thought there's something sinister, But it's not by coincidence that he is a friend to the same people who are making these strong statements. We can trace it back then. So it's I don't think it was an accident. It is something that has it was talked about or has been at the backyard of the proponents of those Madoadoa things. However, I would like to urge the government to embed those government bodies that are in charge of cohesion and peaceful coexistence to the campaign teams for all parties, so that anybody who is found making derogatory statements can just be fleeced away from the Jukua, so as to serve as example to others. And this idea of naming and shaming, that thing doesn't work in Kenya. Naming and shaming, nobody is getting shamed. Because while someone is regarding that person as a shameful person and someone who has been ashamed, in some other quarters is being welcomed as a hero. So that naming and shaming is just, hogwash here and there. It's not achieving anything. We need tangible example. The government should just get some examples to pass a message to anybody who would want to follow that same path. that whatever consequence that will follow should be, immense. The consequence should just be very bad. And the consequence should include very long period in jail. And the consequence should also include that no standing for any seat whatsoever. You are blacklisted, so that you can go and look for your own forum anywhere to, if you want to go perpetrate those derogatory statements in churches, you can go do that. You see, and we should be seeing government doing something. Even as early as last year, the CS Matiang'i, someone is interfering, sorry. CS Matiang'i had a meeting with all security apparatus, and they discussed in detail, and he assured us that they've earmarked places that may be volatile during elections, and therefore they have a plan for that. Can we see government now swinging into action instead of coming in when it is already so late? You see, last time after 2007 election, that is when you would see artists gathering once the blood had been shed, you see. But that is now when you would see artists and those people, prominent people, ganging up and composing songs of bringing us together. Why don't you now come swing into action now and nip this thing in the bud before it gets to before the bloodshed comes out? So I'm proposing that those instruments of government that is concerned with cohesion should be embedded with the campaign team, so that the feedback should be sent to the relevant authorities on the activities of various parties. The other thing is that this should not just end with the politicians, because even in our social media, when you go through today, currently, even what we were complaining about from the UDA TV and any other quarters, these were not spared. We don't want to be, if someone comes here with the derogatory statements, you just throw them out unapologetically. So that we act as people with conscience, you see. So social medias should also be checked, and I think we have laws in space, in place. That was crafted in 2017, I think it was 2017, which forbade people to use derogatory statements and things that would bring commotion and strife in the land. So the government should come in. We have people talking of circumcisions, people talking of that some communities don't pay rent, those kind of profiling statements, and they are coming from some quarters, one particular quarter. I just don't want to mention those names. So we need to see government not just backing at far, but we want to see it actually biting. Let us not, we are not going to handle this thing the way we've been casually, the way we've been handling cases of corruption. Let us see the government actually, biting. The other thing is, apologies notwithstanding, the activities the UDA issued apologies since yesterday, and today Ruto came up with apologies. But what I want to tell Kenyans, in the words of Jakindube, is that probably this was an opportunity that God used to expose to us the kind of government that would await for us. In any case, we in the event that we make a mistake in choosing some people to lead us, many of you, yes, did not witness where we came from. And that's the reason why some of these clever politicians don't want us to remember our past, because our past will show us what kind of candidates we have, because majority of them were on the side of the oppressors, people who oppressed the Kenyan people. And that's the reason why there's no any other reason why people would say that we should not look at our history. The history reveals both economical, negativities and political. So we need to learn from our past. We need to learn from our past, and it will show us where we are and where we are headed. So I think that is all I have for today. The government, my main message today was for the government, my appeal to the government to come up with those, they should not waste any other time. They should swing into action and take required or necessary action. Thank you.
Thank you, WG. Jacinto Bey is back. Jacinto Bey can conclude the submission before we go to the next person. Jacinto Bey, ni kama mitambo ili.
I can speak, man.
No, Penny, hold on. Hold on, we'll come to you. It's a
mitambo
we have a long queue, but we'll get to you.
Nitoa tu nje. Sijui kwa nini
No,
ilinitoa.
ni internet ilikuwa slow.
Toa nje na hata.
So malizia, alafu tuende kwa mwingine. Jacinto Bey. Jacinto Bey, bado upo?
Ni kama bado ako na
Okay.
challenge na hiyo.
Ni mtambo ilinitoa tu nje na sijui kwa nini.
Usijali, just go on now.
Mko sawa?
Yeah, tuko sawa, endelea.
Okay. Hiyo mtambo ilinitoa tu kwa sijui kwa nini, lakini sawa, asante, nimeshukuru, nimerudi. Nilikuwa nasema kwamba ingawaje huyo jamaa naona nimesema hiyo ni maoni yangu, kwa sababu huyu jamaa ni vice president, na vice president yeye sasa ni mtu ambaye anatakiwa acheze league tofauti kabisa. So lakini kama ameona hiyo nayo ni kwa kupenda kwao, lakini kwa maoni yangu hiyo kwangu haifai. Jambo lingine ni huyu jamaa na kejeli mtu ambaye walichaguliwa afanye naye kazi pamoja. Anamkejeli mbele ya watu, anasema ni mtapeli, kila siku anamtusi president. Kuna tusi serikali, ni mwana demokrasia na yeye kweli ni anamcha Mungu kama vile yeye anaenda kanisani. Mbona
Jacinto Bey
anapokea mshahara bila?
Jacinto Bey,
kwa sababu ni mcha na wale au ombe wale wako ni uwezi kuwa una.
Jacinto Bey, samahani, network yako si haiko safi, unakatika. Kwa hivyo naomba hivi utatoka alafu urekebishe ndio urudi. Tunataka kupata point unayosema. Asante. Thank you.
Asante sana.
Okay, Roba upo? Come in, unmute.
Ben, Nico, Happy New Year.
Haya, endelea tafadhali.
Asante sana kwa hii nafasi. Ben, I want to say a few things. It has been long since I participated in this platform. Thank God for giving us opportunity this year again. On the topic today, Ben, I must say this is very unfortunate happening again in our country. And I will start by saying so. We only have one country, that is Kenya, and we must all jealously guard this country as a people. We must not give opportunity to a few of us Kenyans who wants to take us back where we've come from. We must stop this and condemn it with the strongest term possible. Having said that, going by what happened in Eldoret, I must also say that is very unfortunate, and we must be very careful with the choice of words going forward. We don't need to get into a situation where we are looking for interpretations of what was said, what they meant. We just need to avoid and choose our words very carefully, because we know where we are coming from. We know what has happened before, and we don't need to go back there if we really need a united country. On the apology made by the Deputy President, I will say this is a political move, because we've seen a lot of tweets since that Eldoret incident. The first tweet was defending Linturi over his remarks, and he was categorically saying that Linturi has got a right to make statements that he made, and we are in a democratic country with the freedom of speech and blah blah. We've seen so many tweets. So today's remarks from the DP, I see it as a political move, and very rhetorical, because haven't made so many comments before the apology today. So one would ask himself or herself, is he being honest in the first place? Because he has made a lot of comments on the same matter. We are wondering which one should we believe now? Again, and this goes to all the divides, whether you are on Azimio, you are on UDA, you are on OKA. Some of these words are uncalled for, and all Kenyans should not entertain, whether it's coming from your party leader, it's coming from the person you support. There are things you're not supposed to entertain as Kenyans. If something is bad, whether it comes from your party leader or it comes from the person that you support. Anything that can ignite another fight should not be entertained in Kenya today. We've been through a lot. Some communities have healed and have moved on, and therefore we should not remind them where they've come from. This is very unfortunate. This is very unfortunate, and I've seen that from Onyonka also today. And no one should go ahead even trying to interpret or explain what was said. Let's leave it to the authority who are handling it, because explaining it bringing even more problem than what was there before.
Such statements should not even call for anyone's interpretation or elaboration. Let's leave that to the courts. Ben, as I finish, allow me comment on the NCIC, the Dr. Kobia led commission. What they've done since they were appointed to the office up to now. We are not seeing much from the commission in terms of containing such kind of utterances. I think we need to empower the commission more, maybe just to even give them the investigative authorities and such kind of departments, so that they on their own can be able to investigate and even prosecute from their end. That will even help expedite some of these issues that have been pending in court for long. And this commission should actually review some of their laws in regards to the offenses that are being made on all the utterances, and come up with more stringent laws that will contain such utterances. Otherwise, as a country, we are mature now, and we have one Kenya that we must all jealously guard. We should not leave it in the hands of a few leaders, but we should all take responsibility as Kenyans, not as a Kalenjin, not as a Luo, not as a Gikuyu, but as Kenyans. That would be my comment today. Back to you, Ben.
Okay, thank you, Roba, for your observation and contribution. And I want us to remain sober that way. What is wrong is wrong. It doesn't depend on who does it. Wrong and right is determined by the Constitution provision. I keep saying that. And so we can't be sentimental about anything. And everybody should be able to stand by what they said to the 11th hour, to the last minute. So if you can't stand by what you're saying all the way, then don't say it, because in the Kenyan presidency is for Kenya. It's not for an individual. The State House does not belong to an individual. The State House belongs to the nation called Kenya. And so you are endeavoring to get into the place should not be made to be an individual thing, that it has to be so and so. It should be open for everybody. So let's stop all this preconceived idea that so and so must be president. It is his turn to be president. The presidency of Kenya is not by turns. It's by winning elections. And so prepare yourself, go and campaign. If you win the election, you become president. If you don't, jipange. But don't violate anybody's rights in the pretext that you want to be president by all means. Now, I want to request Nabi and Babu, Bantu Warriors, na Alex na Sam. Ngoje kwanza, we want to hear from Penny. Penny Nyagaka has been very vocal on the comments. He's here. I want to hear him.
Thank you, Bernard. Habari ya Johnny.
Salama, namna gani?
Salama ndugu kijana yangu. Na kwa mzee Kindu Bay Oimore. But to go to the topic of today, it is very important that if we are going to kill or end disease, we know the source, as some of the speakers have eloquently elaborated it. It started with Moi trying to uproot the kisses that the Kikuyus from Lift Fare. We lived through it.
and we gave help whenever we could, even if we were not high as kutoka Kisii. And I really appreciate the young gentlemen from Kisii who are really encouraging me to talk. And even if they know that I'm in a different outfit called UDA, but I respect them otherwise as much. So go back to Madoadoa. It was Moi who started it, and then Raila perfected it when he was with Ruto in 2007. There are clips there, they can be found. Bernard, you can look for it. Some of us are going to really look for them for evidence. And the word Madoadoa itself has never been bad, but the context in which it was used and how it is used now by the jury. It may be used the other day. Nobody said anything. I mean, these are bad tasting words, period. Let us look for the source of where it came from and really come on a national, even Ruto, Raila, Kenyatta, and call it as it is. It's a bad word because it made people get killed, mainly by Kisii people. So it's negative, we don't like it. But moving forward, I've heard a lot of gentlemen say that Ruto is trying to kill the parties because he's telling you to come in with one party. Some of us have lived in states for a minute, but we have recognized that it was two parties that have ruled America for over 100 years and some change. But it took a lot of time, like you pointed to me last time. It takes a while. So let us take the parliament out of it. Let us have us talk about it. What parliament was doing yesterday was not only naive, but dictatorial. You cannot tell me to be a gentleman. But if you are a gentleman, you are a gentleman, period. If Mheshimiwa Raila told this other outfit that he was going to give them this and he didn't, we don't need the law to do that. That's a waste of time. There's a lot of gentlemen in our country that have no job. This is what Parliament should be talking about right now. How can we create a job for these youngsters to get a job, to have a family, to have a living? People are killing, the policemen are killing each other. I mean, each other and themselves every day. How can we address issues like that? Instead, we are addressing issues about leadership. Kenya is 45 million people who want a prime minister, who want a president, but you go to countries like the US, they have 11 cabinet secretaries, a president, a vice president, period. Yes, there are senators, there are speakers, there are governors, yes. And I'm not saying that we should copy America, but we cannot reinvent the wheel. Our own constitution was copied from so many countries, but it takes two of us to talk about it, to change what it is that we want to change so that we can make better life for ourselves. Because otherwise, Kenya is one of the most beautiful countries in the world. And I've been around. But the leadership is wanting so much. Because like I was telling you last time, Bennett, how can two tribes tell us what to do for the rest of us? That they mean good? About the next day, and they can change the constitution of the whole country? That's illogical, and we should face the facts for what they are. The facts are we should change the constitution as much as we want, but all of us have to agree. Nobody should be bribed. The bribing of the MCAs, the bribing of whoever they were bribing is wrong. The parliament, even the other week, last week, you saw the parliament being accused of taking money. The accusation itself is evil. Let us point the facts of where they are. Let us issue the truth of what is going on in our country. We have a beautiful country, but we should come down and talk to each other and vote on what we agree on. That's it. Let us follow the Constitution, for God's sake. Handshake and the BBI and this thing that is being debated tomorrow is not in the Constitution. But the courts are there. They will give us the direction. In a democracy, 4 institutions have to work. the media, the legislature, the executive, and the court. The media in Kenya today is one thing. Some of us miss people like Hussein Mohammed, who would really, he give you a rope and you hang yourself. He can interview Raila Odinga today and interview Ruto tomorrow, and everybody will be happy. That's what kind of media we should be shooting for. Not necessarily the media of one side. If you are in UDA, period, you talk UDA. If you are in ODM, period, you talk ODM. No, we should talk to each other. Like I told you better last time, even my own siblings, they differ with me about being in UDA. But I give them my points, and they give me their points about why they are in ODM. At the end of the day, we eat together. But personal friends, a lot of them, I can even, they are national, even they are so much
Now, Penny, you're not very clear, and your network is failing. I think he is cut.
I wish you the best, Bennett. Huh?
Now, Penny, just before you go, you're saying that the constitution should not be changed until everybody agrees. Then what will be the purpose of the referendum?
The referendum, we should confirm what we agreed on. But I didn't say it must not be changed just till the referendum. I'm saying that there should not be a bribes. The constitution we just changed it in 2010, but it took more than 20 years to allow for this constitution. If it's an amendment that we have to make, we should not use even the money, and it should go into effect maybe 6 years after we have accepted it. Because what we are doing today, Bennett, is a change the constitution to benefit me today or tomorrow. That's evil in itself.
Now, I would leave that to be your interpretation, but the constitution is legally free to be reviewed after 10 years of experimenting. That is the new constitution. It's provided for. Secondly,
Bennett,
the claims of bribes are just what they are, claims. And the constitution making process or even amendment, it's always competitive. And so competitive, kama vile Waswahili wanasema mwamba ngoma uvuta kwake. Everybody will pull on their side.
Can I ask you a question?
Ask.
Why is it that the last constitution we just changed 10 years ago, there was nobody accusing anybody or assuming that anybody was bribed to change it? Why?
It is not. It did not come. The agitation for new constitution started as early as early 90s. So it took almost 20 years before there was a successful change of constitution. I want to see the struggle. The struggle went on for almost 20 years before we succeeded into getting the new constitution.
And there was no strong judiciary.
The opposers of the new constitution or amendment to the constitution have not changed. They are the same. So saying that nobody opposed the constitution or was complained about the constitution, that is being economical with the truth.
No,
Bernard, can I add something? Can I add something to what you've said?
Sorry, Penny. It's a fact. The referendum for 2010 was won at 68%. The 33% opposed it. There is information online.
But I for one, I'm telling David TV, I'm not a kid. I was in there when Ogingo Odinga fought. I participated. So don't
He's
is
struggling.
the constitution as a country. We
hear
can
him.
accept when we change the constitution, but the smell of a bribe should be
Who
castigated.
is to accept? Who is to accept when the constitution should be amended? Penny, work
We
on
can't
your
hear him.
You'll come in later and
This
defend
constitution.
your position.
Okay.
Sorry, your net is breaking, so we can't sustain the conversation. But
Okay,
if you get
no
out
problem
and
then.
come back,
I understand.
it will work.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. Alex, you said you want to go.
No, I will be listening, but I won't have time to comment. I'll be listening.
Okay. So
Yes.
make your comment now before you continue listening.
Yeah, but the previous has almost made me to comment some of the things, but when the Constitution was made, we did not have the same environment that we have today with the current structures that we are capable to criticize and speak the way we were speaking before. So we enjoy a different environment, and that's why we can even have this debate. And there is nothing we could have compared before that. So there is no comparison to that. But I was appalled today when Onyonka spoke the way he spoke. I listened to his statement over and over and over, and finally called a friend of mine from the UDA side and asked him what is going on. I also called a friend from the Azimio side to get his peace of mind. And the truth is, as we said, Linturi's statement set a whole train into motion. And when he set the whole train into motion, what he didn't realize, there was no one to realize where the brakes are so that they can step on it to stop the conversation. And when they did this, they didn't realize the statement is contagious. Instead of giving a complete and full apology right away and stop the debate, they massaged it, they downplayed it, they refuted it, they twisted it, they rubbished it, and even said it is a misinterpretation from the other side. They even wanted us to change the meaning of the word Madoadoa and go back to now and never remember 2007 and even the ICC. They brought in clothes. But the reality is that today it dawned on them that the more they continue in the theatrics of refusal, it's going to bite them. And therefore, they gave an apology. We did not need an apology. We needed an acknowledgement. And that's what they gave us. Trust me, we did not need an apology. We needed an acknowledgement that this was said, just a minute, this was said, and it shouldn't have been said. And I think Ruto said it, that honestly, let us measure our words. And we knew that there are those in the politics. You know, politics is politicking. So whether we liked it or not, there were those who are going to use those words to politic it. Now you see what Onyonka has done? He has played politics with it, which is very sad. And unfortunately, there are people on the ground who are supporting him, unfortunately. And you ask them why, that is wrong, two wrongs don't make a right. And they say that, uliona ile clip ya watu wa UDA wanapiga mtu Eldoret mpaka watu wanasema watamuua. And you know that clip was surrounding. And even here,
we say, and Bernard, you said that we have heard, we cannot substantiate that there are leaflets passing along. So you hear such kind of things, and what UDA should do is realize that they are not going to run away from this statement. It is going to be the main narrative now of the campaign, and they are going to use it whichever way they will want. Anyone is going to capitalize on it, unfortunately. And even the judiciary is going to get a hard time on how they are going to treat it. So I think the UDA side, especially those who are here like Pato, let's not massage that word. Let us unequivocally say that that was a wrong term. Linturi should never have used it. We spoiled our party. And as Themba has always said, if we continue trying to define this word in a different way, the conversation is not going to end. Now, let me go now to Onyonka. You see, when Onyonka said this, he has brought a problem also to himself in the local politics, because it's going to be used against him. But do you know that there are those who are going to be fanatics of him because of the same statement? They are going to criticize Ruto, but they are going to fetishize Onyonka. So we are going to get to a point whereby we are going to play double standard on something that is so remote and deals with life. And that is my fear, that if I was the DP again, I will tell his people that let us not massage this word, let us not fetishize this word, let us unequivocally refute it. Otherwise, we are going to be here in Mutembe. You know, it started like a joke, but this is the third consecutive day we are talking about Madoadoa. And unfortunately, politicians are going to say reckless statements again. And what are we going to do? Because Linturi set a train into motion that nobody has a brakes on. So, in my finishing statement, we are in a conundrum. In a conundrum that when we hear those who were affected in 2007, even back to 1992, where the origin of that word, according to the history that has been given, we were not there, some of us, but according to that history, we are going to empathize with them. We are not going to tell them, you cannot tell us the history. But at the same time, it is going to bring a new conversation that we will never be able to get tribalism out of us. We are still going to look at ourselves as tribes as we move to the election. The most unfortunate thing that until 2022, we are going to vote as tribes instead of ideologies. That is the unfortunate thing about the statement was said, that in 2022, still, we are going to be put as tribes. Thank you, Demba. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Thank you for your observation.
Bernard,
Yes, sir.
I just want to answer, what do you call it, to comment a little bit what Alex said. Alex, also Bernard, the rest, David, good evening, gentlemen.
Yeah, good evening to you. Karibu.
Asante sana. Well, I'm not going to talk so much, but Alex, you talk about whatever. I cannot comment about Onyonga because I've never watched. I haven't had that time to watch whatever he talked about it, so I'm not going to comment it. I don't want to go to something that I don't know how it has been going. Anyway, I can a little bit comment what Lenturi said, and on the same evening, or on a Sunday, the following day after that Eldoret, he apologized. When somebody said, I'm sorry, I'm apologizing, apology, when somebody said unconditionally, gentlemen, let us not go back to that thing again. It doesn't make it. You can love it, Alex. I come from Kitale. I'm living with the Kikuyus since my childhood. We are still there. They are still there. I'm in a different country. But anyway, let us not, when somebody apologizes, let us take it the way he did it. He said, I'm sorry, I did a mistake. Let us put it. About Onyonga, let us not talk about that thing. Let the responsible authority take their own, look it in their way, the way they have to make it. So let us not antagonize everything. It won't make us more better than what we are. Anyway, perhaps I may have offended some of us, but I'm sorry. Let us let us cool everything down. The more we talk about these things, the more we are going to make it more politicize it in a way that, not everybody can reason the way we can reason ourselves here. Those who are somewhere, they must have been fed with their whatever, a small thing goes viral, and then they make everything more worse. I don't want it to go that way. We, those who can reason, who can try to analyze it, try to put it in a very jovial way, let us make it. Because there are those who are somewhere, only hearing it, somebody say, oh, it has been this way, it has been this way, they will try to mechanize it in a different way that can make everything more worse. So, especially this time, where we are preparing for election, Kenya has different nations. Kenya has 42 or 45 different nations that make one nation. Gentlemen, let us try to put it in a way that we can find ourselves, so that those who they may be listening on the background can try to find, they say, okay, these people are trying to put us in a very good way. They are reasoning in a good way, because the more we make it, say so and so, it has been bad, so and so, we are not going to heal it, because the wounds, which has been there for the last, I can say how many years, 10 years or so, 15 years, 20 years, almost 20 years. Let us try to put it down. I beg ourselves, because I know these people who are in this forum, they are good brains. They have own way of trying to convince and cool down the whole thing. Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Let me
thank you, sir.
rebut on what you have said. Just 30 seconds. We are not continuing to say this thing. What we are saying is this thing has taken a political direction and nobody wanted it to be. And politicians, politicians, my friend, Mzee Mobile umeongea. And ignoring what is already in the media is not a solution. And what we are saying, and we are appealing, is that now that we see that it has taken a political direction, let us not try to shift the goalpost in the middle of the game and start changing definitions.
let us unequivocally apologize for it. I'm telling you, if the DP Ruto took the responsibility today, as Murkomen did. I mean, let's be honest. Anybody who watched Murkomen, let hate love Murkomen. There are days I don't want to listen to him even in the Senate. But there are days Murkomen makes sense until I am like, who sanitized him today? But Murkomen apologized from his heart. Honestly, go watch that. But then again, the same day, Mzee Linturi apologizes. Immediately, if you saw news, KTN, Kihika comes and says immediately, hakuna kitu amefanya. So they must not be incoherencies in this. Collectively, in the leadership, they must come out and put it to a stop. That is the way. So, but if they limbo along, they leave it as a quandary. The nonsensical waffling of politics comes in, and therefore the politicking will shelve in. And what happens? We'll say that you are misinterpreting us. We also say you are misinterpreting. So if the interpretation is based on UDA, bottom up, and Azimio, we are going to go. Let us have one interpretation that Madoadoa was used in 2007 in a wrong way. Let us not do that. Let us stop it. But if we say ni nguo, ni six-piece, ni nini, we change the definition, I think that politicking will not stop. So the ball is on UDA. They have an opportunity now that they have seen this thing as catch fire to come out and say, Maze, let's stop this. Honestly, that is it. Even people like Pato here, they should know that we are not going to win. They are not going to win. We are going to divide because of one word. So that is all I was saying, that now it has become political. Let us stop the politics and know that it will cost life.
Okay, thank you, Alex. I hear all of you. I hear Sam, I hear Alex, and the rest of the panelists, and those of you that are following. I understand and appreciate everybody's concern for this country and for the progress that our politics are trying to bring across. But I want us also to appreciate that there is what we are losing in our politics, and that is the ability to negotiate. Politics in the past used to be a persuasive process. You could have three candidates, both of them are strong, they are in the same constituency. You had to look for a way to negotiate, someone to step down for you, another one to be bought over. I mean, it was not a matter of I'm going to show you how powerful I am. So we need to apply politics with wisdom, not just stamping and trying to show who is who where. We can't do that for everything. Wanasema ukipatia fundi mbao shida yoyote anaona kila kitu ni msumari, kwa hivyo atatumia hama. One of the best examples I want to bring to the memory of the Deputy President is President Uhuru Kenyatta. If you can remember, there was, I think was the DPP. The DCI had opened a file about 2007. And there were witnesses that were being, they are taking their statements at the DCI about the 2007 violence. And then the matter came up in the media. And so there was a meeting, if I remember well, and that matter came up. And the president took it upon himself. I think the DCI was present in the meeting, and he told him to keep off that matter, and he should not have brought up that matter into the media without proper consultation. And that thing died there until now. The DP lost the opportunity to seize the moment to sanitize the statements that the senator spewed on the platform. It was a great opportunity thrown to him to prove that he's a nationalist. He has zero tolerance for tribalism or any form of violence in election. He blew it big time, and it will cost him even if he does the damage control right now. And like Alex has said, there must be official communication. These apologies from the platform will not make much difference. And more than that, I think we should now embark on another campaign of trying to settle down the people that feel threatened and insecure in whatever locality where they are. And the best person to lead that way is the person that was hosting the meeting that erupted the problem. So I would that there must be something more serious and more concrete from the UDAC desk to own up the mistake and be able to reassure the people on the ground that there is no cause for alarm. But if they play it the way they are used to play it on the political platform, too bad. It is going to be too late for them to salvage the situation. Story about definition, there is no other definition but the court definition. That's what holds order. That's the current ruling on that matter. So whatever the court interprets Madoadoa is, that is what Madoadoa is until the court proves otherwise, or rather we get another definition from there. I see David has something to say, but David, naomba tu tulie kidogo, niko na watu wawili nimewafungia, naomba waongee kwanza alafu kuje. Even Jakindu Bay, I see mtambo wako unafanya, lakini tulia tu hapo hapo. Nataka Nabii na Bantu Warriors waongee kwanza, alafu nitafungua kiwanja. Nabii, come in please.
Asante sana Bernard. Ni mara yangu ya kwanza mwaka huu kujumuika na wenzangu. Naomba kwanza niwaambie Happy New Year to you all. Thank you very much. Having said that, kusema kweli si vizuri sana viongozi, watu ambao tunawaita viongozi wetu kwenda pale nje na kuanza kutoa maneno ambayo yanaweza kuleta matatizo kwetu wana Kenya. Nilikuwa Eldoret mimi wakati mkutano ulikuwa unaendelea, na at one point I thought like Mheshimiwa Lenturi, I was a bit disturbed because kinyume cha ilivyokuwa ikipeperushwa hewani, si watu wengi sana walikuwa kwenye uwanja huo. So at one point I thought maybe alighadhabishwa na kutokuwepo kwa watu wengi, licha ya kwamba eneo hilo ni ngome ya Mheshimiwa Samoei. So at one point I thought that way. But having, after interrogating the whole issue, it happened to me, or rather I realized that it was more than what met my ears and what my heart absorbed. Sincerely, for those of us who have been here for some time, bad things begin by small statements like was made by Linturi. It is quite regrettable to see a leader mention such a thing in public. Being politicians, there is a way, there is some leeway. There is something that we can kind of let them off the hook. Remember, we are in some of them are in a tight corner, and just like someone doing an exam, you see, right now they are doing exams for them to pass so as to be elected again in August. So just like the Kenyan students we know today, some of them would look for Mia Kenya. So perhaps in this case, some politicians might look for those ugly things, ugly words, as their Mwa Kenya to make them gain some sympathy votes from their backyard. But it's something that should sincerely be condemned. I do not, I would not wish to see a situation like we witnessed back in 2007 and even the years before. Now, DP Ruto coming out to pretend to condemn Linturi's statements or apologize on behalf of Linturi, in my view, is not genuine because he had the time to speak after Linturi in Eldoret. If at all he was touched by the bad statements from Linturi, he ought to have castigated him on the very day and even apologized. I think had he done that, maybe even the authorities would have handled the matter differently. Things are changing. We should know that things are really changing, and vile tumekuwa tukiona in the recent past, people from the UDA side have been very bitter of late. They have been very bitter. It's like they have been cornered, and as you know, a cornered person is no different from a drowning one, and would get hold of anything, including a very dangerous serpent. So let us condemn it as Kenyans, and as we discuss it, we also need to be sober so that we don't continue discussing this bad thing. I beg that even this very good channel of ours, Mr. Bernard, maybe we don't further it so much. Maybe we can end it today so that from tomorrow we discuss a different topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nabi. We discuss usually what frames our discussion is the latest political development. So it's not that we are targeting the issue. We are talking what everybody's talking about, and we want to give it a more solid approach, because what people are picking from the platform don't have that historical background and that counter checking with the law. So we don't just discuss because we want to paint, like it's interpreted that we want to paint William Ruto in bad light. We just want everybody to get a proper perspective of what is going on, because politicians will speak in their direction, will speak what they want. But we come on this platform to now give it a round overview, whereby how do you see it, how do you see it, then how does it relate to the current state of affairs. And our ignoring it will not even stop it. And now that it is has ripple effect, it's going to be around for a while. So whether we discuss it or not, they will discuss it elsewhere. I will not say that one. But thank you for your observation and advice. We will look into that. All in all, let's hear from Bantu haraka, alafu ndio tusonge mbele tafadhali. Bantu Warrior, karibu.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard. Good evening gentlemen. Mi yangu ni kidogo sana, nitakuongea. Kwanza nataka kutoa pongezi kwa Jakindu Bey kwa yale alikuwa anaongea, kwa sababu wengi sana hawezi kuelewa kule tumetoka. Tuko na bahati sana katika hii podium yetu kuwa na mtu ambaye ametoka mbali sana na ameona mengi, na vile vile nataka kuongea kitu kingine ni kulingamana na prayers kwa wale innocent people who lost their life for no reason. No, watu karibu 1,500 walikufa, watu wazima, watoto, wanawake, wanaume, na hizo famili zao mpaka sasa bado zina majonzi ya kupoteza wale wapenzi wao. Na sisi hapa tunakaa tunaongea tukichukulia kama ni kitu very simple, na kwa upande wa wapinzani wa upande mwingine wanakuja wanatoa excuses. This is a very serious and very sensitive issues. We have to be very, very serious when we talk about, and we have to talk about it. Ama wale wengine wanasema wanataka kujua history. Si mbali sana, wale watu waliuliwa hawakuwa ni watu kupigana vita, ni watu tu walikuwa wako mahali maybe in a wrong place at the wrong time. Ikiwezekana pia Bernard, ikiwa itawezekana pia saa ingine tukae hata kama ni dakika moja tuwaombee wale waliopoteza maisha yao for no reason. Na hii leo tukikaa hapa tunataka kuongea kulingamana mambo kama haya yasitokee mengine, kwa sababu wakati ule ilikuwa ni watu 1000 kadhaa. Ikiwa hatuta put gear na kuongea kuhusu mambo kama haya si mazuri, hao wengine wanakuja wanataka kubrush hii kitu, ni wangapi watakufa siku za mbeleni? Kwa hivyo ikiwa iko na nafasi Bernard, tuwaombee Mungu wale walipoteza maisha yao. Na kitu nyingine naweza nikusema ni upande wa wapinzani, upande mwingine mimi naona wale foot soldiers na hawa vijana wanaokuja katika hii panels hapa wanajaribu kuongea vitu ambavyo havieleweki. Sioni kama wanamsaidia kiongozi wao, kwa sababu hii mitandao watu wote wanaona, the whole world, wanaweza kuchangua mazuri na wanaweza kachangua mabaya. Wanaona vile wafuasi wa Ruto wanaongea vitu gani, everything. Hii ni wakati ingine, sio ile wakati wa nyuma wa 60s, 70s, 80s. Hii ni vitu ambavyo hata mtu akiwa yuko Brazil akifungua anatuona sisi tunaongea kitu gani. Kwa hivyo tuna haki ya kuongea, kwa sababu kuna watu walipoteza maisha yao for no reason. Kitu kingine nataka kuongea ni kuwa nataka kusema watu tujichunge sana na hawa viongozi ambao wanataka kugombanisha sisi wananchi, kwa sababu wakati ikitokea hiyo mambo, wengine wako na chopa, wengine wako na mandege, wengine wako mahali wako pazuri pazuri, watakaumia ni hawa bodaboda na mama mboga, ndio watakaopata shida. Kwa hivyo mi naona seeds of division has already been planted, na hivi sasa tayari nchi yetu imeshagawanywa mara mbili, kwa sababu mtu anapoanza kuongea
Oria, Bantu Oria, let us be very careful whatever we are talking. Usijaribu kusema seeds of division has already planted. You are going in a very stray way. Let us be very careful. Whatever we are talking.
Ngoja Sam.
Sam,
Thank you.
wewe ni mtu mzima, wewe ni umri wa Jackie Ndube na umri wangu, na unajua kitu gani ilitokea 2007. Ni mazungumzo kama haya ya kudivide na kuangalia community fulani na community fulani, hiyo ni kudivide watu, na hivi sasa watu washakuwa divided. hiyo usianze kuipinga Sam. Wewe ongea ile kitu kweli, sio kwa sababu unapenda UDA. Ongea vitu ama wewe utoe point kueleza kweli. Hivi sasa kuna watu wamefikishwa mahakamani na wewe unasema hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Unafikiri kuwa amepelekwa mahakamani ameenda kula party ama amekwenda kwa birthday party? Serikali imemchukua, nataka kujua what was the meaning kwa yeye kuongea hiyo vitu. Kwa hivyo mimi naona ndio kama hivi, kuna mtu kama vijana wengine wadogo wadogo wanakuja wanaongea vitu, na wewe si kijana kama kina Pato, hata afadhali Ndeto ni gentleman. Kwa hivyo mimi sina mengi ya kusema, naona utaanza kunirukia sana hapa. Asante sana Ben.
Pole Bantu, relax, take it easy. Ni mjadala tu tunajadiliana na tutaelewana. Naomba sasa tuende kwa nani, David.
Asante Bernard, na kushukuru kwa nafasi. This debate has been here for 3 days, as the rest have said. I've been listening to it the whole of yesterday at my workplace. I was on listening to what people are saying, and it is now my time to also give an input. I want to start by saying that political statements have been misinterpreted before, and they have led to very devastating results. Some are regrettable. I want to give a few examples. I'm sorry to begin from where I am, though sometimes people hit us very hard by starting where we are. We have the coronavirus. The former president called it China virus. That led to the Chinese community, that is Chinese Americans, to be marginalized and be segregated. What happened is the court took up the issue. Biden himself, as the president, said he doesn't want to hear anything called Chinese virus. The tribe does not cause a virus in as much as it was originated from China. Why? He wanted to save and safeguard the interest of Chinese Americans because they are also Americans. We have had another example of Madoadoa used in Kenya somewhere 2007 towards the election, a time like I think around October, because we used to have elections in December. Not now, we have them in July, in August. Somewhere near elections, one Raila Amolo Odinga, the then presidential candidate, asked his people of ODM, his supporters, wapige suti 6-piece, hataki madoadoa. Any honest mind, any bright mind could not misinterpret that. But guess what? Adversaries took it and used it against other people. People have said this, but allow me to repeat it. All these people were in the same party. If my memory serves me better, Rift Valley was ODM. So it wasn't even against which party. It was said to party members. But when things took a different turn, that coded word was used, and it was used in a bad way. Ni kama leo nikupea panga, unaweza tumia panga kukata miwa ukule, ama utumie panga kuua mtu. Thirdly, of course, that brought a devastating statement, results, which everybody has alluded to here. Thirdly, which is the last one, I remember very well, Mbuta and Omena was used when we were reclaiming Mau Forest. They said, and this one came from Raila Amolo Odinga too. The meaning was very simple, that now we have dealt with small people. We have remained with those big people who own huge chunks of land in Mao Forest. But the people to whom this was said, they used it different and said, huyu jamaa tulimpigia kura, sasa anatuita omena. And it costed a big chunk of support. So what do I have to say, panelists? I'm sorry I may not side with anyone, but I want to speak my mind. One, political misinterpretation has been there and it is there. So it is a responsibility of the speakers to carefully choose their words. I'm disappointed with my kinsmen. I listened to them. Some of the things they said, I'm sure Bernard could not hear all of them, but I heard them. I have the clips. I'm disappointed with one Momoima Onyonka. I'm equally disappointed with one Simbarati. We want to tell them we have interest in Rift Valley. Our people live in Rift Valley. Even when I'm staying here, Bernard, I have land in Rift Valley. That is no secret. I have a title to it, so it's not a secret. And my people live in Rift Valley. We cannot use political statements to even fear the problem. What I could have expected these two gentlemen and honorable members of parliament to do is to come out and say that statement has been used before. It was misinterpreted to bring animosity between our people, and someone is trying to use it in a different way. It doesn't mean so, but let us avoid using that statement. But when they side with a misinterpretation, it's my humble appeal that the government, just the way Biden took it upon himself and banned that use of China virus, it's incumbent upon our leaders to know what they are saying. Lintuli used a coded term, the term that has already been given the coded information because it was misused before. To use it again can't help. It will even bring more problems. But it is not fair for two honorable members who are seeking the highest office in a county, one senator, another one governor, to side with the misinterpretation and incite the masses against the deputy president and his party. That was unfortunate. Personally, I have no apologies to make to Onyonka and Momoima because what they did, they caused more damage than it was to be. I expected them, as I've already said, to stand and say, we have interest in Rift Valley. That's not what they meant. And if that is what they mean, let them apologize. But saying, tutaonana, tutafanya sijui nini, I don't want to repeat that. That was not very good. Lastly, we have also seen ministers taking positions, inciting people, but without them knowing. Statements held by or spoken by some of the ministers, more particularly this guy called Matiang'i, and he's the one who's in charge of security. They are not helping Omogusi and the people living in Rift Valley in any way. Rift Valley is known to use statements against people. That one is as an open secret. So when a leader comes to his home ground and say, kila mtu ako na kwao, mtu hawezi nitisha hapa kwetu, he is simply telling those other people also to say, hatuwezi nitisha tukiwa kwetu. So we are calling upon government, DCI, national cohesion, to prosecute people individually, just the same way people went to attack the capital here. In as much as they were incited by one Donald Trump, they have faced charges individually. We expect Onyonka, we expect Lintuli, we expect Simbarati to face individual charges to explain what they mean by inciting people against each other. Let Linturi go to court and say this is what I meant, and let Simbarati and his friend Onyonga also explain what they were saying and who gave them the authority to interpret what they have interpreted. That is a joke, in my opinion, and being a reader, it's unfair and uncalled for. We have a country to protect, and as much as we are getting to election time, let us play fair game, just like footballers. We go to the field to win, yes, but you can't openly kick someone from behind simply because he has taken a ball. And that's what our two leaders are doing. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, David, for your observation and contribution. Let's all ventilate. Let's look at this thing holistically and be able to make our judgment rightly. I want us to move on. There is somebody, I think Machora, asked about what's happening with the Musalia Mudavadi and ANC. I think we'll discuss that tomorrow. I think his MPs are crossing over to ODM, and so he's struggling. But we pray for the very best for him. So probably tomorrow we'll be able to work on that. That's today later on. Huh? It's already the tomorrow. We'll look into that unless otherwise. To Caleb Shamari Upo. Na black screen. Hey, watu kupita nyuma ya curtain. Tunataka kwanza kutoa madoadoa. That's important.
Bernard, stop that.
Pole. But there is another video. Ngoja Caleb, you're coming in. There's another video of Isaac Ruto being locked out of a meeting by the DP. It's also sending different signal. We'll look into that later.
Bernard.
Yes.
Yeah, kuna kitu Mili Atiambo ameandika ameniambia kuwa let me try to answer it. Let me try to elaborate it because ameandika a good thing, which means I have to answer it in my way of interpretation. Amesema Sam, you are of age, remember you are an example to the father generation, to your grandchildren and great grandchildren. Let us not pretend. Anyway, I'm not pretending, Miss Millie Odhiambo, I'm not pretending, but I'm trying to cool down the whole thing, these things which has been happening for the last 4, 5, 6 days. Haimaanishi wakati naambia jamani, let us not go there because it can antagonize me so many things. Sisi wengine tunaishi nje, lakini tuko na watoto nyumbani wanafanya kazi ya Nairobi, Mombasa, wapi, wako na mimi kuna grandchildren and I don't want, sababu wako mbali, mimi sitaki kuwaumie. Mimi naweza kuwa nje, lakini wale wako nyumbani. Ni kama vile David amesema kuwa yeye ako na shamba ni Rift Valley. Mimi niko naishi na Wakisii pale naitwa North Kisii, upande wa Trans Nzoia, Cherangani. Tunaishi na Wakisii more than almost 6,000-7,000. Na singi ndio nasema let us not politicize kila kitu. Hata kama umeongea tuongee kidogo, lakini tujaribu tuambia vile David amesema it's not the right thing. Whatever they did, that's not the right thing. Sio tu tuna try kupeleka kushoto kulia, sijui fulani nini, kwa nini hawazni. Please let us be a little bit mature, especially us who are here in this podium. sababu watu wanatuangalia na lazima wanatusikiza, na kuna wengine wanasikiza in a different way, vile David amesema kuwa kuna watu interpretation, vile wewe una reason na vile mimi na reason, tuna reason in a very different way kulingana na wale wako ni sio kila mtu anaweza reason vile tuko hivi. So mainly thank you so much for your comment. I hope and I suppose I must have a little bit tried to answer you. Maybe if you have any question, thank you. I will answer it.
Sam, thank
yeah.
you for your response. And I think the point here is for us to address the issue at hand, we must be willing to face it. We can't pretend it away. And the aspect of animosity as far as our elections and political campaigns are concerned is no news in Kenya. In fact, right now being an election year, Kenya is being watched by the entire world. The investors are waiting to see what will happen. There are those who are investing carefully. Others are withdrawing their investment until we are through with our elections. So our history and the happenings around elections have not been the best. And when the speeches begin to come up, pronouncements begin to come up like this, everybody will be careful. And so Sam, Jakindu Bay, Bantu, the senior citizen of this particular platform, we need to be able to call a spade and not to say, cool down, cool down, cool down. Our cooling down when we are seated on the jiko will not stop us from being banned because we are looking cool huku juu na chini kiti imeshika moto. Lazima tuone kama kuna moto hapo chini, tuzime huo moto, na kuuzima huo moto ni kuhakikisha kwamba wahusika wote katika haya masuala wamekuwa held accountable, responsible leaders. And one of the things I can say from the history of this country that has contributed to the crippling of this country is insecure leaders. Insecure leaders. Leaders who are not sure of themselves, they are not sure of their stand, and they want the highest office, and so they take the highest office and use all the power to defend their position in the highest seat instead of developing the country. I believe it is about time we said no to anybody who is insecure to get into public office and spend all his 5 years protecting the seat instead of developing the country. And how do we tell an insecure leader? It is in this kind of scenario whereby somebody thinks they say the wicked run when nobody's chasing them. He becomes careful. He doesn't want anybody near, and he wants to get rid of everybody who is sensible around. That is a sign of insecurity, which is not needed in a national office. And like Kenya, where we are right now, we need somebody who is sure of himself, so that when he gets into the office, he will concentrate on repairing our broken down economy, securing jobs for the majority who are jobless, and be able to move the country forward. So these insecure leaders should be called the way they are. Na wakae chini kwanza, wakuwe watengeneze stamina, wakuwe sure of themselves. Then when they get in the office, they can function. Lakini wewe kuingia kwa ofisi ya serikali, unaanza kutumia polisi vibaya kulinda kiti ambacho wewe unatoroka kama ile movie ya Idi Amin. Ati nimeoteshwa kwamba adui zangu wako, kwa hivyo niambie adui zangu ni gani. We can't have that kind of leadership perpetuated. And so let's be sober on this one. We can't pretend anymore. Let's face it. Naomba tumsikilize Caleb kwanza, alafu tuende. Ndio tuchukue second round. Jakindu Bay nimekuona, JP nimekuona. Hapo. Caleb, karibu tafadhali.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I've been taking some time to listen to some of the members, but I must say that I'm a little bit surprised that some of you guys you're denying the fact that the DP was apologetic concerning the remarks made by Linturi on Saturday, because I would expect that up to this time Raila has not altered a word concerning the utterances of Onyonka, yet Onyonka is one of his allies in the Azimio. So I wonder how the keyboard warriors from the Azimio side are keeping on shouting about why it took so long for the Deputy President, William Ruto, to take almost 48 hours to condemn the utterances by Linturi, yet the same guys cannot pose the same question to Raila on why he has not yet condemned about the utterances made by Onyonka. So I'm not trying to justify what Linturi said, but the DP was clear today when he was in Bomet that the UDA party does not believe in regional or ethnic-based politics. He said that the UDA party subscribes to the politics that unite all Kenyans. So I don't think that there's anybody in UDA who supports those utterances, and UDA in any way does not and will never be part of that propagation. And I would really love to quote some of the part of the speech that the Deputy President gave today, whereby he said that Senator Linturi made a statement that he has regretted, a statement that had inappropriate language. He has withdrawn the statement and unconditionally apologized to the people of Kenya. So that's the statement from the Deputy President. So the DP also said that going forward, as the Asala Nation members, they must mind their language and they be careful of what they say so that they can unite the country. So some of the guys, yeah, I will understand that some of the people are trying to bring Linturi as somebody who maybe was propagating violence. But I will ask this question. I was watching the Monday report and Trevor Mbija was interviewing the NCIC chair, Kobia. But I was surprised that when Kobia was being asked the question about the Madoadoa, because it's not Linturi who was the first person to use that word Madoadoa. Raila Odinga has used it over 100 times. Kimemia, the governor of Nyandarua, has used it some time back, but I never saw them being summoned by the NCIC or the DCI and the Inspector General. So he said that the word Madoadoa, in the context which is being used, bases on the judgment that will be taken. But so I was surprised. Why do they take the context in which it was used? So if they're using the context it was used, then I'll be able to justify that the utterances made by Linturi had nothing to show that it was insightful, because they are only propagating for the 6 Ps, like voting from the MCA to the president on the UDA ticket. So if they're saying on the basis of like saying like maybe they are using at the context, then I think Kobe is out of order. And again, however, my view, there is absolutely no reason why the Deputy President William Ruto has apologized, because he values power and apologize, but he just did that because he values power above principle. Some people might be saying that, but if the office of the DPP is sincere with the fight against the hate speech, we as Kenyans expect that there should be a neutral ground when dealing with the hate speech. It doesn't matter which camp the person comes from, maybe from the opposition or from the government side. The DPP should take the same measures that they're putting in place to fight the utterances made by the people maybe are not supporting the government of the day. So, because from the look of things, NCIC Kenya, which is led by the chairman Samuel Kobia, it has not set. It's looked like they have set of laws that that some of the laws that are used to get the UDA part, and other laws for Azimio, which is very wrong. Because I wonder.
Sorry, I have to interrupt.
Yeah.
There's some just mute for a while.
Yeah.
I am not. You keep referring to Raila using Madoadoa and Kimemia using Madoadoa. I have not been able to get the Kimemia clips and how they relate to what Linturi said. From the speech that Linturu gave in Eldoret, at least the clip that I accessed, and I was watching the live stream. That was not somebody who was joking. He wasn't joking. When you look at his face, his body language, in fact, he was angry. Angry in such a way that he wanted the point to get home. And the statement was clear. Mtuondolee madoadoa. Now, there's a difference between hatutaki madoadoa na mtuondolee madoadoa. Mtatusaidia kuondoa madoadoa. Now, that in
by
my
voting, but you have
limited...
also used Madoadoa here, Bernard, by voting those people out.
Ngoja kwanza,
Bernard,
David.
you cannot be used to propagate hate, and you are the chair of this panel.
I am
We
asking a
apologize
question. I have not propagated anything, David.
Bernard,
and
be
you
careful.
don't need to do that. I'm only laying a ground to ask a question. I said there is a difference between mtu kusema hatutaki madoadoa na yule anasema mtusaidie kuondoa madoadoa. Mtatusaidia kuondoa madoadoa. Now that being in the hot spot, in my opinion, it was biting more than you can chew.
Bernard, you are a preacher. Bernard, you are a
Scenarios
preacher.
is what I
I want to
call
warn you, you are taking the wrong direction.
Let
As a
Caleb
preacher, you are taking
respond,
the wrong
David.
direction.
Point
No.
of order. Point of
The
order,
question,
David.
the question is to Caleb, it's not to David.
Context in which Linturi used it. You are saying that maybe the context whereby he was saying the Wandoi Madoadoa. But I think, and I'm sure even the opponents know the same thing. Linturi was trying to pass the message that there are some people who are against maybe the UDA party from the Rift Valley region, like Kutuni, Alfred Keter, and Mishra from Keses, and Margaret Kamar. So those are some of the people Linturi was trying to brand Madoadoa, Mtuondole Madoadoa, so that they could have a uniform.
Point of order, Bernard. Point of order, Bernard.
MCA to the president. I don't think there was any propagation about the
Hold on,
ethnicity.
Caleb, hold on.
Okay.
Bantu, what is it?
Tungeomba huyo kijana ambaye yuko nyuma huku tuweze kumuona. Nafikiri itakuwa ni vizuri zaidi, manake sijui kwa nini watu wa UDA wanajificha. Tunataka tuwaone, mnajificha kwa nini? Asante.
Okay. So what I was trying to say is that when you said that Linturi was trying to mean that it's ethnicity among maybe the communities who are living in Rift Valley, I don't think he meant that, because what he was trying to say is that he was trying to brand the leaders like SS MP Mishra, Margaret Kamar, the Senator for Washingishu, and maybe Kutunya and Alfred Keter as Madoadoa. So he was trying to urge the voters, when they're going to vote in the August 9th general elections, waondoe Madoadoa, so they vote them out. I don't think he was trying to imply anything apart from that. Furthermore, Linturi comes from Central region. Why would he alter a word which will bring calamity to their people who live in the Rift Valley region? And from my own point of view is this. When you look at this issue of Linturi, it's the people, the way they're taking it, even the opponents, they don't take it that seriously because it came from Linturi, who comes from the Central Kenya region. What if it came from somebody who comes from the Rift Valley? The people will have even propagated to be even a much bigger issue. They will have said that even the people, maybe they're against some of the communities who are residing in the Rift Valley. And one point we must take is that when it comes to maybe the hate speech, we should not
bringing politics into it. We should always condemn it in equal measure. And so before I was interrupted by Bernard, I was asking this question. Why is it that the NCIC seems like to be having two rules? One rule applying to the UDA party and another one applying to the Azimio. Because Governor Kimemia, since he said that in Jubilee there was Madoadoa, which were supposed to be weeded out, he has not been taken an action since that time up to this time. So, and then the country is being, so if you look at the current situation in the country, nobody has been summoned from the Azimio side. It's only from the UDA side. And then furthermore, Linturi said on Sunday, a day after he made the utterances. Today, the MP for South, it is Kituchache South, Onyonka, made some utterances which were in one way or the other insightful. But up to this time, he has not been arrested. What the DPP do? The DPP directs the Inspector of Police, Mtiambai, to probe an investigation for 7 days so that they could write a report to the DPP. But what happened to Linturi? They didn't even have that timeline for him to be maybe to carry on the investigations. He was arrested immediately. So what I'm trying to say is the government is trying to apply a double standard when it comes to the opposition. Because if Raila was truly against the hate speech by this time and point, he should have castigated the utterances made by Onyonka. Why are they quiet? Why is nobody talking about the utterances made by Onyonka? They're trying to justify what he said. So that's a point that we should look at very how it is. And even if you look at maybe, yeah, yes, Ben.
Sorry. There's something I call the attempt to look for fault because there is a fault in one place. Dragging Raila into Onyonga's statement, it is in my opinion, attempting to balance this thing.
False.
Was Raila in the meeting with his?
That is
asking,
false. That is false.
David, please stay in order. Sitaki kutuma quarantine. Was Raila in the meeting where Onyonga was speaking? Was Raila hosting the meeting that Onyonga was speaking?
No.
So, why should Raila be apologizing for something that was said in a meeting was not, and yet to be verified?
Bernard, can we answer you?
Answer me.
I want to say that we are politicizing this issue, and if this clip goes to our leaders, we want to tell them to their face. We don't want to be incited against our fellow members of Rift Valley. We don't want that. Onyonga has no land to give me because of the kwao kumeja. I want to live peacefully in Rift Valley as I vote Raila Amolo Odinga to be president. Bernard, give me time. I talk.
You're not answering my question.
I'll answer it. You can't answer.
No, look here.
I'm building on my answer.
Your land is safe in Rift Valley.
I'm building my answer, Bernard.
Number two, we are not here to defend your land. We are here talking about Kenya.
Bernard, listen to me.
No.
I'm a Kenyan.
Look here. Attacking Onyonga here is
not
the solution. You speak
Bernard,
like a moderator, that you are by giving us facts.
I'm giving you facts. Give me time. You are wasting my time. You gave me.
I'm not asking for a land from Onyonga or anybody else.
You are wasting my time. You gave me, unless you want me to skip quiet.
No, I want you to answer my question directly.
Bernard,
not to go into issues of land and being incited.
I'm not answering a question that you want. I'm building my answer.
Let Caleb answer the question.
Let us listen to David first.
The question
I will
let us
answer
listen
the question. Let me answer the question then.
Yeah, let David talk.
Order everybody. There is no dragging.
Are you
of
gagging
things
us or
to
what?
cause balance. Madoadoa kwa Jubilee ni tofauti na Madoadoa Rift Valley. Jubilee is a party. Okay? So trying to drag things and try to look like it is like this because it is like this, it is not finding the solution to the problem. Madoadoa hapa is different from Madoadoa Jubilee ama Madoadoa kwa ODM.
False.
Like in ODM, we talk about malls. Okay? That is a different political setting. It's very different when you're talking about a locality of different people who are cosmopolitan. You are not meaning the same thing. And it doesn't have to be ethnicity. But having to say that when that particular terminology was used to evacuate people, expunge people from specific place, that same place, and you're looking for a justification for the same, sioni kama tuko hapa honest. If you want to be honest, come out clean. Let's condemn what should be condemned, not look for how to minimize what is grave and then turn it and say even Kimemia said and he was not called, and so Raila said and he was not called. Everybody is sensible on this matter, and it looks like there are people who are choosing not to see what is being perpetuated. This is the initial stages of
Maliza tukujibu, uliuliza swali tunakujibu. Tuko hapa kukujibu, Bernard.
David.
Yeah, finish up, we answer. You can't talk alone. You are the chair.
I can choose to talk alone if you make me do that. Talking is part of my life. I mean, that's my business.
Okay.
I talk
Bernard,
to make money to eat. So don't let's not go there. Okay, let's not go there. Everybody relax. I want us to debate soberly. What I don't want is anybody justifying what is wrong because Raila did it or Kimemia did it. Story of two sets of rules. It was in the apology that the DP was pretending to give. He did not apologize. He acknowledged the apology of Lintur. And then he says he doesn't want two sets of rules. Where does he? Well, DP is the second most powerful person in this country. These two sets of rules, when were they passed? In which cabinet? Was he in the cabinet when those two sets of rules were done?
Okay, Bernard.
Yes.
I think kuna kitu mnataka kusema. I don't know to go there. Anyway, gentlemen, I said from the beginning, I think more than 45 minutes now, I said, let us try ourselves to contain ourselves to a certain level, because I'm seeing it, we are going to another direction. I'm sorry to say so, because I'm not a politician, neither do I want anything to me, but I mean, since last year, I came to this podium. That was last year, I think May, April, June, April. Please, this thing about Madoadoa, whatever has happened, let us put it aside, because I see we are going to a different direction. Let us try soberly come into our terms, because I can see the way we are going is a little bit irrelevant. Thank you, gentlemen.
Ben, you asked a question. Mr. Ben.
Yes.
You asked a question. And I will try to answer Mr. Ben.
Hold on, everybody. We can't have, at the moment somebody's on mute, we can't communicate. So everybody keep your mic mute, especially Caleb's mic has a very conflicting noise with the other mics. So whenever it's on, we can't communicate. I want Caleb to respond to my question. Alex, what did you want to say?
Yeah, I was saying that that was a good question, and the guy was insinuating something that it has already been very clear. within many forums. If you can look at the leadership of Kisii, not just ODM, they've come together and they have warned 3 people. They have warned Simba Arati, they have warned Onyonka over and over, they have warned Osoro. They have told them that despite the fact that we are from different parties, even today during the funeral of Joash Maangi, the deputy governor of Kisii, Onyonka was not even allowed to step there because they feared the politics of division. So let us be honest. Onyonka has been warned on several occasions. He has been having some very loose talks. And the last one that did not have a national effect, but it was even more serious, is when he said he has been poisoned by a certain group within the Kisii sub-clans. And they told him, no, my friend, this is a wrong politics. So there is a history that is perpetual in Onyonka, that he utters some very burning words. And that's why we kept saying that if you allow this thing to politicize, so you cannot bring in Raila in Onyonka's utterances, because first and foremost, they were not in the same meeting. Secondly, even through the ODM leadership in Kisii, they have been warned that some of the utterances are undemocratic. Openly, they have been warned several times. Even mics taken out of them. In the local politics, sometimes we see. And sometimes we feel it's not democratic. But I think it has reached a point whereby we think maybe it is right. So Onyonka and Raila were not in the same meeting. But here, there was a case whereby, and I hope, I didn't want to go because Mzee has warned us. But the problem was, they were in the same meeting. The DP heard him say so. The DP talked last. Even there were photos showing some people laughed while Linturi was saying that. So what we are saying is that let us not try to say because this was said, this was also right. Honestly, 2 wrongs don't make a right. That we equalize because this was said and this was said, and therefore we balance. Therefore, Linturi should be exonerated, and also Onyonka because they both are from different aisles and they have said the same thing. That is not the way to go. If Onyonka said what he said, it's wrong, let us agree it is wrong. If Linturi, and both of them, they were in different places and the words were different, and even in parliament, you can say something that is unparliamentary, but it's because somebody said something of it. You can call somebody stupid in parliament, which is unparliamentary, but if you are answering that, Jakoyo Midiwo called us stupid, because it was said before like that in parliament, I'm using his name, God rest his soul in peace, because he had said it, somebody quotes it. It doesn't mean that they are both guilty on the same end. But because this is an remote issue, it touches lives and it can bring fire to a country. Look, here in Mutembe, we are almost blowing our words into proportion. How about those who fear, those who really fear? Let us be sensitive to them. Let us say, Onyonka, you cannot talk to these people like this. They fear that your words, and maybe that's why David is saying this guy is causing problems to us. They fear like that. But at the same time, they must acknowledge that they cannot say because Linturi said it and now Onyonka said it, they equalize. And that's why Temba yesterday said, anybody who is going to say this thing is good, we will kick him off. And I think our time has reached. If you are going to fascistize that word, I mean, we can't argue with you. The only definition we have is the court, as you said. And if we can't go by that, then we don't have a leveling point. Then we are going to go back over and over in the same. Bernard, you're going to have the same problem over and over because we will not have a leverage. So you must have a standard and say, no, we are not going there anymore. If we entertain that, we are going to creep there all the time. Trust me.
Okay, thank you, Alex.
Bernard, a question to Caleb.
Alex.
No, hold on. Who is asking a question?
Harun. Yeah.
Naomba tufanye hivi. If the question is related to what we have said, we have given it enough airtime. I want Caleb to respond in a short while. We get Jakindu Bey to make his conclusion. We hear from JB, and then we come to Aaron.
One point I must make it very clear is that let's try not to politicize this matter, because once you try to politicize that matter, you're going to turn this country like into maybe an animal farm whereby maybe other animals are more equals than the other. So let's try as much as possible, maybe not to politicize this matter. Then moving on, Ben, you asked a question about trying to justify what maybe Onyonka said and what Lituri said. I was not trying to justify anything. What I was only trying to say is try to call out maybe the authorities that when they are exercising maybe the law should apply on both ends, not one-sided. Hello, can you get me?
Okay, Caleb, I you are done.
No, let me give my conclusion. I had some network issues. So what I was trying to say is that maybe let's try not to politicize this matter, because the moment we politicize it, then it blows out. So let's try to contain this matter, and by all means, I'm not trying to justify whatever Linturi said or whatever Onyonka said, but what I'm trying to say is that both Onyonka of maybe ODM and Linturi of UDA have both made reckless statements that must be condemned in all equal measure. This is no longer about how we are going to secure maybe a position. It's about ensuring that we have peace and tranquility that prevails in this country. And that's the only way you can move on as a country. So all of us, let's come together and condemn this in equal measure. So thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Caleb. I think that's a good place to land. And on the issue of balancing who to be arrested and who should not be arrested, I believe I wanted to give an example that I don't want to give now. Let's say it this way. When somebody gets arrested by the authorities know who is next to be arrested. You cannot be arrested and you say, also arrest this one because he also did this. It doesn't work in the normal life. So let us relax and let's not look at the government as if we have a government that is anti-UDA and pro-Azimio because we think that way. Politicizing the issue is neither here or there because the statement was pronounced in a political meeting. It is already politics. So there is no politicizing. It is already politics. And it's only the UDA people to own it up, give an official apology, acknowledge the matter, condemn it, and the thing will have a natural death. But if they insist on their supremacy just stamping, this thing will be spiraled into what may not be able to, that will end up eating them up. In fact, it's not just a matter of making people insecure. It is when this becomes the issue of the election of August, then it's going to be very, very tough for UDA to overturn the wave. It is that serious. So if they care about the elections and they want to win the elections, let them sanitize the path that they want to use. Let's hear from Jakindu Bey. Naomba uanze kutamatisha ujumbe wako. Pole sana kwa mtandao kukusumbua. alafu tukitoka hapo tunaenda huo mkururo tu JP, alafu Haron, alafu ndo tuchukue second round. Jakindube, karibu.
Nashukuru sana na nasema pole sana kwa hii nani kunitupatupa hapa na pale. Nimefurahi tena kurudi hapo kwa mtambo. Nasema hivi, kwa wale ambao sikuwa nimeona na watakia mwaka mwema ulio na furaha na kila kitu. Nasema mtu kama amesema amefanya kosa, inafaa sisi kama Wanakenya wazalendo tukatae, tumwambie hilo jambo ambalo umesema, tuilaani hiyo jambo ambayo amesema, hata kama ni wa ODM, hata kama ni wa chama gani, hata kama ni wa UD, kwa sababu tuna Kenya moja tu na wote sisi ni wa Kenya. Kwa hiyo ile kitu ambacho nataka niwatahadharishe ni kwamba mtu akisema makosa, usisenze kusema ati hata na yule fulani alifanya makosa. Hapana. Hii jambo la madoadoa, hii mnasema madoadoa, tulishaona uharibifu, tuliona makosa ambayo ilileta. Kwa hiyo ni neno ambalo halifai kutumiwa popote. Kwa hiyo mtu anapoitumia ni lazima tuseme, lazima tulaani. Usingojee huyo mtu anatumia hiyo kitu, unangojea usemi, alafu siku nyingine mtu akisema hivyo, akiambiwa ametumia makosa, unasema hapana, na fulani alisema siku fulani. Hapana. Mtu akifanya makosa, hata kama ni ndugu ya uzalendo, mtu akifanya makosa, awe ni ndugu yako, awe ni nani, lazima useme ni makosa, kwa sababu hilo kosa usipolikataza litakudhuru hata wewe. Kwa hiyo ni jukumu letu sisi kama Wakenya wazalendo kuhakikisha kwamba mtu anaposema jambo fulani ambayo tunajua italeta tafaruku kati yetu, tunamwambia pana bwana, hiyo jambo halifai. Hata kama wewe ni ndugu yangu, usiseme jambo kama hilo jambo halifai. Kwa hiyo msijaribu, unaposema kitu, kama unasema hakukosa, sema hakukosa kwa maoni yako, lakini usiseme eti fulani alifanya makosa. Huwezi kusema umeshikwa wewe ni mwizi, alafu unasema hapana, kwa nini mimi mnanishika na fulani aliiba? Hapana. Ukishikwa na kitu chochote ya mwizi, kitu cha wizi, ukishikwa na kitu cha wizi, huwezi kusema si yangu. Wewe ambaye umeshikwa nayo ndio unahukumiwa, ndio unalawama. Ndio maana tunaambiwa usikubali kitu kilichoibiwa, kwa sababu ikipatwa na wewe ndio utakuwa mwizi. Kwa hiyo tusikubali mtu kusema jambo ambalo litaleta matata nchini mwetu, alafu tunajaribu kutoa sababu. Kama ushasema makosa, tuseme hiyo ni makosa, hatutaki, tunataka vitu. Lakini mimi bado ninasisitiza kwamba bwana Ruto, kwa maoni yangu, hafai kuongoza nchi ya Kenya, hafai, kwa sababu vitu ambavyo ameleta yeye ni vitu za kugawa watu. Kazi ya uongozi ni kazi ya kuunganisha watu, kuleta watu pamoja. Alianza na mambo ya kuna watu wengine wanaitwa sijui madanes na kaleta na mambo ya kusema kuna hasla ambao hawana hiyo ameleta hii mambo ya sijui bottom economy ya namna gani. Juzi nimewauliza President Kibaki, munasifu sana kwamba alikuwa economy yake ilikuwa nzuri. Mimi niliwauliza ilikuwa ni economy ya namna gani? Ilikuwa economy gani hiyo? Hakuna mtu alinijibu ni economy gani. Sisi kitu tunachotaka, tunataka economy inafanya kazi. Hatutaki mambo ya kugawa watu kusema oh, economy hii ni ya bottom up, hii nyingine. Hatutaki vitu kama hii, mambo ya kusema sisi hustlers. Hizo ni vitu zinagawa watu, tuacheni hizi. Ndio maana mimi kwa maoni yangu Bwana Ruto hafai kuwa kiongozi wa Kenya, kwa sababu matamshi yake ni ya kugawa watu, ya kuweka watu fulani. Tunawezaje kuwa na hustler nation? Nation gani? Tuna Kenya. Kenya ndio nchi, hakuna nchi nyingine ya hustler, hakuna nchi nyingine ya hustler, hakuna. Sasa ukija kusema nchi yetu ya Kenya ina hustler, hatutaki kwa nchi yetu, hatutaki vitu kama hiyo. Nchi yetu ni nchi ya Kenya, hatutaki ubaguzi. Tunataka sisi wote tujulikane kama Kenya. Ukienda nje watu wote wanajua ni Kenya, hawajui hii mambo unamwambia sijui mimi Mkamba, sijui Mjaluo. I make sense, haina nafasi. Hajali huyo mtu ambaye unamwambia, hajali hayo mambo. Kwa hiyo tafadhali tusijaribu hayo mambo. Hizo vitu zinanifanya mimi kwa maoni yangu sioni kama Bwana Ruto anafaa. Na jambo lingine nataka kuambia, mimi kwa maoni yangu, kuna wakati mimi nimesema tunatakiwa tufikirie outside the box, tusifuate tu zile, tufikirie outside the box, tufanye mambo ambayo yanatusaidia kama nchi yetu, tusifuate tu vitu kiholela. Kwa mfano hii mambo ya ukabila imetusumbua sana, na mimi kwa maoni yangu inatakiwa tutumie ukabila kupiga ukabila. Dawa ya moto ni moto, na mkiniuliza naweza kuelezea kwa nini nasema hivyo, kwa sababu nimeona siku nyingi hizi miaka 58 nimeangalia, nimeona Kenya vile inaenda. Ndio ninyi wengine ni wasomi labda kuliko mimi, lakini nimeona mambo mengi ambayo ukabila imeleta. Kama
Jakindu Bey, pole, network yako imekatika. Umekwama. But your last point is wanting. Just hold on, you will pick that later.
Yeah. Okay, Bernard, wacha nimsaidie mzee mwenzangu kidogo. Jakindu Bey.
Yes, Sam. In half a minute, we want to hear from JP.
Yeah, okay, sana. Mimi nilikuwa nasema hivi, vile Jakindu Bey anasema Ruto hafai kuwa kiongozi. Ya, kweli hafai kuwa kiongozi kulingana na maoni yake mwenyewe. Kuna kitu hapa. Ruto ni tajiri. Without benefit of doubt. Is a rich person. Is rich on his own status. I don't care. Nobody cares about it. That's his own name. Swali ni hili. Ikiwa kama rich people, those who have mind, intellectual mind, wafikirie ni nini tafanya mali yangu niwe naye bila kusumbuliwa na ule mtu ambaye ni maskini. Jaribu kufikiria namna kuweza kutengenezea maskini hiyo kitu, awachane na vitu vyako wewe mwenyewe uendelee njia yako. You know, sometimes matajiri, they are very genius people. Sababu matajiri sio watu wanataka pesa yao kaa na hivyo mwisho wanakuja kupigwa. Ruto ni tajiri. In a really fact, is a billionaire of his own kind. I don't know how many billions he has. I don't want to know. But no, you know, kuna vitu vingine tunachukua kama ni msaa. Mimi nikiwa na pesa yangu, ni lazima nichunge pesa yangu nisije nikapigwa naye, lazima niangalie watu ambao niko karibu na karibu huko ama wale watu kwa mbalimbali, niwapatie karibu tukaze kidogo, hata apate euro shilingi ya 5,000, 10,000, 5,000, 10,000, mtu anaendelea na maisha yake. You know, that is, hiyo ni kitu ambaye nani amefikiria kivyake. Mimi sijui, na sitaki kusema, siwezi ongea juu yake binafsi, yeye mwenyewe anajua. Sorry, thank you.
Let's hear from JP Ireland.
Yes, Mr. Bernard and the panelists, good evening.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. I think each and every one of us today has this in mind, that this vulgar language that leads to giving different informations or being insightful or being so partial to some specific groups. I think, yeah, it's not allowed. I think that's what we did. It was a disclaimer. Nobody wants any divisive language. Nobody wants something that it will insinuate that we are pro-violence. I just want to say this. Language is so broad, and we need to understand everything as per its context. I think that this is what we went to school, and that's what we learned. Let me start with what Rinturi spoke of when they were in Eldoret. I think he said, we, the people of Meru and the people of Central at large, we have a business with Ruto. We. Okay, we can ask ourselves, who you are one, you, who are you to speak for we? So he said, we have a business with you or with this guy. He went on and said, we fought in the newly elected MCA from Meru. We. He just has one vote. Then he went on and uttered those words. So in this context, he is saying that we, he's alone, but we from the central, we are with this person, this Ruto. I can't remember who spoke. Among the two people, the Senator Murkomen and the Senator Inturi, but I remember Murkomen speaking to specific people. That is Mishra, that is Kutunyi, maybe Keter is there, and the other one. He used specific specifics. Then we need, this thing is with us. We need to understand. We don't want to be so defensive, or to what Rinturi said. We don't want these word slogans that are used in different electioneering periods. Then he said, then if you are not going to support your son, this is now your son, and you have all these specs of people who are against him, then how do you expect us, the people of Central, to support him? I just want to say, as I understood it, that's my own understanding. Then Bernard, I'm sorry to say this, I expected you to shut Jakindube as elderly as he is, when he claims to have what do we call it, the marking scheme of who qualifies to be the president. I qualify because I'm above 35. I qualify because I'm a Kenyan by birth and by registration and everything. maybe bankruptcy and everything.
JP, please.
Okay.
On that one will differ. Jakindu Bey said, kwa maoni yangu hafai. He's
Okay,
entitled to
I
that.
rest my case. But you needed to intervene and just stop him.
Intervene and do
Last
what?
thing.
Somebody's giving his observation. Just like you look at me and say, Sifai, will I fight you for that? It is your opinion.
Today I'm so brief because there are some guys who have given so brief, concise divinations of everything. I just want to refer to this. There is a place I can't remember where Baba now we want to cut the information he gave, telling the youth, I want you to carry the guns, carry the bullets, and it's like we are in a war. My friend, if we go there, we start comparing these statements. It means, Mr. Bernard, give me time. Give me time to roll my brains. Give me time to roll my brains.
What you're saying is not accurate. It's not accurate. If that is how you people want to argue this thing out, you are missing the point. Baba speaks in parables and he defines everything he says every time. Even when he uses the word Madoadoa, he will define it with 6 P's because I want to have an army behind me when I become president.
But why did we have post-election violence in 2007 if we defined it? Better don't be defensive so much. Give people time to ventilate their points.
It is you people who want to be selective because you want to justify what Inturi said.
Mr. David, it's my time. It's my time.
You will defend
it's
it
my time.
Sorry.
So, if we are going to go to this direction of cutting every information as per it's relayed, we are going to get it wrong. For me, I just understood that Baba was telling the youths to have their thoughts intact, to go and vote during this day so that he is chosen to be the president. That's what I took from his information. But I feel if Baba was against the government, then this one was to be taken against him. That he is inciting people to go and borrow guns and be equipped. If this thing is robbed from him, he's going to start fighting. Linturi went ahead and they gave a fuss. He explained of what he was speaking about. In our local sayings and proverbs we have in our place, we say, don't scratch a healing wound. Just leave it heal. I'm a Kisi, I come from Kisi. These are our people, and I tell you, Mr. Ben, I know you don't understand the Kikisi, but now you need to listen to us. We tell you what's happening. These guys, these small boys, they have their politics is kakunda around Baba. It's strong politics. Those are his students. But I never supported what happened when Momoima and Osoro started fighting in Abario. I never supported it. I said I'm against that. But go to what led to that one come up. It was going to inflict so much pain to some people like David, who you are castigating strongly, that Kisis live everywhere, as the Luos live everywhere. So we don't want this thing that is going to bring up what has passed. We are against the violence. We are against what has happened in the past, and that's why we are here, and we are against all this. So if you look at this thing well, there's some impartiality that is really is really shown or is showing. What we need to do is, we are the voice. We are speaking, like I'm speaking to you as my brother and others as brothers. we are against it. But let's not cut these informations and fit our context of understanding with the strongest terms possible. We don't want violence. Rintuli, listen to him well. Those people are anti him or anti the
Bernard.
DP. Listen to
Bernard.
that statement and listen to it.
Hold on, JP.
Today
So
I
you
was
want us
so
to take whose
like
definition?
that.
You want us to take whose definition?
Take your definition, but
Bernard.
Let him answer them, and then you come in.
Ben ask.
JP, you tell me which definition I
Yes.
should take, because you're saying we are tailoring it to our limited definition. Which definition
Yeah,
should we
exactly.
take?
That's what the definition you need to take is this. Linturi comes from the central. He is far away from the Rift Valley. I know if even us people who have eyes, we are seeing what's happening. If this, I hear there is one speaker who spoke this and said this. If this thing had come from the Kalenjin community, this thing could be a bless, my friend. But now this guy was supporting or was really strongly urging the Rift Valley people not to divide themselves, so that the 6,000 or the 6 million votes plus the 3 million votes is just a one run. Kalas, finish. That was the only thing. There was no violence. Like now, I listened to what Mbadi was speaking to his people. I heard his wanting to be a governor in. What he's telling people is, if you want Baba to be strong, vote him from governor to MCA to woman rep to everything, so that our Baba will be strong, the ODM will be strong, because they are seeing what's happening, what is all over, even in making all these laws, even in parliament. My friend, the thing is, I really thank Ruto for coming out clear and just apologizing for nothing, for apologizing for what was not intended, because he knows what is trapped for them. He knows the intentions of these people.
JP, are you insinuating that the government sent Linturi to go and speak in Eldoret? What are you talking about?
Baba could be inside. The Momoimas and everything could be inside by saying you carry the guns, the everything, fight this.
I surrender.
But arresting this guy within an hour after the thing is a menace, it's a malice,
JP,
we can't stomach.
I know your scripts, and I'm happy that you follow your script to the letter. But there are some things you cannot deny. There are things that kama ng'ombe yako ni nyeupe na iko katikati ya miti ya green, hawezi kusema ni ya green, itakuwa tu nyeupe. Tuache mambo mingi. Ukweli ni kwamba mkutano ya Eldoret iliharibika wakati Linturi alisema hayo maneno, na naibu wa rais aka-assume badala ya kuyakana na kurebuke mambo yaishie hapo, akayachukulia kwa sababu it was part of their script. And it is not accidental. Nobody should deceive us here that was accidental. It wasn't accidental. Everything on the podium is scripted in politics. Tunashare vile we go to play as a team. Wewe utakuwa defender, wewe utakuwa midfielder, mimi nitakuwa striker. So all those things, nothing is surprising. And if you want to blame it on Azimio, well and good. But the truth is, the DP did not apologize, number one. Number two, he's trivializing it instead of owning
DP apologized, Bernard. The
because
DP
he did
apologized. Stop reading too much in the DP statement. You are a leader and a preacher. Stop pretending on media.
He did not apologize. Let me play for you the clip again so that you can show me the apology in the clip.
But still, it's my time.
No, your time is up.
As I was
Say
winding
from
up.
Bomet here that we do not subscribe to any divisive talk. We do not agree with any talk that profiles individuals or groups or communities, because we are a national party that brings all the communities of Kenya together. And let me say, for those who are talking about Senator Linturi made a statement which he regrets, a statement that had inappropriate language. And Senator Linturi has apologized. He has withdrawn the statement and he has unconditionally apologized to the people of Kenya. And we want to say, going forward, and I want to tell members of my team, the Hustler Nation, that all of us must mind our language. All of us must be careful about what they say so that we can unite this country, because that is what the Hustler Nation believes in. And let me say, for the avoidance of doubt, charged with making sure that we have a peaceful nation, a peaceful election, that they must apply the law in a manner that does not create two sets of laws for two sets of groups. We want every inciter in Kenya, whether they belong to UDA or they belong
I think that's the leader Kenya wants. We don't want hypocrites. That's the leader that Kenya wants. Amen.
David,
Okay,
it
so
was my time.
where's the apology in the
I was
speech?
let me just wind up. Mr. Ben and the others, apologizing doesn't really come by kneeling down. You can be an hypocrite and just kneel down and say that's an apology of made. But I think
JP, just tell me on Soso's statement, the DP apologized. Because there's no need of us playing grammar and trying to twist people's minds. What point did the DP apologize?
DP Ruto has said clearly.
Yes.
Linturi has apologized. Linturi has regretted. Linturi has apologized to the people of Kenya. That is it. And he has urged these people, no, this is a father. This is a father. Even me in my house, I can't. Okay, I'll sound chauvinist, but you really can't go to your wife and put your head down and say I've gone wrong. He has apologized because he did not cause the havoc. He's not but he has said it, so he has really apologized.
Bernard.
Lastly, let these laws cut across. Like for now, I feel like they should look for Baba and the others. Let everybody write a report or a statement. If it's clean language, we don't
JP.
want you to come to
JP.
we don't. Let me finish.
Okay.
I don't have some more time.
JP Ngoja.
Yes.
Temba, what is your question?
Yeah, JP is taking us through what we discussed yesterday. Yesterday, we exhausted on the issue of what he's trying to do right now. He's taken lots of time to just go round and round about it. Already, whatever he's talking about has been passed by events. And the discussion today was not the merits or demerits of what Lituri said. So I think we need to not allow someone to just go on a tangent for purposes of meeting their own needs. JP, the train has left the station. The UDA team has discovered that whatever it is that happened was wrong. So whether you come here and go around it, whatever Linturi said, wouldn't help much. So our discussion today is, okay, assuming Ruto has made an apology, as you're saying, Murkomen has made an apology, as it is already out there. The UDA party has released an apology. So that means if they're apologizing, there's something wrong about it, whichever way you look at it. So the debate today we are talking about, is it damage control? Is it diversionary tactics? What do you think about that? So when you're going around trying to justify what Linturi said, what you understand by it, it doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter, JP, anymore what you think about it. The party leader has already seen, and even himself he has said, those were statements that were wrong. And he's gone ahead to say that nobody should use those words. So whatever you think as just a file down here doesn't matter. So the train has left that station. You're on the next station. Okay, they have apologized. What do you think about that apology? Was it genuine? Is it okay? Is it diversionary tactics? Is it damage control? That is where we are. Kindly, let's be beneficial and add value to the debate rather than just coming to defend your position, which is what you're trying to do so much. Even when your party leader has already seen that, I mean, a leader is one that has the magnanimity to appreciate when they are wrong. I think you're refusing to see. So, Bernard, I urge us, anyone, we are not here to kutafuta ubabe. We are interrogating an event that has occurred today. Kindly, JP will do this forum more value to the time people are spending to listen. If you'd address yourself to already an apology, okay, fine. An apology has been released. There was a statement from the Secretary General UDA party. The Deputy President distanced himself from what Linturi said. He communicated that apology. It's already out there. So,
Mr. Temba, you are the one who is taking my time because I had not concluded on what I was giving because
no, but
okay,
you took a lot of time going on a tangent. I'm just trying to
each and
tell
every
you
one,
that you
each
have
and every
actually
one of
taken
us is taking time. Each and every
JP,
one of
you're
us
out
is
of
taking
order.
time. No,
Hold
Ben,
on,
the
JP.
Demba cannot come
Oja,
start
Tafadhali,
castigating
I
me,
don't want us
and
to
I had not
argue here
finished.
like
I was just
children.
close to closing.
Listen
I was
carefully.
giving what I'm
You are being
learned, my friend.
advised.
I know what the theme is all about. I was finishing. This was a very
Look
light
here.
discussion. Yes.
Look here. If
Yes.
you can't listen to others, then nobody should listen to you.
No, the only bad thing is he's strongly pushing my head into the sand. But I had not finished doing what the question states. For you to understand well, you must start at a place.
So,
my friend, these things are intertwined. These things are intertwined. These are cases. If we are going to start reasoning just in a cocoon, like
are
you
you
are
going
close
to
to
listen
reasoning in
or
a
you're
cocoon,
going to
you can't
lecture
get there.
us?
But then Demba was to wait. I conclude my statement. Kalas. Then I finish. My statement was just summing up this thing. I had not finished it. Then why should he say I'm just wasting time? Okay. The thing is, I'm not.
Now, JP,
I'm not
Skriza,
defending.
you are out of order. You are talking out of order.
No, it's not good when somebody comes and tells you are out of the topic, out of the point. It's not right. Let me just finish, or maybe, but I'm not put about it.
Please listen fast.
No, okay. If it's listening to, because I'm just finishing. What he's saying is what I wanted to finish with. It's just a waste of time now. Please, what I wanted to say is this:
Now,
what
listen
Ruto
to
did.
me. I am the one chairing this meeting. You don't want to listen to me. Who do you listen to?
But I must defend myself first. I must defend myself first. Yes, sir.
Listen.
Yeah.
I don't want to throw you from this platform.
Nevertheless, I'll just watch.
Talking one to another. We are broadcasting this show. And that means the conversation is supposed to be beneficial for the viewers as well as the people who are following. So it is not one person talking and it's not everybody talking. So if you have an issue with what Themba has said, there is how to go about it.
But you can't take long. You can't take long as he's wasting time. Because I'm a time manager, I go with the time every time. What I do, I go with the time.
Ebu, lay hold
Please,
of
if
your
you allow
anger.
me finish, I'll not have anything against anybody.
Hiyo sasa ni kukuja kutupanga hapa. Na sisi tutakataa kupangwa na wewe. Relax, utaongea. I'll give you time to conclude your submission. If there is something you need to add to what you have already said. But when it comes to timing, you have taken almost all the time that you had. So relax, you'll be given time to conclude your submission. I don't want anybody crime victim here. We don't want that. So Themba, conclude your question. Let him conclude. We move to the next person.
It's unfortunate that he's misunderstood my comments. I haven't suggested in any place that he's not educated. I haven't suggested in any place that he ain't a timekeeper. I've addressed myself to a specific thing. I never address people in the basis of how much educated they are or how less educated they are. I just listen to the comment that you bring. And we don't know who comes here. I don't know whether someone is a professor or not. I'm just addressing myself. Whether even if you have not gone to school, but you have a link and you can join here and speak, we'll listen to you. So when I'm addressing myself to an issue, I'm not addressing myself because of whether you are less educated or not. Having said that, though, yesterday we spent almost 8 hours discussing what you're talking about today, defending Linturi and stuff. But we said, okay, fine, this was wrong. So you have had like more than 5 minutes, actually 10 minutes. So we're saying, okay, fine. You make your point in less than 5 minutes and you don't address the topic. The topic that is supposed to be addressed, you want to address in 1 minute. And you have digressed for 10 minutes. That is not beneficial to the listeners and to others. That's what I'm trying to say. But you don't have to take it personally. I'm usually not very personal in this. Now, we are addressing today, kindly, if you can try and progress the debate for all of us and even for the listeners. It's not just about the defense of William Ruto or whichever side. Even Ruto himself, that's what I was trying to say. If you just took your time to listen to me, what you're saying right now is what you have taken a lot of time to talk about. Is his apology genuine? If you think it's genuine, talk about that. If it's an apology diversionary, if you think it's diversionary, talk about that. That's beneficial to the debate. That's what I was trying to say. But you have misunderstood me, all right? I in no way suggest that you are not as educated as you think you are, or you keep time as you think you do. That is for you to decide. I'm just addressing myself to what you have said.
Bernard, can I come in?
So let JP conclude and then you will come in.
Okay, thank you for the time. Thank you, Mr. Themba, for the direction. I thank you for reminding me. What we can do is each and every one of us has a way of thinking, and he thinks or she thinks differently. So we usually defend our points using so many things. So I wanted to bring all this because maybe yesterday I missed this. I missed it. Okay, I'm sorry that I missed it. I was somewhere where there was no network. This apology is guaranteed and is so necessary, it's so essential. Why do I say so? It's essential because the ones who are now just rushing with it are fools. They don't want to follow what the situation was and what he intended to speak. Otherwise, he's now the one who is supposed to give what intended. He has given it. This thing is to control those ones who have so much temperature and wanting to blame everything to him. Now, every stone is now lying on his back. So he must do it so that you can't go, or they can't go on victimizing him for that. And it's so costly to the campaign trail, to the elections, and to everything. So for him to do that, I think it's so mature, it's responsible, it's a fatherly figure, and it's a guy who knows what this can lead to. With those few and many remarks, it depends on the understanding of each one of us.
Just confirm. You said those running with it are the fools. What do you mean?
No. I think I'm not going to withdraw any word because it's.
I'm asking you,
I'm
what
not
did
going
you
to
mean
withdraw
those
any
running
word.
with it are fools?
Just like Babu Owino never withdrew those words. Stupid. They are semi-literate in Parliament. I'm not going to withdraw anything. Those are the names now we are going to use. Thank you, and God bless you.
You have made your point, JP.
Okay. If that is your stand, congratulations. But your lifespan here is threatened. Aaron?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Temper and Mr. Bernard, for giving me this very opportunity in order angalau na mimi dissect about this issue which is at hand. In fact, according to this topic about the peace apology, kwangu ninasema kuwa deputy president as per ile sentiment ama ile speech yenye ametoa pale Bomet, naweza sema kuwa deputy president aku apologize on behalf of Linturi's Eldoret rally. Why am I saying so? Wakati nimeitegea ni ile tu yeye alijaribu kuweka uzito kwa apology ya Linturi mwenyewe. Ushaona sasa? So na mbona tuna discuss, why are we discussing about this issue of sport? Hii mambo ya hiyo jina yenye mmeandika hapo. In fact, we are discussing this because William Samoei Ruto, as the leader of UDA, failed in the first place to tell Linturi, in fact, to order during the Eldoret rally, kwa sababu mbona William Samoei Ruto angoje hii statement isink into Kenyan people siku ya kwanza, ya pili, then ya tatu akuje ku apologize. And then na ikiwa enyewe hii statement haikuwa made na itake kuleta mtafaruku, mbona why was he apologizing for something ambayo haikuwa wrong? So which means the statement yenye Linturi in fact he made in Eldoret to as per deputy president, it was very wrong. So kama wale ambao wanasema kuwa jana akiwa Eldoret, he apologized, which means ilikuwa ni makosa. So from now henceforth, deputy president or presidential candidates or leaders, nini ambayo inastahili wafanye? Kama wewe you are a leader na umeona mwenzako one of your players in fact ameongea kitu mbaya, deputy president asa pale Eldoret, ile kitu angefanya kwa maoni yangu, angeita MC alikuwa ni nani? Ni Oscar Sudi. Angeita Oscar Sudi amwambie ambia DJ aweke music. Saa zile DJ ameweka music, the public wakiendelea kudance, aite Linturi amwambie Linturi, hii statement yenye umeongea ninaona kuwa inaweza Wakenya ama somebody ama the opponent wanaweza ichukulia kivingine. Cause mimi ninapoiangalia ninapoitazama, huenda Linturi it did not mean kuwa watu hizi communities zingine ambao wanaishi pale Eldoret watolewe pale. But sasa ni nini ambayo imesababisha sisi tunasema kuwa tunaweka hati? Ni ile William Samoei Ruto wakati alikuwa na hiyo opportunity, music ingewekwa, kama ni reggae ama ni chemge missing, Linturi aitwe na William Samoei Ruto amwambie please, hii statement huenda inaweza leta shida. Now what you are supposed to do, go back to the public, uambie kuwa in fact as per my statement yenye nimeongea, I did not mean kuwa maybe community yani wale wa Kenya ambao wametoka pande zingine kuja kuishi na sisi hapa tuwatoe. No, nilikuwa namaanisha kuwa mimi as yani sasa Linturi mwenyewe, mimi kama Linturi nasema kuwa pale Mount Kenya, kwa sababu UDA ndio chama ambayo iko imeshika kasi pale, ndio imedominate kutoka presidential mpaka pale chini. Tutafanya nini? Tutapigia William Samoei Ruto kura. Then na nyinyi hapa watu wa Rift Valley, tunaomba kuwa mpigie William Samoei Ruto kura mpaka kule chini, ndiposa iwe ni apate support akiwa pale juu kama rais. Alafu na nyinyi hapa mkiwa kwa chama moja, chama ya UDA, mnaweza fanya nini? Mnaweza peana grievances zenyu vizuri kwa president ambaye ni William Samoei Ruto, as simple as that. Lakini William Samoei Ruto wakati aliacha Linturi, statement yake ikaenda hivyo. Yeye mwenyewe wakati alipokuja kuongea walase kabisa hakuizungumzia. Angalia sasa ile damage yenye imefanya nini, yenye imeleta. So from now henceforth, I hope presidential candidates ama leaders they have learned kupitia kwa hii statement kuwa please, ndimi zetu tujaribu kufanya nini, tujaribu kuziangalia, ama yale matamshi yenye tunaata tujaribu kuyaweka kwa mizani. Alafu na about apologies, kama William Samoei Ruto yesterday, kama yeye mwenyewe ange apologize, angesema kuwa maybe I regret ile statement ya Linturi, kama kwa njia moja imewa hurt ama imehati nyinyi wa Kenya. On behalf of UDA, me as your leader, I render my apologies. Ushaona sasa, lakini sasa yeye tunaona tena anaenda as far as kusema kuwa hizi agencies ambazo zinapigana na mambo ya incitements ama maongeo mabaya ziwe zinafanya nini, ziwe zinaangalia both sides. Ushaona sasa, so yeye analeta mambo ya equalization kuwa sisi watu wa UDA maybe tunaonewa. No, haistahili kuwa hivyo. As a leader, as I finish, ninasema kuwa Ruto must learn that to lose a battle is to win a war. It is better to lose a battle and genuinely apologize for the sake of winning a bigger war, e.g. maintaining peace. Take one of them. Namaanisha kuwa as a leader sometimes you have to take one of them, which means you may not personally have been at fault. Kama sasa William Samoei Ruto, yeye hakuwa na makosa. Nani alikuwa na makosa? Is one of the players. Now players ni nani? Linturi. So yeye, he may not have been personally been at a fault, but if your teammate has dropped the ball, you should take the blame on their behalf. I know it is not fun ku apologize. Yani si ni kitu tu ya kucheza cheza. No, apologizing is not a joke. Lazima ibonde your heart. Na mumeona vile imebonda the deputy president is heart. So hata Raila Amolo Odinga, Musalia Mudavadi, all these leaders, they have to learn this kuwa to make an apology on behalf of our watu wenye wewe mwenyewe una lead as a leader is not a joke. So failing to do so as a leader, you will throw your entire team under the bus. Vile William Samoei Ruto aliacha hiyo statement ya Linturi ikakimbia 2 days, ikakimbia pale Eldoret, ikakimbia Migori, mpaka jana wakati wa Bomet ndio amekuja kufanya nini? Amekuja kuiguzia.
Tunashikwa na usingizi bana. Watu wa summarize, mbona amuwavamia watu?
Mr. Bernard, yeah, I see today David inaonekana maybe hakuna mambo yake reason hali yake leo vile ninaona hakuna hisia. I don't know why, Mr. David, and it is very wrong. Ile hisia yenye naona.
Make your conclusion, please. We are moving forward for leave David. David has made his submission. You are mute. You are mute. Unmute.
Yeah, I've concluded. Ni hiyo tu nimezungumzia kuhusu mambo ya David, nimemaliza.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Let's hear from Sam or Wang.
Thank you, Bernard.
You're welcome, but please be as brief as possible.
I will try. It's just that sisi watu wa Azimio huwa tunakatizwa sana. But anyway, we will try.
Time management.
Okay. Mine is very brief. Whether we want to use synonyms, antonyms, whatever kind of words you want to use, a wrong is a wrong. And it is very difficult to explain a wrong or to justify a wrong. It's very difficult. And I think to me, the broad statement where I would want to start from is we must hold our elected leaders accountable, right? We must hold them, be it with their deeds or statements. We must. You can explain it. I listened yesterday. I didn't try to get in. I just sat there and listened. You can explain in Spanish, French, utumie kizungu yote. A wrong is still a what? Still a wrong. And a wrong can be a wrong based on the historical perspective. It can, some of us have even talked of the context. But they are leaving a very key word here, interpretation. And interpretation is individual. I can interpret whatever you are saying based on experience. My experience, all right? So when we come back to today's topic, did the deputy president apologize? Did he really apologize? No, he did not. The deputy president went ahead and explained what Linturi did and how he apologized. He gave us a historical fact of exactly what happened, all right? He did not denounce it. Let's get this fact straight. He did not denounce. Number two, he did not disassociate himself from it. A true leader will hold his troops accountable. Accountable. And someone said, I think it was Harun who said, oh, you need to take blame. Yes. You take blame, apologize. Unasema, hapa ni makosa. We were not supposed to use this word. Sisi kama UDA, tumekata. All right? And it should be immediate and timely. You don't wait for someone's house to be burned, then you talk. I mean, guys, these are leaders. We are giving them too much leeway. If it was me, Sam Wanga, who did the same thing, then things would be different. Totally different. We have seen it in foreign democracies. When a leader says something that is contrary to the spirit and the laws of the party, that person resigns. So let us not camouflage. You can call it what you want. I really don't care whether it was Raila who said this or whether so and so says this. But we must hold our leaders accountable. All right? Now, that also goes with whatever I've said, goes with what you call communication. All right? Ruto should have done something about it. That's my point. Now, I want to bring in a side that no one has talked about. We have a commission called the National Consolidated National Commission for what? Integration and Consolidation, something like that, NCIC, right? It's a commission that was formed for cohesion. And if you give me just, out of the so many functions that it has, there are only two functions that I want to mention, right? Its first function is to investigate complaints of discrimination, make recommendations to the Attorney General, Human Rights Commission, or other authority or remedial measures to be taken where such complaints are valid. So far, maybe I'm 7 hours behind. I have not heard anything. It can also investigate on its own, right? Or on request from any institution or person, any issue affecting ethnic and racial relations. Where is this commission? Where is it? Is it trying to say that it's just collecting money from Kenyan taxpayers and it's not doing anything. Another function is supposed to be reporting to the National Assembly. There are things that are going wrong. But back to what we were saying, to me, and this is my own opinion, you can challenge me on it, you can listen to that video. He did not denounce, he did not apologize, right? And he did not dissociate himself from whatever happened. He just gave us history. Otherwise, I wanted to be brief like that, and thank you very much.
Hey, Bernard. Hello. Should I get in? Always next.
Just go ahead. I think it's coming.
Mimi ndio
Okay.
nilikuwa ni mimi.
Okay, Jakidube, just continue, Jakidube. Sorry. Continue.
Yeah. Sasa nafikiri mimi nilisema kwa maoni yangu, sikusema eti hiyo ni nalazimisha kila mtu. Mimi nilisema kwa maoni yangu Bwana Ruto afai kuwa kiongozi wa Kenya kwa sababu nyenendo zake zote mimi vile nimemuona ni za kugawa watu, kwa sababu huwezi kusema ati kuna nation nyingine ndani ya nation. Ama sielewi, ninyi wasomi mniambie, nation manake ni taifa. Tuna taifa la Kenya, hatuwezi kuwa na taifa lingine la hasla ndani ya Kenya. Nafikiri tuko na mataifa mengi, mnasikiaga watu wanasema sijui Luo nation, Luo nation, sijui ni hizo ni mataifa mengi. Hatutaki kuwa na nyingine ya 45. It is too much. Kwa maoni yangu mimi naona hivyo haitufai. Jambo lingine, sipendi kusema mtu eti amefanya kosa fulani, sasa mtu ana justify kwa sababu fulani naye alifanya hiyo. Ukipatikana na kitu cha mwizi, wewe ni mwizi. Hauwezi kusema fulani aliiba, kwa nini mimi mnanishika? Hapana. Kosa kama ni kosa, tukubali ni kosa. Kenya hii ni Kenya yetu sisi wote, sio Mkenya. Kenya ni yetu wote, lakini kuna vitu vingine hazifai. Kuna vitu vingine hazifai watu fulani. Kwa mfano, Nairobi tulichagua, wa Nairobi walichagua nani? Watu wa Kiambu kwanza walitoa Kabogo wakachagua nani? Waititu, kwa sababu ni haki, lakini walikuja wakaona hafai. Kwa hiyo badala ya kuharibu pesa kuchagua, inatakiwa tuchambue. Ndio maana mimi nasema ni yangu kwamba maoni yangu kwamba Bwana Ruto na mimi najaribu kutoa hii maoni yangu kwa Wakenya kabisa kwamba hafai. Tusije tukachagua alafu siku nyingine tunasema hatukujua. Hapana, hatutaki mambo ya kuwabaitisha. Hii Kenya imetoka mbali, tumetoka mbali na tunatakiwa tumechelewa. Hatutakiwa tuone mambo ambayo tunaona saa hizi katika nchi yetu. Tumechelewa. Na mimi ndio maana niliwaambia hii ukabila imetupiga sana, mpaka watu wengine kama mimi nimejaribu kufikiria outside the box na kufikiria kwamba tunaweza kutumia ukabila kupiga ukabila, ndio mtu asije tena akasema mambo ya ukabila. na mkiniuliza siku nyingine nitawaelezea maana ya kusema tutumie ukabila kupiga ukabila, ndio tusiwe na mambo ya ukabila tena. Inatusumbua kwa sababu ndio maana saa zingine hatuoni kosa la mtu kwa sababu ni kabila letu ya babu. Mimi kwa mfano, mimi ni mtu na support Azimio, lakini matamshi ya babu mimi siyapendi. Lakini mtu hawezi kusema eti kila kitu mtu anasema eti unapenda. Hatutaki hiyo fagio ya kusema tu ati kwa sababu huyo mtu ni yuko kwa Azimio. Sio hivyo. Sisi ni Wakenya. Mtu akifanya makosa, awe ndugu yangu awe nani, nitamwambia hilo ni kosa. Tunataka usawa kwa Wakenya wote. So tusijaribu kuenda tu na vitu kwa sababu ni kabila langu, kwa hiyo nitatetea. Hapana. Hili jambo la madoadoa halifai. Ni kama tu vile zamani mimi nikiwa mtoto, hata watu wengi walikuwa hawajui maana ya niga, negro. Sisi tunaweza kusema kuna negro. Haukujua maana yake na imepigwa marufuku. Saa hii huwezi kutumia neno kama hilo ovyo ovyo. Ukitumia neno kama hilo unaweza kukula jela. So hata sisi Kenya tumeona hiyo neno ya madoadoa ni neno mbaya, hatufai kuitumia. Na wale watu ambao wana justify kwamba alitumia kwa namna fulani, sijui kama mnakumbuka, ukiwatuma watu 5, watu 6, useme enda umwambie fulani nataka kesho aje nyumbani kwangu, uambie watu 5, alafu baadaye uwaulize walitumwa nini, utakuta kila mmoja anasema kitu tofauti. Sasa wale walikuwa ni maelfu ya watu pale. Unasema jambo ambalo halitakikani, wanaichukulia vile wewe umeisema. Hiyo ni kwamba unajidanganya. Hiyo ni kitu ambayo sijui kama mlifundishwa hiyo shuleni. Mwalimu anasema kitu alafu unaambiwa umwambie mwenzako vile amesema, na huyu anamwambia mwenzake. Kirudi huku huyu anasema kitu opposite completely, hata unashangaa. Na ninyi mko tu watu labda watu 3, watu 5. So unasema maelfu, unasema jambo ambalo unajua kabisa ilikuwa na hilo neno lina matatizo. Kama kuna neno lina matatizo, tuamani. Kwa hiyo jambo la muhimu ni kwamba mimi hilo jambo ambalo alisema, ndio maana nilisema hizi vitu zingine ambazo tunatumia kama hizo mkutano. Nasikia mtu mmoja aliona vibaya wakati nilisema kwa maoni yangu sioni Bwana Lipi kufanya mkutano kule, akaona mimi nimesema vibaya, lakini ni maoni yangu. Sikusema hafai kufanya, sikusema asifanye, lakini maoni yangu kama ni mimi vile anajiita ni national capital ya Kenya ni Nairobi. So kuna Kasarani, kuna Uhuru Park, kuna angefanyia huko, na kama bado anataka kuja kufanyia huko ni sawa, lakini mimi maoni yangu bado nasisitiza na waambia Wakenya ni makosa kuchagua Bwana Ruto kuongoza Kenya, kwa sababu anagawa Wakenya kwa misingi ya dynasty, Asla Nation. Mara kwenye mkutano anakuja na mambo ya madoadoa. Hizo ni vitu hazifai kabisa, hazifai, zinatugawa. Kwa hiyo ni lazima sisi tujiepuke na vitu kama hiyo. Nawashukuru sana, asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza.
Okay, thank you Ja Kindubei. Naomba tuende moja kwa moja kwa kuokoa muda tuone Eric.
Okay, thank you so much gentlemen. Nimekuja kama nimechelewa but sijachelewa juu nimefika. So let me just go direct to the point about the apology. Mambo ya apology, I think bado haijasink to anyone because ile kitu tumefanya ni justification tu ilifanyika and due to the pressure, the mounted pressure by public. So it wasn't voluntarily, it was due to pressure. Ndio maana hiyo mambo ya kujaribu kuequalize iliingilia and because the matter is in the authorities, let's wait and see the outcome. Another issue, this divisive politics, I think we should try and forget and forget and forget and forget. Another thing, there's the divisive issue comes because of there are some who are they say they are rich and the poor, and definitely in the world the poor are many than rich, and especially here in Kenya now politicians are aiming the poor because they know the poor are many to convince. So kutumia shida yetu ndio tukuchague. You know, that's the thing we don't want, we should forget about. Tuchague mtu kulingana na uongozi mwenye anaweza tupea, lakini si juu ya shida yetu yenye anatuonyesha tuko na shida. Already we know whether we have problem or not, so we are not supposed to be told about our problem. Already we know what we need. So hizo utterances hizo zilipita, but still watu kuna the way it will be interpretation that matters a lot, and the place the word was used ilitumika wapi, the point ilitumika ni wapi na interpretation ni gani. So the interpretation is very different. As for me, as per the experience of 2007 2008, I know on my side how I interpreted it. So hiyo najua vile mimi mwenyewe nilifikiria according to the experience I had for those back years. So if watu wote wakiinterpret the way nimeinterpret on my side, I think things could be more worse. So the best thing is the politicians should stop this and focus on positive issues, unite people. So I think my brain, I'll keep putting it on the UDF fraternity, because what they are not looking for leadership. They are talking of vyeo, nini, mamlaka. I think they are the ones who are looking for those things, vyeo, mamlaka, nini, because they started campaigning 5 years ago. Watu wakifanya kazi wao wako kwa siasa, watu wakifanya kazi wao wako kwa siasa. Yani the government is working while other people are on politics day and night for 4 years. So hao ndio wanatafuta vyeo na mamlaka. So hii story ya kuja kutudanganya sisi wananchi huku chini ati wale wanatafuta vyeo na mamlaka, I differ with them. Juu hao ndio walianza siasa kitambo, hawajapea watu time ya kufanya kazi, ni kuja tu kutusumbua tu for 4 years. So njuu wanataka hizo vyeo na wanataka mamlaka. That's why they are in politics for that long. So let us not be deceived by them. And they are not working with the poor or hustlers. That's a lie. So, and I'm preaching that to as many youth as I can. That's a big lie. They are not working with the hustlers. What they need is wachaguliwe tu wafike huko juu. Wanataka hiyo mamlaka, ni mamlaka tu wanataka. Wakishapata hiyo mamlaka, the problem yenye tuko nayo tutaendelea tu kuwa nayo. The same guys, they have been in the government for 9 years, and for those 9 years, nothing tangible to say. wakienda pande hii huko wamjalipwa majani sijui nini nini, and they are in politics. They are not doing anything to help the government. Politics, 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 mpaka watu wamechoka. And I think in the next 3 months, 2 months, it's 100% sure utaona these people mahali watakuwa, utaona mahali watakuwa. Do you know Kenyans wamekuwa wise, so mahali watakuwa it will be a very critical, because hiyo hype iko itakuwa imeenda chini kabisa to 20%, because there are some leaders also want to be leaders, president, na bado watu hawatoki hata waongei, hawashindi kwa siasa 7 days in a week. 7 days in a week. I think if you go to check, you panelists, UDA from Monday to Monday they are in politics, Monday to Monday, hakuna kupumzika. So meaning hii kiti wanaitaka for what? Nini mzuri watafanya yenye wajafanya for those 9 years? DP Ruto angekuwa ako anasaidia Uhuru for since wachaguliwe, ametulia, amekuwa mroyal na wanafanya kazi na Uhuru, angekuwa kwa siasa na labda tungekuwa mbali sana, but he decide to take a lone direction, aende pande yake na serikali yake, na yeye juu saizi serikali ni mbili sasa, ya Uhuru na ya DP Ruto. So that's the way Kenya now is working. And I think Okiya Omtata alipeleka petition, and I would like that petition to go through, this guy to resign, aende akapige siasa juu sasa hakuna kazi anaweza fanya. Let us focus on one thing, service. Let them deliver service. Hakuna haja ya kushinda siasa for 4 years, then ukikuja kwetu unaanza kutuambia tumetengeneza hii barabara, tumefanya hii, tumefanya hii, tumefanya hii, and yet I'm a grown up, I have a vote card, I've voted for many years, I know, I can see what has been done and what na nani amefanya na ilifanyika lini. So hiyo kutugawanya ndio tuchukie serikali, I think it will not work. Now in this country there is no poor and rich. All of us, we are one thing. No hustlers and no rich. All of us tunahitajiana. A rich, huyo tajiri anahitaji huyu maskini. Huyu maskini anahitaji huyo tajiri, so that we move on. If sisi wote Kenya tukikuwa matajiri, hakuna mtu atafanya kazi. Hata hiyo kudanganywa, tunadanganywa nyinyi wote mkuje juu na anapiga matajiri, lakini anakudanganya mpaka wewe ukuwe tajiri. How? Someone who is fighting a rich person and promising you to be rich, that thing can never work. Hiyo iwezi work. So I think watu wanafaa, wenye wanawatch platform, wanafaa wakuwe very careful on those remarks these guys are making. Kama wapendi matajiri, hata wewe usiexpect atataka ukuwe tajiri, atataka tu endelee kuwa poor, so that ukuwe unampigia magoti now and then. Hesabu ingine anakuja anasema nimepea watu wa boda 2 million. Our place tuko na watu wa boda boda 2000. Watu 2000 wa boda boda wakipewa 2 million, hiyo pesa wakigawana, mtu atatoka hapo na pesa ngapi? Those are the issues. Hizo ndizo mahesabu napigia my colleague youth. Those are the hesabu nawapigia. Mtu anapiga hesabu anaona tuliambiwa ni 2 million tumepewa ya kutumotivate. Kwenda kupiga hesabu umepata 200 shillings. Haiwezi kuwekea hata boda mafuta. Itakuwekea just 1 liter. Na tunasema ati ni empowerment. Those are not we don't want those. Tunataka mtu atakuja afanye investment, tujifanyie kazi sisi wenyewe, tutafute pesa yetu. Siyo ya kuja kuambiliwa ati 2000 nimepeana 3 million ya mama mboga. For 9 years mama mboga wamekuwa hapo. 9 years boda Kibaki aliacha watu wa boda boda akitoka. So boda boda were there for those 9 years. Si atu wameanza saa hii. Tukichagua Jubilee in 2013 watu wa boda boda walikuwa. Tukikuja 2017 wakirudi tena watu wa boda boda walikuwa. Saizi ndio wameonekana. So I think this is a petty game these guys are trying to play with our minds. And as for me, I think I will fight hard with all resources I have to educate youth and tell them they should choose the right direction to go, not to follow the crowd. So I think those things are not going well with UDA na apology bado haja apologize. They need to do so. We are waiting for that as Midika goes to court. We need to apologize officially. Si kurusha tantrum, no. They should apologize. Because after Mithika kushikwa, watu wote wa UDA fraternity, wote walikuwa kwa media wakisema ati ni nguo madoadoa. Nguo. Nani haelewi ni nini hiyo? Hiyo kitu ilisemwa Eldoret, na nini ingekuwa ni Nairobi, kama alikuwa anafanya hiyo rally Nairobi, tungesema otherwise, ingekuwa a little bit reasonable, but in Eldoret of all the rest. So I think DP should tame watu wake, akuwa na wakochi anawaambia please don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, because hiyo kitu inaweza muharibia hii nini yake, bottom up yake anashinda akizunguka nayo Kenya mzima for 4 years. Hiyo kitu itaiza iharibu, ibakishe 10%, just only that word, hiyo word tu. So people should be very careful on what they say and where and the time. They should be very, very careful, and we should not trust this politician. Wanakuja wanapiganisha watu hapo, walipiganisha Eldoret, kukiumana Mithika Linturi atakuwa Meru akupiganwi. So mimi mwingine atakuwa Kisumu, mwingine Mombasa, mwingine wapi, nani ataumia hapo? Ni watu wadogo watapigana tu, and it's very bad. So thank you, that's my contribution. Bernard.
Thank you, Eric, for your observation and contribution. Let's move forward and let us place a premium on Kenya. And let's not take it easy on our leaders. Somebody asking for the highest office, he must meet the highest standards. No compromise. If you can't meet the highest standards, you are not fit for the office. Let that remain a threshold of determining who deserves which office. Highest standards means you're more tolerant, you're more patient, you place value on everybody, you don't discriminate, and the rest. Tumsikilize Wycliffe, tukimsubiri Themba, alafu mimi nitanganduka niwaache mkiendelea. Wycliffe, come in, please. Unmute kwanza, Wycliffe. There is a mic on your screen. You click once.
Hapo sawa?
Hapo sawa, endelea.
Haya, sawa. Mimi naitwa Wycliffe. Kulingana na topic ningependa sana kuongea kuhusu, mimi ni mkaaji wa huko Sotik Boravo Boda. Huko nimelelewa, huko ndo nyumbani. So kulingana na ile matamshi yenye Linturi aliongea jana kule Eldoret. Kulingana na mimi vile alikuwa anaongea kuhusu, alikuwa anasema walikuwa wanaongea kuhusu wale watu wenye walichaguliwa huko sekta Eldoret na hizo chama yenye walikuwa wamechaguliwa 20 hiyo uchaguzi wengine, alikuwa anaongea kuhusu hao jamaa wenye waliosema wenye waliingia na hiyo chama ya Jubilee, and then vile kufika huko, for example vile walifika sasa, wao ni leaders wameenda kupiga DV mwenyewe huko. So Linturi alikuwa anasema, alikuwa anaomba hii election inakuja August, watu wajaribu wapatie suti kutoka UDA kutoka juu mpaka chini. Hivyo ndio nilikuwa na vile mimi mwenyewe nilifuata hiyo clip ikiendelea. And then after hiyo kitu ilifanyika, ilikuwa ni Saturday ni weekend. Ofisi ya serikali kwangu imefunguliwa obvious. Ni siku ya weekend. Hiyo siku vile hiyo meeting iliisha, ikakuwa sasa ikafanyika ni barua zikatumiwa na watu wa NCIC ya kwamba anatakikana andike statement kuhusu hiyo matamshi yenye alitamka. Kusema kweli hiyo matamshi ilikuwa inaitwa slip of a tongue, kwa sababu si eti alisema hakuwa anamaanisha vile watu walimuelewa design nyingine, alikuwa anaongea kuhusu hizo nini. So ikakuwa sasa vile alishikwa, akaenda kwa nini yake, kwa nini ya Facebook account yake, akaomba msamaha. Si vile aliomba msamaha, sasa si sheria sasa imechukua mkondo wake, ameshikwa, amefuata hiyo due process ya kwamba ilikera watu wengine kulingana na vile watu walielewa hiyo matamshi yake. So nilikuwa nasema vile leo DV leo akiwa Bomet ameomba msamaha ya kwamba on his behalf, of which naona is an added advantage juu ameonyesha yeye ni muungwana, anaweza kubali watu wake walikosea na anaomba msamaha on the behalf of Linturi. Linturi mwenyewe already ashaomba msamaha na ashashikwa kwa hiyo nini iko under NCIC vile hapo huko mahakamani. Sasa hapo ndio process itaamuliwa kesho, ndo waone vile wanafaa wafanye hiyo wasamehe ama vile sheria tutachukua mkondo wake. Haya, turudi sasa hizi upande nyingine ya kuongea kuhusu reason. Mimi nawaelezea, mimi natoka Boravo border Sotik. Kuhusu nikiangalia story na 2007 kulikuwa na vita huko, mimi mwenyewe nilienda juu mimi naongea kuhusu experience juu tulikuwa tunagombana na majirani. Saa hizi uniambie tukosana na jirani kwa sababu ya siasa? Hapana, mimi siwezi kubali hiyo maneno juu hii siasa inakuja na inaisha. Vile nani Manda kwa anasemanga siasa hatufai kuweka kwa kifua, yani tunafaa tupige siasa ya enye tunashindana na sera, hatufai kushindana na nani ndio wako na, hatufai kuweka ukabila juu ukabila ni kitu mbaya sana. Ukabila inafanyanga hata maendeleo hizi saidika. Ukirudi tena kuangalia kulikuwa na vile ndugu yangu nani ameongea, huyu anaitwa Eric akasema atakaki mahali kuna handouts. Vile Asla Nation anaongea kuhusu, anasema anataka tufanye economic model yenye inasaidia kila Mkenya. Kulingana na mimi understand hii economic model, naona itakuja saidia kwa sababu tuwekewe, for example mimi mkaji nimetoka kwa hiyo side za Bomet tuko Sotik. Ile kulikuwa na before kulikuwa na gari ya moshi yenye ilikuwa inasema ilitengenezwa wakati ya hii second time ya Jubilee administration yenye ilikuwa inaenda ikapita Mayu ipite Narok iteremke iende Bomet, iende vita Bomet ielekee Kisii. Hiyo gari ya moshi ingewekwa, kulingana na mimi ingesaidia wenyeji wa hiyo all the way, junge create opportunities. Ukicreate opportunities, mtu anaweza jisimamia. For example, watu wenye wana Madoadoa kwa hiyo njia wanaweza jisaidia kufanya, wanaweza jisaidia. Ukiwa na duka yako unaweza pata pesa zako, kama wewe ni farmer unaweza lima mazao zako uende ukauze, uko na open, uko na nini za transport vitu zako za shamba. So hiyo vile unasema reason DV amekuwa kwa serikali for 9 years. Hapo ni kweli, sikatai. Mahali shida iliingilia after 2018 vile handshake iliingia. Huko na responsibilities za DV ilikuja ikachukuliwa na Matiang'i, ikakuwa Matiang'i ana run the show, DV yako tu hapo ceremonial kali. So vile handshake ilikuja, jamaa yako pewa nafasi. Zidizo nasema kwangu, nasema jamaa ni mzuri tumsupport kwa sababu, unanisikia? Bernard?
Yes, nakusikiliza. Nataka kukuuliza swali lako.
Uniulize?
Yes.
Tunakusikia.
Okay.
Wewe umesema mnataka siasa ya sera, sio?
Yes.
So kina Kutuni hawana sera?
Kutuni akona sera, lakini yeye ameenda akajifaidisha huko, akakuwa ameshikana na watu wao wengine, ndio amekaa kwa hiyo chama yenye wanapanga kupiga huyo jamaa kwa sababu ameenda na faida zake.
So ukimpinga Ruto uwe na sera usiwe na sera haukubaliki.
Hapana, hapo sikatai, yote akona haki, kuna haki ya kila mtu, akona haki, juzi wote na Wakenya, unanielewa?
So ndio mimi nataka tuelewane hapa, okay? Kama Kutuni akona haki ya kusimama Cherengani na aombe kura kwa chama chochote, mbona msiruhusu? Ngoja, mbona msiruhusu afanye kampeni yake kwa chama kile amechagua yeye? Mbona mnataka kulazimisha Kater, Kutuni lazima wavae nguo ya yellow, waimbe wimbo ya Ruto ndio wachaguliwe?
Okay, reason ni kwamba Atasema atasimama hivyo vile yeye atataka kwa ile chama roho yake na inataka, naye ataenda kuuza sera zake kwa wenyeji wa hiyo huko Cherang'anyi. So wadosi wa Cherang'anyi wenye wako na kura, hao ndio watasema huyu jamaa ni mtu wetu. Unajua wao ndio wataamua, na wataenda wao ndio wataamua kama watamchagua kulingana na ile track record yake, kama vile walioelezea wakati aliomba kura, kama alifanya hizo maendeleo yenye alikuwa wamewaambia. Wao ndio watazia, wao ndio sasa ni watu wako kama marking scheme. Wao ndio wanaenda kusema huyu jamaa anatosha, hatuoni chama.
Sasa kama if that is the stand of UDA, why would that be the reason for discussion in Eldoret muondolewe Madoadoa? Kama kila mtu ako na haki katika hiyo eneo kusimama kwa chama chochote, aombe kura kwa watu wake, alafu watu waamue.
Okay, now ile naweza kujibu ni hivi. Sasa hizi ni wakati ya nini, na wakati imefunguliwa ya campaign period kutoka na hadi August. Hakuna kitu tutakuwa tunafanya, ni siasa tunapiga. So hii ni group iko hapa, tuseme watu wa Azimio. Tuseme for example, let's take for example watu wa Azimio ndio wako hapo ground. Sasa hiyo ni watu wa Azimio wamekusanyika, wanauza sera zao. Si una confuse watu wa hiyo area yako wasipigie watu wa Azimio. Kweli si kweli?
Ndio umekuja vizuri sana. Umekuja vizuri sana na kuelewa. Sasa sikiliza.
Yes. Si ni kweli. Sisi ndio tunakueleza.
Kulingana na wewe, ngoja wiki. Kulingana na wewe, nataka watu kama umeingia box ya UDA,
yes,
waachwe kwa UDA. Watu wa Azimio wasikuje huko wa confuse.
Hapana, wakuje. Kila mtu anakubaliwa ingie juu ni watu hao ni wa Kenya.
So sasa unasema vipi? Kwa sababu umesema watu wa Azimio wakikuja wata confuse watu wa UDA, ama tuseme eneo la Azimio, okay? Deputy President akikuja kufanya rally, tuseme Kakamega ama Kisumu, na unajua hayo maeneo ni stronghold ya Azimio, okay?
Yes.
So akikuja sasa ata confuse watu wa Azimio wajiunge na UDA.
Si ndio nasema ni sera ameenda kuuza. Hivyo tunafaa tupigane na masera. Hizi sera yenye tunafaa, tunajua hatufai kutushindana na kitu muhimu kwangu kulingana na mimi vile najua. Naweza kuwa labda kuna wenye wako juu yangu na wako na experience mingi kuliko yangu, lakini ile idea yenye mimi naangalia kulingana na kwangu, tunafaa tushindane na sera. Juu hii sera unaona hii kura yangu. Yes.
Swali langu la mwisho kwako ni William Ruto alichukua kina Kater, akachukua kina Kutuni, akachukua watu wote akawapeleka kwa Uhuru Kenyatta. Akasema huyu ndiye anafaa tufanye kazi na yeye mpaka dakika ya mwisho. Sio? Fika huko yeye anataka kutoka kwa Uhuru Kenyatta. Na hajaambia kina Kutuni makosa ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Sasa wewe ungekuwa Kutuni, ungetoka tu na Deputy President kwa sababu yeye ndo alikuleta, ama ungeuliza maswali?
Kuuliza maswali nakubalika, lakini nasema unajua kuna vitu zingine kulingana na mahali popote kimaisha. Tuseme for example, let's tuchukue sasa tuweke kando maneno na example za siasa. Mahali popote tumefanyia kazi kwa maisha, kuna kuanga na tuseme for example, kuna mkubwa, kuna ile chain ya nini ya komandiwa. Kweli si kweli? Unaniget? So
yes, there is chain of command. Yes, chain of command.
Yes, there is chain of command. Mahali popote kila mtu kwa hii maisha kuna chain of command. Kulingana vile hata huu nani Cleo Malala, vile unasema vile unaona vile Cleo Malala, hata acha tutumie Cleo Malala kama example. Vile alikuja alikuwa na ziara zake akiwa hapo hapo, utakaona yule jamaa alikuwa amemtembelea kule Mumias, akasema acha arudishe mkono. Vile alisema kuna kuwa na ile sheria inasemanga kuna freedom of association, na sheria ya Kenya inaruhusu mtu kuassociate na mtu yoyote. For example, mimi ni mtu wa UDA. Nafaa tuseme nikienda Kisumu, ninafaa nikuwe na watu wa Kisumu nawaambie mimi ni fulani na naomba kuwahusia sera zangu, wananisikiza, mwishowe ni nyinyi mtaamua. Unaelewa? So mimi si eti niko na ubani. So sina ubaya yote na mtu yoyote na sina ubaya na mtu mwenye ako na kufikiria kwingine. Juu sisi wote ni wa Kenya. From the word go, si wote ni wa Kenya. Na hakuna mtu alipanga kuzaliwa mahali amezaliwa. Hiyo naye tunafaa tukubali. Kweli si kweli?
Kweli tunaelewana vizuri kabisa. Shida yangu ni moja tu. Ninyi mnataka kuuza sera za UDA kila mahali Kenya. Okay? Lakini hamtaki mtu yeyote kutoka eneo la Bonde la Ufa asimame na chama kingine. Hamtaki watu wa independent, hamtaki watu wa vyama vingine, mnataka kila mtu akue kwa UDA. Kwa nini?
Haya, acha nikujibu vizuri. Hapo sasa niko naanza mzuri. UDA, vile UDA imeformiwa. Hii UDA is a national government. Ukiangalia vizuri vile leaders waliongea huko Eldoret. Tuko na watu kutoka Mombasa, tuko na watu kutoka Pokot. Yani it's a national ni chama ya national imebeba kila watu kutoka different counties ya the whole Kenya, the 47 counties. Unaona kuna leader mmoja kama si Mungu kama sio nani, kuna hapo ndani. So unaona the reason tunasema ndio tukiungana wote, umoja ni nguvu kwa hii maisha.
So umoja unafanya tu kazi ukiwa kwa UDA. Ukitoka kwa UDA hauwezi kuwa na umoja.
Itakuwa obviously, lakini zinakwambia sasa unajua tunafaa tuelewe sasa kati nao tuko January hapo mwezi wa 8 ni wakati ya kila mtu kuuza sera, na tunaangalia tena maneno za track record yenye mtu amefanya na zile bidii yenye mtu. Ukiona huyu mtu hata tukimwamini aende atusimamie, huyu mtu italeta kuna mazao ile mzuri, tunaweza pata mzuri yenye tunajisaidia naye kulingana, kwa sababu mimi Wycliffe, mimi ni mtu wako Bomet. Mimi nikiona kuna barabara mzuri, mimi nikiona tuseme for example nafanya biashara zangu niko na ng'ombe zangu hapo, naweza hata njia ya kupeleka kubeba tuseme mazao niende nikauze, sindalea familia yangu. For example niko na nini hizo vitu between kula mashinani vile huu nani aisa Ruto anaongea maneno iko huko mashinani. Ukitaka for example nataka mali kuna mbolea iko hapa karibu na iko cheap, nashukuru. Nipate kuna TTI iko hapa, watoto wangu wajifunze maufundi, hiyo maneno za training hizo wako na uchuzi. Tutaendelea kujenga nchi pamoja hivyo.
So kulingana na wewe,
yes,
Azimio la Umoja likuwe na umoja wao.
Yes.
UDA wakuwe na umoja wao.
Yes.
Na hao watu wote wanaweza kuingiana ili UDA iende Nyanza iuze sera zake na Azimio wakuje Rift Valley wauze sera zao.
Bernard, can you interject?
Azimio wanakaribishwa Rift Valley. Si juzi Raila alikuwa Eldoret na walikaribishwa vizuri sana. Na hakuna hata hakuna kitu tulikaribisha na watu wa Eldoret wakamsikiza na sera zake vile alikuja kuuza. Leo hata ni mzuri umeuliza hiyo swali. Ukiona ndugu zetu kutoka Azimio, ile siku Ruto alienda
Wycliffe, najua uko mbio sana. Mimi nilikuwa nauliza swali. Wewe ukapapia unataka kukimbia. Relax. Okay?
Okay.
So kama Azimio liko huru kukuja Rift Valley kuuza sera zake, na watu wa Rift Valley wako na uhuru wa kujiunga na Azimio. Okay? Kama vile watu wa Western wako na uhuru wa kujiunga na UDA.
Yes.
Okay? Madoadoa inatoka wapi?
Hiyo ilikuwa ni wakati hiyo maneno ya kuongea ya madoadoa, si nimekuelezea haikuwa ati madoadoa maneno na kuchocheana, hapana. Rhetoric alikuwa anaomba watu kuonyesha hii ni chama ya UDA imekuja. Na sisi watu wa UDA tunawaomba kura zenu, mtupatie 6 please ya kwamba MCA akuwe wa UDA, mbunge akuwe wa UDA, women rep UDA, senator UDA, governor UDA na tuwe president UDA. Hiyo ndio kitu ndio nzuri alikuwa anamaanisha. Hapo maanisha uchochezi. Hata kusema hata hilo kulikuwa na kitu ya kupima akili ya mtu, hata ingekuwa alafu Lunduri apimwe, wallahi hiyo ndio walikuwa wanaongea kuhusu.
Bernard, naweza ongea kidogo Bernard?
Uliza.
Naweza uliza swali. Aya, let mine go to Wycliffe. Wycliffe, nataka kukukosoa mahali pamoja. Nataka kukukosoa mahali pamoja. And first I will ask you a question. Which docket does Raila have in Jubilee government? Which docket does Raila have in Jubilee government?
Ana docket. Raila alikuja na handshake.
No, I just needed that yes or no. Then I'll ask you something to explain.
No.
Ana docket, right?
No. Ana docket, yes.
Meaning Raila ana nguvu ya kumake decision za serikali. Ni ukweli? Ana nguvu za kumake decision. No, si tuko hapo, tuko kwa serikali na Raila. Ni serikali, the Jubilee government and Raila Amolo Odinga. Ana nguvu ya kumake decision kwa serikali. Si ni ukweli?
Okay,
yeah, to be proposal. He can propose but not to make a decision. The decision lies with the government, the leading government that is Jubilee. He can propose, the way also I can propose something, but decision it's made by the sitting government, right?
Yeah.
So I don't see it logic when you guys say ati since Baba afanye handshake, Ruto alinyang'anywa kazi zake. Baba didn't do, Baba is not in, acheni kutafuta, acheni kuwekelea huyu mtu. You just semeni mambo ingine. Mwache kuwekelea Raila. Raila is not in the government. Raila actually hakuna kitu anaweza make decision. Decision it's meant by the sitting government, and the government is Jubilee, William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta. You get me?
Aya, no, acha nikujibu, acha nikuambie mahali moja na kuambia.
Unajua pia lazima
mahali shida iliingilia vile baba alikuja. Ile ni ya Big Four agenda. Kulikuwa na Big Four agenda. So, hii ni ya Big Four agenda. Ile ikakuwa na kwamba watu wakaanza kuleta maneno ya BBI. Hiyo maneno ya BBI inaona ikachukua time. Sasa hiyo ni ya yenye Big Four agenda yenye watu wa Jubilee walikuwa promise watu before hiyo after 2017. Ikakuwa sasa BBI ikachukua msimu wake kwamba story tuko BBI ikafanya kila kitu. Sasa ngoja nimalize ya mwisho.
Bwana Wycliffe, ngoja.
Yes.
Big Four agenda ilikuwa nini? Tuambie zile Big Four agenda zilikuwa nini na nini na nini?
Kulikuwa na Big Four agenda ya education. Nakumbuka leo kumbuka zote vizuri, lakini najua kulikuwa na Big Four. Na unajua vizuri kulikuwa na Big Four agenda.
So unajua, ngoja Wycliffe, acha kwenda.
Bernard, tafadhali.
Yes.
Huyu mtu unazungumza naye hajui for big agenda. Sasa hiyo una waste time bwana. Tuzungumze vitu zinatusaidia. Huyu mtu hajui hata hizo big four. Hajui ni nini. Ni watu wa kusema hearsay. Eti hizo vitu zote anasema hapo ni maneno amesikia. Hana fact. Na hiyo ndio na saa nyingine napenda Zemba ba entertain hii vitu ambao mtu hana facts, anakuja tu tusema Raila hayuko kwa serikali. I mean, why do you people keep on lying? Mnataka kusema uongo. Uongo haijengi bwana. Uongo inabomoa tu. Mimi nawaambia uongo itabomoa nchi yetu. Wacha uongo, nchi ni yetu wote. Kama nchi ni nzuri, hata wewe vizuri, mimi nitasikia vizuri, watoto wako watasikia vizuri. Uongo pole Bernard.
Wacha nimalizane na Wycliffe Bernard. 1 second. I still have a burning issue.
Order everybody. Order everybody. Nataka tukubaliane na I get you Jackie Ndube. Lakini saa ingine ni muhimu kupatia mtu benefit of doubt.
Bernard, you are mute.
I'm mute, sorry. It is important to interrogate some things so that we come to conclusion, other than just cutting off somebody without giving them a listen. So
I had an
the
interjection,
listening is
Bernard, which I
important.
requested.
The listening is important, and who is speaking again? Everybody
Alex.
mute your mic.
Alex.
Alex, mute your mic. Mute your mic, please. Okay, let me help this one. Sawa. So Wycliffe,
Yes.
tumekupatia muda, umetetea UDA, umesema tumekaribishwa Rift Valley.
Yes.
Tutaweka viti za Azimio huko Rift Valley. Tutakuwa
Kabisa,
na wabunge
mweke.
kadhaa Rift Valley wa Azimio. Tunashare
Yes.
tu na wewe UDA. Kama vile nyinyi mnatafuta viti Mombasa pia na Central na Western.
Yes.
Tukuwe na serikali ya mchanganyiko. Sio serikali ati huku ni yellow peke yake na hakuna blue.
Yes.
So tunakubaliana kabisa.
Au nakubaliana na wewe kabisa, ndio nakwambia. Ni
So,
sera tunafaa tushindane.
mtaenda kupiga ya UDA kila kitu, sio? Lakini watu wa Azimio wakipata kura nyingi, si bado wataingia?
Si ndio nakwambia. Tunafaa kupigana na sera. Kupigana na sera.
Kama huo ndio msimamo, basi hakuna shida. Na huo msimamo uwe kila mahali. Kina Kutuni wana ruhusa ya kujoin chama chochote, wakuje kusimama, na wakipata kura nyingi watakuwa bungeni.
Yes, hivyo ndio kunaenda. Sio ndio najaribu kusema. Ndio
basi tumalizie hapo basi, tuende kwa nani? Tuende kwa
sawa.
nani?
Nimeshukuru. Nasema nimeshukuru.
Karibu, asante. Tuende kwa huyu ni Mark kama Moses. Let me get it. Mark Mosioma.
Sema jina yangu vizuri bwana.
Mosioma. You want me to say it in Luya?
Hebu soma vizuri tena. Ni Mosioma.
Mosioma.
Yes, that's better. David.
Yes, sir.
David. Biore.
Yes, sir. Biano mwaga. Akiere.
Bietore. Bernard, unasikia hiyo?
Naona hapa mmeanza kunigossip. Wacha tu nijipange.
Si tuko wazima bana.
Karibu toa maoni.
Asante, leo sijakuwa huku sana, lakini I saw your subject. I think it's a debate. Now, I want to admit, let us give credit where it is due. The deputy president coming out openly to say that we should be able to move away from the politics of balkanizing the country should be something we should applaud, all of us. But I have only one issue, that he has not come out very strongly to talk to his own people, because apparently the people who have been, who could be potential victims and potential guys who can be able to bring out this violence, if it ever comes out, ni watu wa Rift Valley. Much of it, when you look at it historically, from 1992 all the way to 2007, when you talk about violence when it comes to elections and tribal violence, largely it happens in Rift Valley. Kwa hivyo mimi ningesema tu Ruto angerudi ongee na watu kabisa, because I don't know whether you guys remember what Sudi said during the burial of this athlete mwenye aliuawa na the husband, the lady. You remember that speech that Sudi made? That statement that was done during that burial and subsequent statements that were done. I don't remember which meeting that was. Again, Sudi reiterated the same thing, warning this guy Tolgos. Is it Tolgos? This guy who was formerly the governor for I don't know whether it was Kapenguria, whichever county that is. What Rintuli did should not be taken and should not be treated with the lightness in which I see some people argue that possibly did not mean Madoadoa in terms of the minority groups. Ukweli, every time you speak about Madoadoa, it evokes memories which are very bad, especially for us who are Kisis. I know, David, I come from the borderline between Transmala and Kisii. And largely over the years, from 1992, I was just a young boy then. We have had these crashes all the years because every time we have an election, we used to have these tribal crashes. And so 2007 for us was the peak. But largely, I have seen very innocent families, very, very innocent families becoming victims. So what we should not have condone at all, what we must not agree, and what we must, all of us, unite in condemning, and this we must do, all of us, is the leadership that will come out to balkanize our country. To balkanize our country in terms of where we come from, where we are born, the type of language we speak, the kind of race that we are, and possibly the perceived class, which again, it's something that is now becoming the new topic in town. So even as we are condemning this Madoadoa thing, we should also be able to tell Ruto to his face, and David, this we must agree. This aspect of bringing in class aspect, it's also another potential. It's also another potential route that can be able to lead to violence in our country. Because the moment you say it is us versus them, the haves versus the have-nots, ideally, even those of us who are poor but in the village are seen to be having something small, you can easily turn out to be a victim. And so let us, all of us, unite in condemning what Rinturi said, and let us, all of us, say it as it is, that warlords should not and must not be given a platform to speak to us and seek leadership positions. Now, finally, I have a feeling that the DPP and the police are not doing enough justice to this thing. Because the truth of the matter is that you cannot be able, if you were to be honest. I listened to what Onyonga said. I have listened to what this guy was Laikibia the other day. You remember when there was this meeting at Laikibia, and I remember Maina Njenga and a few, and they were complaining about the what is happening between the Samburus and the Kikuyus in Laikibia. Sometimes some people are pushed to a level that you become desperate. And when you become desperate, there are some statements you can make which can be construed to be war clarion calls. But in essence, it's because the government is failing in its core duty. And sometimes when the government fails in its core duty, wananchi, I'm sorry, somebody's calling me. Yeah, you. Sorry, I was using my phone. Yeah, I was saying that sometimes when the government fails to perform its basic and core functions, it becomes easy for,
Just, I think, respond to the call, then you will come in.
yeah, that is it. Let me do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right. This is Jackton. Jackton, you can come in. Jackton, unmute and speak. Jackson, we can't hear you. Are you still there? Unmute. Use the mic on your screen. You click once to Jackton. Yes, we can't hear you. There is something wrong with your audio. You are using headphones. Remove the headphones to see whether your mic can work directly. Work on your device. It's not working. You're still mute. Everyone mute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Yep. Speak up now. We can't get you configure your Nini properly. You can restart if you're on phone or laptop. You restart the machine, and then when you log in, allow StreamYard to control your audio and your video. That's the only way you'll be able to communicate. Thank you very much. So, Sam, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. And I just want us to...
There are two Sams. Sorry.
Oh.
I was talking about the other Sam, Sam WM.
Oh. So can I go on or...
Hold on. You didn't finish your submission?
No, I didn't. I just gave out what I could at that time because
okay.
Of issues to do with time.
Just a moment. Let's hear David, and then we come to you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, David. Thank you, Bernard. Sorry. I want to respond quickly to the speaker who has just left. In a minute, then talk one word in support of Wycliffe, then give my side of the debate today. So quick. I want to say that Mosioma, you've mentioned my name quite a number of times in a manner to suggest that I am in support of Lintuli statements and the incitement so far. That is not true. The clear position, if you were here when I gave my submission, which at some point I may go through very fast, you will understand that we don't support any sort of incitement amongst people, because we are all Kenyans and we need to live together regardless of the political situation that we have. Secondly, Wycliffe mentioned or explained clearly that Linturi was actually asking the members of the public who are voters. And from that statement, you can understand, he understands, sorry, that the people who elect leaders are the voters. And that's the meaning of Mutu.
David, you're cut off. Okay, now it seems that I'll be forced to play this clip again, because the more we dig in, the more it becomes clearer. Before we go back to Sam, let's listen to Linturi again.
Watu wa Uasin Gishu msicheze na Kenya, na kile nawaomba ni kwamba niwaambie nyinyi mtusichezee. Watu wa Uasin Gishu msicheze na Kenya, na kile nawaomba ni kwamba madoadoa yale mlio nayo hapa muweze kuondoa. Muweze kufanya nini? Hatuwezi kuwa tunasimama na William tukiwa kule Mount Kenya na Meru, alafu mko na wengine hapa hawasikii, hawaungani na yeye. Mko tayari kutuondolea?
So the crime here is not supporting William Ruto. Sam, come in. Sam Wanga.
Yeah, I'll still come back to, because I know even yesterday, I mean, people have argued today, people have argued about the issue of context. I'll still leave it on the final end. There's what we call interpretation. Now, interpretation is individual, right? And if interpretation is individual, then some of us might say there was a coded message, right? So communication, some of it might be argued in court, but I still come back to our institutions, and our institutions must hold individuals accountable for their actions, be it economic crimes, be it use of inflammatory language. I think that is important. You know, many a times when we talk here as panelists, we are first of all grouped. Once we have been grouped, then we are accused of supporting this base and that base, and that is fine. I don't have a problem with that, but it is wrong to justify one side and accuse the other. Or if, let's say, today we are talking about Linturi, then someone brings up, oh, but Babu Owino did this. It is good for you to point that, but it is much, much more important to hold the institutions that are supposed to be holding Babu accountable for his actions. And let us also look at the environment in which Babu Owino did his thing. Babu Owino did his thing in parliament, and is also held by the parliamentary privileges. And they have their own standing orders there. I remember Babu Owino has been sent out for doing one or two things out of parliament. Let us not mix the two. Parliamentary privilege and the environment that it's being done is different. Yes, someone also said that, you know, Raila did this. Does it mean that two wrongs make a right? Our job here is simple. As much as we, and Bernard, I'll continue saying this. The more we discuss this matter, the more we dig in. The more we discuss, the more we dig in. And people want to paint their leaders in good light, when it is true that this is what was said, and this is what could have been interpreted. It's as simple as that. And I repeat what I said before. You can explain it in Spanish. Maybe it is very close to Luo. You can explain it in Italian. Maybe it's very close to lawyer. You can explain it, you know, whichever way you want to explain it. It is still a wrong. It is subject to interpretation by experience and by, but I'll come back to, and I still stick to issues of institutions, because that is what makes Kenya Kenya. I talked about NCIC. You can castigate me all you want. NCIC is supposed to do its job. There is the DCI. There is the police. But there is one institution that is key that unites Kenya. And the fortunate part, depending on where you are, or the unfortunate part, is that the president and his deputy are symbols of unity. They are the members of that particular institution. All right? So, when a member of UDA, where the deputy president is the party leader, goes out and makes that statement, irrespective of interpretation, the buck stops with the deputy president. You can call Raila as having done the handshake. I will keep on repeating. Raila is not a member of cabinet. Raila is not a member of the presidency. Raila is not a member of government. Raila does not hold any position in the government of the Republic of Kenya. All right? Raila is not a symbol of unity. Raila is a party leader of ODM, and now the bigger coalition that is happening. Am I saying that we cannot hold Raila accountable? Oh, no. If Raila says something that is unpalatable to the Kenyan law, then he must be held accountable. Just like we are doing Onyonka today. Onyonka is preaching that this will not happen, and if it happens, we will revenge. He is raising the temperature. So guys, let us address the issue. The issue here is what was spoken. Our symbol of unity, who happens to actually hold three roles. Whether we like it or not, you can check the constitution. Number one is the principal assistant. Let no one tell me. Let no one, that's what the constitution says. He is the principal assistant. So let no one tell me that, oh, those roles were taken away from him. No, the constitution awards him that role. He's a principal assistant. He will perform any duties assigned to him by what? By the president. He will act if our president is incapacitated. All right? So these are issues that we must address. If he goes out into that rally, and I will still stick to today's, if he goes out to that rally and does not denounce, he gives us, you know, rhetoric, the historical fact of what actually happened, all right? Refuses to dissociate himself. And you know, refusal can be in body language. It can be to ignore what actually happened. Or, I mean, actually, the correct words are to ignore what is expected of you as our leader. In other words, apologize and say, okay, fine. I want to bring Kenyans together. This is what is supposed to happen. I think I look at it from institutions and him as a member of the presidency that's a symbol of national unity. That's my 2 cents.
Okay. Thank you. We leave it there. And it is said that as teaching time saves 9. Before we go back to David, I will say that in the fundraising in, was it in Katanga? When Ichungwa brought, was it Ichungwa or the other guy? Brought 40, was it 40K? the DP was the presiding officer. He said, no, governor hawezi kutoa nini. Nenda utengeneze hiyo pesa ifika 100 kwanza ndio iwekwe hapa, kwa sababu wewe unatafuta kiti cha governor. If he could in public correct one of his principals, or rather one of his foot soldiers, on issues of money, what stopped him from standing up and say, Alinturi, you are our guest here, but what you are saying is not acceptable here. We are here building a nation where we all pull together. Silence means consent in other school of thoughts. And that is why, even until now, the DP is yet to admit that what was said is wrong. His apology today, it was reporting what Rentuli said, what Rentuli regretted, and what UDA stands for. But he did not say we regret that those unfortunate words emerged in our meeting, and we are sorry about the same. That is my interpretation of apology. Twende kwa David kabla twende kwa Patriot, na nitakuwa yes. David malizia
sorry panelists.
Network yako ndio ilikuwa sio mimi.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the owners of the house had come, so they are playing very heavy games. So I'm sorry, they took everything. So the net is so slow and it had cut me off. But I'm using the phone. Let them sort out themselves the other side with the house internet. Before the internet dealt me a blow, I was trying to say, of course, I got the clip that every political party has a task to propagate themselves. When we are very honest, and we said we should have a honest discussion, we could wish that we have as many members in the party as possible, because at the end of the day, we'll say, these are our members. If we want to pass a motion, we have enough member of parliament, we have enough member in the assembly. Honestly, that is a very basic point for every politician or political party. Just like a church, we may have churches here. You may hold crusades. What you are simply doing is to woo members into your congregation. Anyway, I don't want to labor in that. Let me give my submission very quick. I want to say here and today that in as much as we are blaming one William Samoei Ruto, Waswahili husema mgala muue lakini haki umpe. At this point, me as David, I don't think I can blame William Samoei Ruto at this point, because he has risen above the petty politics of party and explained the situation and left the ground for everybody to interpret that as far as UDA is concerned, they are not meant to instigate violence or ethnic profiling. Everybody is welcome in Rift Valley. That's what he has assured everybody. And to me, that one I give him credit. I don't know.
Hello.
Sorry.
Bernard.
Are you getting me now?
Yeah, okay, David, conclude, please. Every other person, mute your mic. Solomon, mute your mic. Keep your mic mute.
I want to say that when there is love in the house, bibi yako akikwambia give me something from the other side, ama osha hata hiyo vyombo, when there is love, you simply do it graciously because it's your love. But
Saa zile mmekosana, hata akikwambia blanketi umechukua yote, you may think that is an abuse. This is what I'm seeing from opponents of William Ruto. They are picking an otherwise harmless statement and making a mountain out of it, and in the end, we are now party and parcel of the inciters. So this is my submission, Bernard, as the chair, and after submitting this, I'll only listen because I may not comment. I'm about to get to some evening watch program here. The Madoadoa term used in Rift Valley is wrong because it has been used before and misinterpreted and led to serious results, which some people lost life. Why? Misinterpretation. And we have had examples. Two, those who are picking that misinterpretation and use it for political reasons, the likes of Momoima Onyonka and his friend Simbarati, tell those young men we have interest in Rift Valley, they should not incite our people because of their political ambitions. We live well with the Rift Valley people. They have said that is not what it was meant, and we don't want them to incite anybody. Thirdly, let us allow the institutions of the government in place to do their work. Let Lintuli record a statement. Let him explain himself. Let the authorities take him through to see the magnitude of the misinterpretation, because that one is subject to misinterpretation, and the coding aspect of the word Madoadoa. In equal measure and strength, Mumoima Onyonka and Simbarati, those honorable members, they should do the same because they have done more damage than the real problem. We therefore wish that as we castigate our opponents, let's play fair game. Let's give credit where it is due. And let's also tell Kenyans what we want to do for them, not just castigating. At the end, we forget the big picture of presenting a manifesto and a workable manifesto to the people of Kenya. Vote wisely, Kenyans. This is our country, a very beautiful country. Please don't allow hate and prejudice to override reasoning and fair game. Bernard, as the chair, when you comment, you give direction to the panelists. I want to beseech you as a church leader, be fair with your comments. You are talking to the world. Anything biased will lead to devastating consequences, and the people may fear to come here and give you the truth. Give fair chances, fair hearing to everybody, and let the people be fair with their statements. I beg to submit.
Thank you for your submission. I appreciate for your direction. Fairness is all in the eyes of the law, not in the eyes of my preference, my likes, or your likes. So if you want fairness, we look at it against the Constitution. And all my questions are based on what is the Constitution provision. If you want me to be fair because I am pro this and pro that, we will not have a common law, so we will not be able to meet anywhere. So as much as we ask for fairness, let's also be fair to see to it that that fairness is led by a particular law or a particular principle. But if you want me to be fair or to be seen fair by dancing from both songs, it will, at the end of the day, we'll lose the show, we'll lose the we will lose everything because we will be standing for nothing. And I believe that's the reason why we are here. But I'm happy for everybody for making it to this show and continuing to make their contribution. You're free to air your views, only that expect us to hold you accountable and push you until you deliver what you came to say. And if you came with anything that is not valid, tutakukamata tu. And then the other guy, yesterday we had somebody here called UDA TV. Akajichocha, sijui leo nafikiria alitupwa. So sio story na kujichocha hapa. Wewe kuja na facts, tuambie ni hivi na hivi. We will interrogate you very well. I have had a very constructive discussion with Wycliffe here. Akatuambia vizuri, Azimio inakaribishwa Rift Valley, Azimio inapaswa kusimamisha watu wabunge MCA in Rift Valley. Hakuna pingamizi. So Rift Valley is not a UDA zone. It is Kenya, is part of Kenya, and anybody can go and kusimama huko. I'm even considering to contest the governorship of Uasin Gishu after listening to Wycliffe. So sio, nataka tukue na Kenya ya moja hiyo ambapo uko huru kwenda kusimama mahala popote, lakini maneno ya kuambia watu kwenda sehemu fulani ya ikubaliki. Thank you. Alex, your mic is on.
They added the following.
Thank you. Patriot come in, then Solomon. Alafu ni I hand you over to Temba. Patriot and then Solomon. Hao peke yao ndio hawajaongea, alafu wengine wakurudia, muendelee mbele.
Thank you, Bernard. Good morning, good evening, fellow panelists. It's always a pleasure to see you guys. I am happy that despite our difference in our opinion, we are still smiling and still making life, an exciting moment. I think this is very nice. So allow me to appreciate first the contributions that have been made by my able panelists here. You guys are always amazing. It's great to listen to you as Kenyans. You actually depict the value that is found in the multi-tribal, merit in terms of politics. As far as opinion is concerned, we are actually the sample of who Kenyans are. And when you listen to everybody here, you feel the gist of who Kenya is or what Kenyans stand for. And that's why I'm always excited to also give opinion, but also that adds, to the fabric of being Kenyan. Because it is not right if we sing choruses, then it means it is a monologue, then we fail to reflect what exactly Kenya is. But I want to allow me to say that I give you a lot of credit. When somebody listens to you, he actually feels this is how Kenya behave, how we get annoyed, how we shout down each other. And at the end of the day, we agree, this is exactly what Kenya is. Now, I want to weigh into this topic from a very interesting perspective. I have participated on this platform the other day, yesterday, and today. Largely, I've been listening from outside. Thank you, Bernard, that you have brought the discussion this far. So let me go straight by, giving credit where it is worth, just like David said. And I think the more we are candid to each other, the more we make progress in as far as Kenyans' democracy and the peace that we all, admire is concerned. We want this to be the value that is close to our hearts: peace, coexistence, and that can only be a reality if we speak candidly from our hearts, and if we understand each other as Kenyans, we will know how to deal with each other. So first and foremost, Bernard, allow me to say this. Today's show has been exciting. You have done amazing. Let me be very honest with you. And I'm one person, we only disagree with somebody when I'm too honest. I'll tell you, Bernard, you have handled the show better. And I will tell you, David, as much as he's speaking about fairness, if he was to look at yesterday's show and today is better. I'll tell you, I give you I give you an A-. It is nice in terms of fairness. Wycliffe has spoken very candidly on what they think, Rift Valley stands for in as far as fairness, when it comes to, now you see, Bernard, you're going to vie as a governor. This is exciting. Had you not listened to Wycliffe, probably you would not have changed your mind. And I thought you wanted to go to Bungoma. Now that you're going to Eldoret, you must pay a lot of credit to Wycliffe, because you gave Wycliffe to explain himself. And Wycliffe is not Wycliffe in my take here. Wycliffe represents an institution. Wycliffe represented the people of Rift Valley. He has spoken. We have heard him. We might not agree with him, but what he said, we are able to build a story from that. This is what is important. Now, let me move to the next thing. I want to agree largely with what, David, you have said. And of late, I am a very person who seems to be agreeing with you so much on the things that you present. I want to say I agree with you close to 60%. Well, but it's not in my place to just rebuttal you. I'm just mixing it in my submission so that I'm able to fill into what would have been a rebuttal and a submission. So David, I agree with you that a platform like this needs to have fairness in terms of allowing everybody to ventilate, give opinions so that we understand, because we represent institutions. You are speaking as a tribe from this, as a tribe, as a person who comes from a particular tribe. Here we don't look at you as David or Bernard. When we see Bernard, we see Bernard and the community represents. Unfortunately, or fortunately, that's what we see here. So when you give somebody an opportunity to express himself, it gives us an opportunity to also understand the background. It makes us understand Kenyan better. So I agree with you, David, that fairness will be very key when it comes to giving opportunity to Kenyans who want to express themselves here, because the more they're able to dispense, matters from their point of view, we will be able to deal with the issue, just like we've dealt with this matter for the last 3 days. Trust me, we are better today than 3 days ago, because we have had people speak. So that fairness, I want to agree with you, David. It should be given. And I also want to tell you back, just like David said, you look into your books, you're not doing very badly on that. I believe, Bernard, you understand better. I know you do it. You've also answered to the correct position of your understanding in as far as that fairness is concerned. But I want to agree with David that fairness is very key, because if you don't give an opportunity for anybody to express himself, then you'll not know how to deal with him, because we have spoken here and we have ended up understanding each other much, much better. Now, there's something I don't agree with you, David. You have talked about Momoima and Simba Arati. And here I don't agree with Alex. Alex weighed into this also. And I want to say on this one, gentlemen, I don't agree. Reason, I'm giving reasons. I just don't want to jump at you. I'll give reasons. The reason is this. When you are fighting fire, it is possible that you will stumble to the valuable items that will have been rather saved, without being in the hasty confusion of trying to save the fire that is burning the house. When you're trying to save the fire that is burning the house, trying to save items, in the course of that, there's damage that you can easily do. Let's be very practical. I'm using that as an example. So what happens in the position of Momoime and Simbarati, in my view, we will not go that direction, because when your life is threatened, you defend yourself. And when there is an opportunity for you to prevent an occurrence of an event that seems to be culminating from your other side, it is not wrong to express your strength. Say, listen, if you do this, I will do this. It is good to let the other person know that what he's doing, he will not go scot-free. People will have their own way of reacting. So in my view, David, to weigh into Simba Arati and Momoima so heavily the way you're putting it, I think is having to open a wrong basket, looking for a cat that has gone astray. You're actually opening the wrong basket. I don't think that cat stepped onto that as it was diving out. So on that one, I beg not to agree, because There is what we call manslaughter and you know, and murder. When you are attacked and you are defending yourself, the story is different in court. That I just wanted to leave it at that. On the position of Momoima, I don't think we will interpret the way, David, you did. Let me bring you to this attention, Bernard. Let me bring this to your attention. The ODM fraternity from Nyanza, they called for a presser. Okay, you guys have not seen it, and you don't seem to have talked about it. But since you put the matter of Momoima and Simbarati out of context, I think it's good also to bring this so that you expand your thinking. The Nyanza leaders were, you know, I'm talking about the Luo Nyanza leaders, called for a presser, and they spoke very candidly, you know, in as far as this reckless term that was used in Eldoret is concerned. And they also gave their position. They said clearly that we are not the people you can joke with, you know, don't try it. They gave their statement. How come you didn't see that? I'm not taking that as an issue, because anybody whose, you know, whose democracy and position is in threat, as far as this was concerned, they reacted differently. So where should be our focus, Bernard? It should be to the effect that we understand, as for now, that there is a lot of damage that will have happened, that is happening emotionally. However, there's something that I must put here as conjecture. When you look at what the DP said in Kericho, because that's the issue of whether it's damage control or diversionary tactic. I want to give credit to the DP and again criticize in both measures. One, the fact that he has come out to have, whichever way you call it, whether it is tactical, tactical retrieving, or, you know, damage control. I like the way you're framed with Bernard. There are all those explanations. But the fact that he has come out in public, I didn't expect it, by the way, but the fact he has come out in public to defend in terms that he decided to choose, I actually applaud him for that, because he went ahead to explain what the UDA stands for. He went ahead to actually say that whatever happened, they didn't mean it, whether it was a sorry that is an afterthought or whatever. At that, I think I give him credit, because he would have chosen to be adamant. And I'm sure that has calmed the people, and probably that's why Wycliffe has gotten the chance to come and speak to us here. So in that, I agree. Now, finally, close to the finality. What is wrong in this Madoadoa thing, and what is right, and what are the interpretations? I want to agree with Sam Owanga that this at some point becomes a subject of interpretation. And truth be given, you know, students of literature will tell you that for sure this is glaring. When I listened to the clip, Bernard, as you just replayed, the Linturi clip, when you listen to it, I thought for a second, let me be the advocate's devil to see what it means. I wanted to see, assuming what Linturi is giving is an explanation, does it make sense? And this is what I saw out of that thinking. Linturi used a wrong terminology in the right platform. You know, I'm just trying to flip the coin. Why? In his reasoning, they are saying, and when you listen to that clip, they are saying, you people, nyinyi watu ya Rift Valley, wacha kuchezea Kenya. Okay, starting from there, it means he's talking to the people that have the authority politically to give us better representation, them, in as far as national UDA is concerned. So I want to think positive, because I don't want to perpetuate violence, and I want to think positive. And now that they have said what they have said, it holds water to that explanation. But it's as far as the intellectual, psychological explanation of what that means, then it's up to the right institution to interpret. But he has a leverage. There's a thin line between being criminal and saying, come on, what I meant was this. Probably, yes, I agree, Bernard, the way you said it's still an offense. But what I saw clearly, probably he meant the gentleman who comes from the other race, who is in Eldoret. He meant Kutunyi. He meant Keter. You know, there's the other one from Kapsabet. That's what probably he meant from that interpretation. But now, what is wrong in that? He borrowed from a dictionary that has already a defined meaning of this terminology that we call Madoadoa. But as far as Madoadoa is concerned, using that terminology in Eldoret, it has a clear meaning regardless of the circumstances and the context of use. The place was right, but the terminology and language that was employed there was wrong. That's what a literature student will tell you. So it's up to him to talk about his intentions, what he meant, then we leave that to the institution to interpret. So both sides, there's an argument that you can have to, but generally there is also the element of carelessness. I did not expect him to have a good intention as much as he might had to pick a wrong terminology to express that, you know, if you may like. He could have used a better term to say probably, UDA, we need people to support us. And those who are not supporting UDA people, don't make sure that they don't get an opportunity to actually stand and represent, you know, you people here. We want to make sure that we all go one direction. You should have been softer. You should have known that Madoadoa is not the right term. That is what is wrong in my view. The term is wrong, but the platform was right. So lastly, I also want to say this, that this country, just like all of you have said, I want to echo the same. This country belongs to all of us. And that is true. I mean, and that's why we are happy. We smile, we talk to each other as Kenyans. So the way we manage our affairs, let's not have monopoly of opinion over others, because that will not augur well. Because when you have monopoly, misunderstanding, you know, I want to see more of the Wycliffes, you know, here, so that we understand that tomorrow, if the DP loses, they should not be bothered that Raila has won the election. When Ruto wins, and he wins genuinely, the Azimio people should not be bothered because he's a Kenyan. Because coexistence of a country in as far as peace is concerned, it is something that we must propagate. We should not be emotional about it. We should not be a domineering group over the minority, because that is also something that might go as far as depicting our character in the wrong way. So I agree with you, David, to that extent. And to the extent that I don't agree with you, you get it. The way forward is this. I am happy that the discussion everywhere in the country and across, majority are of the opinion that we need peace. Majority are of the opinion that we must coexist. Majority, and all of us, including the UDA, are of the opinion that whoever will win the election, people will be able to accept. I am a happier person today than yesterday, because I have not had anybody go out there and say, yes, we will push you out of Rift Valley. Yes, you don't belong here. Yes, if you can't be with us, we will push you out. To me, the fact that they have come out, whether it is firefighting or being diversionary in their tactic, I give them credit. And this is what we want to propagate. So I ask you, Bernard, with a lot of respect, that we go that direction, because we need that country to be that way. And these issues will always come up. So how do we manage this? That depends on the leadership skills that we have. But when we become so emotional to the extent that we want to punch each other as far as this platform is concerned and we are far, then what are we saying? We're actually saying that we're in the mix. We are saying that we are not willing. We will be the people to fight when this comes up. Allow somebody to slap you one cheek and tell him, if you want, I'll give you this other one. Somebody will understand. So I am saying, today you guys have handled the story better, and that is the way it should be. So I think that is it. We just need to move forward as a country. and these issues will always come up. But if we continue drumming up peace, coexistence, and fairness, everything will be good. In any case, we are a God-fearing country. I don't think God will let us go to the dogs again. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for your comments, and those are your views and your opinions, and we respect them. There are those who felt that yesterday's debate was handled well. You feel it was handled better. That's your view and your opinion, and of course, that is what we are calling freedom of expression. We don't come here to compete on who handles the debate better. That's not our business. It is the business of those who come to speak and leave. I still wish to say that we are not here to entertain those people who I wish to repeat. I was handling that debate yesterday, and I still want to handle it again today and repeat very clearly that we do not tolerate anybody coming to celebrate even the use of that term, because it is a standard practice the world over. We are not in a literature class. We are in a place where whatever you say can be seen to go and can be interpreted in a different way by different people. So, first enough, we are happy that the political class have seen the sense, and they have come out in the strongest way possible of what you were saying yesterday. Indeed, it is even good. I think they listened to our debate yesterday, and they came out strongly to like Alex was saying today, that he liked what Murkomen said. They beat a quick retreat because they didn't want to allow that conversation to continue. And it is something that I think any sane person should first of all stand up against it. And you don't even entertain that kind of debate. I mean, tolerance has its limits. You don't say that now I wonder what you guys are calling tolerance, because in Rwanda, it was a discussion that people were having. We seem so oblivious of the history of genocide. We seem so oblivious of the history of things that happened elsewhere. And then we come, my problem sometimes with intellectualization of key things that happen to us. Kindly mute, Patriot, when you are talking and I'm talking, it brings a lot of feedback. Let me finish. You talked.
You rebuttal. I don't think that is being
but
fair.
you talk. You talk. Allow me to talk. I'll allow you to talk. If you want me to allow you to talk, then talk.
No, but Themba, that's not fair. I am entitled to my opinion just like you are. So don't dictate people. We are here to give our personal opinion, not just being lectured. That's not being fair. And I stand for my opinion, just like yours. Just respect my opinion. You give your opinion, I respect it. Respect mine. Why must we look like we are here for competition? That's not being fair. And I gave my opinion. You gave yours. Where does it become an issue when some of us speak? You come and speak the way you want, and you want us to take that to be fact. That's not being fair. And this is what you've done for the last 3-4 days whenever I speak. You don't want others to speak. This is a platform for Kenyans, not for you, Themba. It's for everybody to air their views. I aired mine, you air yours. We are not in a lecture room, my friend. That's the way it should go. And I have a right to speak the way I do, because I'm not a child, just like you're not. So the fact that you're taking domineering, talking to us the way you do, I have a right to rebuttal. That's what I've done. And I'm not sorry about that. So every time you come, you want to domineer, introduce a topic, and you don't want us to speak. What kind of a country do you want us to belong to? Where you want to lectures and you don't want us to tell you anything? I am entitled to my opinion, just like I respect yours. But the fact that you want to dominate, throw people out on a platform where everybody spends his own bundles and you speak the way you do, personally, I'm entitled to speak about that just the way you did. That is what democracy means, my brother.
Have you finished? Have you finished? I want you to ventilate all so that I speak. So I'm giving you time. Just finish talking. Let's allow Patriot to talk to finish.
Okay. I said, and I'll still stand by that, this show is watched by everybody across the world. The show of yesterday ended. I didn't say anything that was hurting of anybody. But whenever everybody speaks here, we are entitled because we are all adults. We could be wrong, we could be right. But at the end of the day, let people make their opinion. It is the public to charge. So when you don't understand, for instance, what fairness means, then it's up to you because we have given what we know. It's possible that we might not know it. Give your views, let somebody give his views, and we smile to each other. But you see, when every time somebody speaks, you use, terminologies like we are not in class, literature student. I mean, we have people here who are professionals. Alex is a professional. I'm sure Solomon is, and you, Themba. So when we bring our intellectual capacities in a debate like this, are you telling us it's wrong to go to school? It's not wrong. Somebody learns English. Like, for instance, the term we are speaking about. It is possible that Linturi did not really think well to use this word. So we are here to teach each other. It's not that everybody knows anything here. All of us learn from each other. This is what we stand for. But when it looks like one person's opinion is what dictates the show, really, it beats the logic. Because I am sure there are things you learn from us, and there are things we are ready to learn from. That is why it is important, in my view, to have a discourse in public to allow people show their weaknesses and their strength. That's the only way you can help them. But when somebody is speaking in the middle, you stop him, he doesn't speak. And that's what you did yesterday. Personally, I was not happy what you did because I listened to you more than 30, 20 minutes. When I spoke, within the first 1 minute, you cut me off and you say, don't speak. How fair is that? If I'm wrong to understand democracy and fairness, I will be ready to learn, and I'm willing to. Back to you, Themba.
Okay, thank you. I've allowed you to speak, thank you. And I respect your view. But I wish to repeat that again, we are not going to entertain. We are not going to entertain. It's not in my place to entertain any sentiments or comments that suggest discrimination. Anybody who appeared to have celebrated or even said that whatever Linturi said was good. That one, for me, I am okay with being buried, but I'm also very careful about respecting people's rights to express their views. But your view should not be in any way be seen not to care about Hutu, about Kenya. We are not here to just entertain talk. I mean, people come here, they spend their time not to come and listen to people coming in and saying that, oh, Linturi was okay with saying Madoadoa. This is what, no, we don't want that. Start by, first of all, appreciating that that was wrong. And consistently, after I gave that direction, everybody came and appreciated that it was wrong. But they are free to give their view to the extent that they're expressing their political view. That is what we are, and that is what respect is about. I'm not here to make someone feel happy or feel sad. We are here to help the discourse and also educate those who want to learn what it is about being a Kenyan and Ukenya. So we are not here to make people happy or feel bad. If someone decides that now they have not been given time to talk, they press left and they go, that's up to them. So direction has to be given as a moderator, and I'll consistently do that. When I see that this is not helping in the discourse, it doesn't help so much. You're not visitors in Kenya to have gone through the post-election violence 2007. Nobody's a guest in Kenya to have seen that. So when young people are coming here and they're trying to express that, okay, fine, this is how we understand it, and then we say that is communicating understanding, I think that is tolerating a wrong tangent of discussion. And of course, I want to say, without fear of contradiction, I will not tolerate that when I am moderating. I don't want to force anyone to think like me, because that is not what we encourage here. We agree that everyone should have their political viewpoint. You have a right to support UDA. You have a right to support whichever side, and we have always accepted people to come and express that. But nobody has a monopoly of what is right and what is wrong. Neither do I, but we have to give direction. So moving forward, I want to bring, and of course, feel free. I mean, Bernard has been told he's bad. Some people think Wekesa is bad. You thinking I'm bad, it doesn't really change much. I mean, even not everybody likes God, and God is said to have created people. So that's just life. I mean, even Jesus came to save people, and the same people he came to save put him on the cross. If you're out here to want to come and please people, you will be the most miserable person on earth. They say if you want to please everyone, sell ice cream. I mean, the ice cream will always be the right thing and everybody will like it. But for as long as we are here, there are people who will be happy, there are others who will not be happy, and that is life. We just have to live together. Patriot, you are a gentleman, and these are things, you know. I mean, you've been here long enough to appreciate that. You can throw stones the way you have thrown, but you'll still be my brother, even up to the next part. So, hata ukasirike, tuko na wewe. Now, on to the next part. The next person who was coming in line was Solomon, I think. And then after Solomon, we start. Oh, Jakindube, you want to say something?
Yes, it's Solomon speaking.
Hold on, Solomon. Jakindube has something he wants to add, and then we can go around again. And kindly, people do not attack Patriot. Patriot is a very good gentleman here, and he just said he's a new father, and we don't mind that. He's a new dad to a very beautiful daughter. Yes, Jakindube.
Congratulations, Patriot.
Thank you. Nataka kusema hivi. Me and Themba, we are brothers. So msiingilie mambo yetu.
So mimi nilikuwa nataka kusema kwamba hapa tuzungumze tu kwa kama ndugu na Wakenya wote, tuelewane. Mtu akisema opinion yake mwache tu aseme, akimaliza utasema na wewe opinion yako. Asanteni.
Thank you, Jakindube, for your Solomon. Tafadhali ongea. Solomon, are you there?
Yes. Yeah. So I can say, let me say good morning first. It's my first time to be in this platform. I'm from Kajiado, County Alelenku, based in Ngong. So I wanted to direct my point to what Wycliffe said about the Linturi statement. You see, he said it was a slip of a tongue, of which that is not true, because you see, like if you are maybe a leader like Linturi, you must prepare a speech to make in a public ground like that. And you can see how he was addressing. He just addressed exactly like how he was prepared. And when Madoadoa issue came, that was back then, Linturi was in Kenya and he was in politics, so he knows what Madoadoa means. And I don't know why these UDA people, I think they think we forget so easily. Because we see, you see, like even the deputy president himself, there was a time the maize were imported from Mexico. The poison, I don't know, it was poison or mercury, whatever. And when he was questioned about the Mexico maize, he said, sikusema Mexico, mimi nilisema maize iko, na ni Ruto mwenyewe alisema. Mimi nilisema maize iko, lakini kwa hiyo statement yake alisema Mexico. And actually there was a problem with that because hiyo mahindi walisema in 10 years time maybe kutakuwa na watu wengi Kenya watakuwa na cancer because of the same thing. And right now even those 10 years are not yet over, so we don't know if it is true. And the other issue is that I wanted to clarify for Wycliffe this issue of, he said we want azimio la umoja mara mbili, kuwe na hii azimio la umoja ya Raila kwa sasa na azimio nyingine, of which hiyo ni kama tu kugawana, ni ile tu mambo tulikuwa tunaongelea ya us and them politics. And you see, like we are even afraid that these people might end up copying everything, because it is now like, what do we have, what do they have that we don't have? And I'm even afraid that we can't go too long without creating another live platform like this, based in Eldoret or anywhere around you there. Because you see, the people who are participating here in this platform, for the few days I've been going through it, wengi ni wa ukiona ni wa azimio la umoja. And there was someone who complained, I don't remember the day, it was on Monday. Bernard alikuwa akasema tutafute watu wa UDA ndio wachangie mjadala. So tunaingia tu kwa platform venye Patriot alikuwa anasema, tunaingia kama ndugu, tuongee view zetu, hakuna kubishana, ndio tusianze hiyo siasa ya kusema we must have what they don't have, the us and them politics, because right now that us and them politics is just underground, but we know it is there. It is still there, vile tu imekanyangiwa kidogo. But you see, the way we are running politics, that term bado tu inatumika. And so I think that is my point for now, na tutaendelea kuwa pamoja kwa siku zote. Back to you.
Thank you, Solomon. Karibu sana katika mjadala. Here we tolerate divergent views,
Yes.
only that we don't tolerate emotive views. If you come in, we have many people here who support UDA. We have bars, we have, you are so many, so you're not alone. But we appreciate when you come to the forum, you come in with some sense of appreciation that tuko na utu, tuko na Kenya. You know, the constitution ensures that you are having multi-party, but
Yes.
it doesn't say that you need to discriminate against anyone, because the Bill of Rights gives everybody the right of association and the right of Alex, you can mute, the right of association and the other rights that are given in the Bill of Rights. So karibu and feel free. People here express. Now, telling you to express whatever you have does not include appreciating and tolerating things that previously have been said to have been noticed to be emotive. So all of us live in Kenya, like you're saying. We are Kenyans. We know what has been bad, what has caused what. So we just need to know how to be sensitive to each other. Like like some, you see, there are some words like in the US where Alex is right now. There are words that you cannot use. For example, you cannot use Negro. You know, there are words like if you go to Rwanda right now, you know, as much as they mean good, you cannot use them. However much you differ with people in certain areas, you know.
Yeah.
So we
But
are saying
actually, what I was, let me
what you are
just say something. What I'm saying, okay, it's like this Madoadoa term, they are trying to fix it in a way that it will have a different meaning from the meaning we know. It's like giving us another meaning of the term UDA instead of telling us it is a United Democratic, I don't know what, and then you give a different meaning of the same term. So now they want to say Linturi was not talking about the Madoadoa that we know. He's just talking, they are manipulating that term to have a different meaning. And that is not good.
Yeah, you see now, like if you have gone to a place and you said the last time a word was used, it caused issues. So you don't want, especially in a time like this in an election year, to
yes,
even tolerate the discussion of that one. That's why I like what they have done. You know, they have seen that it has actually hurt them politically, and it's gonna do, you know, because people are saying you cannot go to a place and then start talking about a certain thing that caused issues in a particular place. I like what they have done, even though it has come rather late, but I like that they have decided that they are not going to entertain that conversation, you know. And you know, that shows that you are sensitive to Kenyans. You're not, they don't have to be 100 Kenyans who are unhappy with it. You only need one Kenyan who was affected by it to say, hey, this word, if you say, it affects me. So let's come in, let's discuss UDA. We have discussed issues of different political parties here, and we have tolerated each other. So I don't think we have discriminated against anyone. And anybody who has come in, I know also this platform, we don't really vet those people who come in. So someone coming in and they are basically, for example, let me ask you, there are people, there was a time, there was this Senator Cherargei said a word that we are profiling you. He was immediately picked up. So would you want someone coming to the show to say now, I'm defending Cherargei for saying that they are profiling people? I mean, that's not something you want to come and entertain, as much as people are free to express themselves. So let's appreciate where we are crossing the red line. And that is basically what you want to keep doing here. You are free to air your views. You are free to come in and share with us what you think is right. But I think as much as possible, let us be sensitive to other people. Now, we have one person. Solomon, you may mute so that we can allow someone else to come in. Alex, you wanted to say something?
Yes. Thank you.
You were actually mentioned by Patriot, so I suggest you also respond to that. You know, Patriot is here waiting for you to respond to his very animated, you know, submissions. That and be kind with him. He's several things that will be happening with
No,
him.
Patriot is my friend, and actually, I smiled when I saw him because I was kind of sad how he logged out yesterday.
No, yesterday he got agitated and he pressed left. You
No,
know, when I told
I
him that
remember the whole conversation, and when I saw him, I was happy. You know, during one of the most heated conversation between one of my political hero and a guy I liked who taught me a philosophy class in South Africa, a professor. And Dozy told the professor there is value in listening. There is civilization in listening. And that caught my ear, that there is value in listening. There is civilization in listening. But when they went on, and Dozy also told him, there is no civilization in lies. And I've always picked those words. They become our core convictions when we are debating. And the truth is, the first time I spoke on this platform, which was not a long time ago, maybe about 3 weeks ago. I've been listening the show for a long time, but that day I got convicted. Let me speak for the first time. And we had a few alterations with both you and Bernard, and you put me online and you asked me a lot of questions, interrogated me, and I still stayed here because I believed that even when you're being interrogated, you have to be kind and answer to the best of your ability, even if you are agitated. And I thank God today I was exonerated, because the point I was making then was, what Ruto is saying, the way he is speaking, has become contagious. Now, there are people within Azimio in our county who are masquerading, and they are speaking unspeakable things. And I even went to say how at one point our senator spoke things that could not be written in the newspaper. But at the same time, I said, Onyonka is speaking and uttering words that can cause fire within Kisii and the country. And because today he spoke something, or yesterday, of something that was related again to the national conversation, now you can see that we have small Rutos within some counties that we have to keep watch. The rhetoric we saw in Eldoret is not a singular coincidence. Fear is being inserted to our people, and therefore people are voting because they want to be told that you must fear the other side. And it has become the greatest agenda that politicians who have ran out of ideology. When you sit down and listen to some of our leaders, those who have been told that they have never spoken in parliament for a long time, when they speak out, they speak of fear. And that's why when we are here and we debate, we are going to disagree. But after we disagree, I believe we become better debaters and also better listeners. And we tend to value each other. After we had had a strong and robust argument, me and both Temba and Bernard, I took keen interest in trying to know them. And the truth is that the more I came to know them, the more I realized that they are good for our conversation. And the same with Patriot. So Patriot wasn't rebutting so that he can go away. He wants to say he's going to be here no matter what, but he has to be heard. And I like that. So as Jakindu Bey says, wacha tusikilizane. Kusikilizana sio tusisemeane. Tutasemeana. Kuna wakati tutaongea yale ambayo yatatupeleka juu na hatutakubaliana. Bora tusitukanane na bora tusiseme maneno ambayo yataleta amani ya Kenya iwe in jeopardy. But I would like robust debates whereby we agree to disagree so that people learn. Because sometimes we massage things, we end up having a hard mentality and we think that this is all good. Whereas we can learn. For example, the bottom-up economics, I am within the Azimio, but I embrace it because from the School of Economics, I realized the cottage industry in India through Mahatma Gandhi and Nehru was built through bottom-up, but in the market system, not in handouts. So we can have those robust debates. And it doesn't mean that uniformity of mind is going to help us here in Mutembei. No, if that is the case, nothing is going to help us from Mutembei. We will get to a point whereby we will have heated arguments. And those heated arguments, the moderator will have to set some principles and says, no, if we go beyond here, we will be losing the debate. Let us have some respect up to this stage. And that's why moderators, whether they are biased or not biased, we must respect them. They are not going to be always on our side because we are going to argue on the opposite. But at the end of the day, we must appreciate that every moderator is different. And I have noticed Bernard can tolerate. And today, I think he tolerated something that I could not tolerate. Somebody told him, we ni Mkristo bana, huwezi sema hivyo. And you know, I laughed. I said, hey, man, when you are a Christian, man, it's really hard to be a Christian. I shouldn't be a Christian here. I should be an atheist in order to debate openly. But still, he could tolerate it. So, but that does not mean that we cannot have robust debate. Let us have robust debate with respect. Jakinube, let us not fear that when we're having robust debate, that sasa tumekosana. We learn from there. You know, at some point I thought Patriot was going to say something bad, but when he was given all his time, you know, Patriot spoke like a gentleman, and he ended up himself exonerating and say, let us have good conversation. And I'm happy that he's still here. So sometimes when we see things are going, ukiona vinaelea, maybe vinaundwa. So sometimes when we argue a lot and we are given the platform, we end up understanding each other, as long as the moderator is there to keep us in tune. So Jakindu Bey, usione atikuwa hatuna amani, tuko na amani even in argument. And I think hiyo ndio inaleta azimio la umoja, azimio la ideas, azimio la agitations. In the end of the day, we make a better Kenya. Those are my submissions.
Thank you so much, Alex. Indeed, we are not here to make anybody angry. You know, we are not here to. And I would wish for everyone to appreciate. I like saying this personally. Siasa siweki kwa roho, naiweka kwa kifua, naipumua. as you can see our interactions here. You've even Patriot is a witness. I never get offended, upset, and I'll make my point. I believe in the mantra that you can make your point without even shouting, and I also believe in what Desmond Tutu said, that improve your argument, not your voice. So if you want to make a point, you can make it, whether you're upset or not. But if a point is there, it will still be there, and that is what I believe in. So if we are here to educate each other, to make sure that anybody coming out of this place, like Patriot and even Jakindu Bey alluded to, that we spend lots of time here. I mean, some of us come here, stay for 8 hours. You know, you come here because you want value added to your time, and we don't want to take that for granted. So if kwa lungs Ziana, kwa lungs si kifua jamani, ama lungs si kifua, nime so Ziana ananikosoa kwa lungs ni mapafu. Okay. Kwa mapafu, so that ukipumua inatoka, and because you pumua every second, so that means inatoka kila wakati. Even weekly, I said here, we look at everyone as a vote. We don't look at you as a person. Tunajua kwamba this is a vote that should be convinced and inafaa kukatiwa ndio ingie kwa whichever side. So we don't want to look at each other as enemies, and that is wachana na watu politicians. Let me tell you something, Kenyans and all of us. The politicians we talk about, wanajuana kwa vilemba. They do business with each other. Ruto does business with whoever family, whichever. Those people, Linturi the other day alikuwa kwa koti kwa sababu ya the former wife who is from Kalenjin. So these people know each other. And tomorrow, let me tell you, unaona, immediately someone said, I think it was Alex who was alluding to that as soon as one Murkomen apologized, Senator Kihika was busy saying that so and so said nothing. Let me ask you, how many people are in court right now because of small things they've done, and you haven't seen any politician going to stand with them? Watu wa kawaida. And tomorrow when Linturi appears in court, all of those people will go there to go and try to give him free legal service. You can't afford legal service, cannot even see one of the politicians coming to stand for you. So he who attaches himself so strongly to a politician is the deluded person. You know, those politicians know each other. Kesho wataenda Linturi ataambiwa, okay, utatolewa na tuseme apewe nini, apewe say a bond or whatever fine, 2 million. Watatoa. Linturi has that kind of money, you know. So we need sometimes to go beyond over and above thinking about just a politician coming here to yap their name. Think about what is beneficial to you as a Mwananchi. When he says those things, how is it going to affect you and your neighbor? Your neighbor is not going to move. You're still going to find yourself paying rent. 31st of August, you'll still be the one, huyo jamaa atakuja na knock, wapi pesa yangu? Hautasema ati sijui so and so alisema. No. So let's think as the masses. And that is what I keep saying. Let's add value to our life by discussing something that can be beneficial. So if someone comes and seems like they're supporting anything that will jeopardize the person you will actually be talking to. Sometimes we all stand together as Kenyans. Even here, we have seen people, even Ndeto has called all of us to stand for a cause, and we have done that. So let's just say, each of us, Ukenya, something keeps saying, undugu, Ukenya, utu. It goes beyond the political party that you stand for and the politician that you are yapping about. I want to bring in Senator Wanga so that we calm down again. We have, is it Senator? Oh, Sam Wanga, sorry. Nimepatia Senator tayari na baada hata hujakuwa Senator.
I almost thought I was vying for a post. I am not vying.
Hujakuwa Senator bado, lakini wacha tu nikuambie tu wewe ni Senator. This ni baraka. So we do our rounds. We start with Sam Wanga, we come down.
Okay. First of all, once again, thank you, Themba, for this forum. I'm always grateful that we come here and we air our opinions. Like Alex said something here that I also fell a victim of. That when you think you know, then you come here and words, you are corrected words, right? And things come out and you are corrected that if you don't do this, then which is a good thing, because you have listeners here that you may be confusing. So I agree with you to some extent. I mean, to all extents, that as a moderator, you want to deliver the correct information. And I also must praise you and Patriot for yielding to each other, for yielding to each other and agreeing on a way to iron this out. And you are coming from one forum, and Patriot is also offering his opinion, which is very healthy, and therefore you are setting up an example for our politicians to choose their words wisely, and also look at the environment. In fact, Patriot mentioned that there's something I said about interpretation, and he actually explained it so nicely in words that I could not have explained it. Unajua mimi 1 + 1 is equals to 2. But Patriot, brought in the language and went ahead and explained that, you can say it, but your environment might be wrong, right? Your environment might be totally wrong, because according to me, when you use some of these words, you don't know what that word in 1992, what it meant for a certain person, right? In the next election after 1992, we went to 1997. If there was clashes, then it could have meant something else to somebody else. And we have different regions. We are right now focusing on Beef Valley, but we keep on also forgetting that even in Mombasa, we had clashes. There was a Likoni, not Mombasa, but Likoni clashes down there at the coast. So this is a problem that exists. At times you watch what Natembeya talks about. It's nothing but things about cattle between different tribes. So to us, it's tribal clashes on this side, but on the other side, it's one tribe raiding another tribe for. So it goes both ways. Whatever we say here and the message that we're trying to deliver is a message of peace. a message of wisdom to our politicians, a message of being careful, that whatever you are saying, you shall be held accountable. It is up to you to go to a court of law and explain. And I still go back to the institutions. How are you holding our politicians accountable when they say and they deliver these messages? Let them defend themselves in court what they meant. I really don't care whether it was Linturi today. Just a few minutes ago, I saw a clip. In fact, when Patrick was talking, I was actually watching a clip on Junet. And I know if I'm talking to Azimio followers, they'll say, that was not inflammatory. No. He pinpointed to a particular individual. Is he sure that is the individual who said those things? Who actually said, because he is saying that Linturi was actually sent by the DP. What message is he passing? Right? So this issue of delivering a message cuts both ways. And our institutions should hold these guys accountable. There are no two ways about that. Fairness in law is determined by its consistency. Otherwise, the law is unfair. If you prosecute UDA today and you leave Azimio or ODM or whichever party, then that law is inconsistent. It's being applied unfairly, right? And I know someone will argue fairness is a question of perception. It depends on which side you're supporting. Just like in any election, an election is only free and fair if your politician wins. It doesn't determine. I mean, it does. The method does not matter. You can talk to Trump followers up to now. They still believe up to date that Georgia, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin were rigged. Michigan was rigged. So it depends on which side of the coin you are on. So for us to be seen to be fair, whether we are applying the law back home in Kenya, right? We must apply that law consistently. The moderators, I think I started participating here I think it's almost 4 weeks or a month ago. I can't complain. I've been held accountable. I've had opportunities to hold people accountable on this show. But one thing is clear, and I think some of us who have been with me on this show have heard me say that one of the best things that God did was to give us 2 ears, a big head, and a mouth. Talk half as much, listen twice as much. Because when you listen twice as much, you absorb what the person, your opponent is saying, or the other fellow panelists are saying, right? You get to synthesize what they are saying, right? And that's the same way I was able to understand what Patrick was saying. He laid the ground for me in words I couldn't understand. Then in comes Alex. Alex now went into the economics of it. I'm not an economist. I only know how to go to work and spend my money. And when they say, oh, we are borrowing trillions, and I'm like, where is it going to? Because I don't see it on the ground, right? So the beautiful thing about this panel is, this forum is that we are exposed to different kinds of professionals. We are exposed to different kinds of professionals who bring different aspects of the same thing to light. And therefore, you appreciate the different aspects. But let us not use somebody's profession to justify our argument, right? We cannot use, like I had someone say that you are a Christian, you are a preacher, you are what? You're a church leader. Then you want to use that to justify an argument. It kind of berates the rest of us. because it leads us to argue, why are we here? We are here because of one thing, our passion for our motherland as Kenya. And therefore, when we see a wrong in Raila Odinga, we should be able to correct it. When we see a wrong in Uhuru Kenyatta, we should be able to say, oh, there, he messed up. When we see a wrong in UDA or in William Ruto, we should be able to say it. And no, this is wrong. And the reason is very simple. We have a passion for Kenya. We have a passion. Without Kenya, I would not be what I am. I'll call it straight and simple. Without Kenya, I would not be where I am. Right? It has given me the experience that I would not have gotten anywhere. It made me have skills that I would, and in a way, it has prepared me to be what I am today. And I'm sure that any Kenyan who grew up in Kenya and is where they are, whether you are in Kenya or you are outside the diaspora, I mean, it made you what you are. So you look back and you want to share your thoughts because you have that passion. As a Kenyan, I'm a patriot. Comes first, right? And also let us remember, we are talking to 47 tribes. There are people who believe that this is the gospel truth. So what you say here, as you are explaining your UDA points, as you're explaining your Azimio points, this could be the gospel truth. What message are you sending out there? For example, when they hear that we are discussing Madoadoa, and this is, we are justifying why Madoadoa was being said. We are justifying why Junet believes that, it is William Ruto who sent Lituri. Right? When we hear people like Onyonka saying that this is what we will do if they make that mistake. So we must talk with facts. We must be careful about what we are saying out there. But otherwise, we are spreading the wrong information. So let's look at the different versions, not versions, but how wide we are in terms of the spheres that we have come from. And I really don't care whether you are a farmer, you are what. You are giving your aspirations for Kenya as a farmer. If you are a professor, you are giving your ideologies as, if you are a preacher or you are leading a church, you are giving your aspirations as a Kenyan. To me, that is the bottom line. Right? So when we are here, let's talk to each other. Let's learn to listen. Let's learn to listen. Let's learn to put commas on our sentences. Usually, I listen. I take a few points here and there, and I learn a lot. I really learn a lot. I also enjoy listening to Jakindu. Jakindu is very wise, and he talks about the tenets that brings human beings together. Because without one time, he really stressed on political stability. If it's not there, then we have no nation. If it's not there, we have no nation. We keep on referring to Rwanda and we forget that there was Burundi. And actually the war started in Burundi, not even in Rwanda. So we need to go back and get our facts right. People think that it is not, in one country the Hutus were killing and in another country the Tutsis were who are killing. No. That's not how it was. Go back and check your facts. And then once you check your facts, then you come back to Kenya and you realize that we are 47 tribes. If this guy carelessly talks of Madoadoa, and I still come back to interpretation, environment that it was being said. And we know how Uasin Gishu is. We know where Bomet is. We know where Sondu is. And these are proximities. And we know where Miwani and Moroni is. We know where Kuru is. These are proximities. What do you think will happen? Because by the time we are talking about all this, we are talking about more than one tribe. More than. So we need to weigh out our facts. And our leaders, the leaders of these commissions, be it the police, be it the DPP, be it the National Commission for Integration and, no, it's called National Consolidated Integrated Commission. They cannot pretend that they don't have the teeth to do what they're supposed to do. The police have responded, but will it come to something? Will Onyonkas, can we justify Onyonka's statements because Linturi said this? Now Onyonka is on the right? No. Will we justify Babu Winos? The speaker should have dealt with it. So where leadership is lacking, say leadership is lacking.
Sam, you wanna finish?
Yeah, I'm done now. Thank you.
Yeah, Sam has taken almost 15 minutes.
I'm sorry. I'm
You're
gone.
giving only
I'm gone. Let me be quiet. I'm sorry.
don't even go. Just be there.
I'm here, but I'm quiet.
We'll be knocked out of Facebook in about 35 minutes. So if we can take 5 minutes from me, unless we wanna continue on YouTube, but let's take 5 minutes, so that we kind of don't get knocked out of Facebook before we finish. So Jakindu Bey, you, what is it? You want to go?
Nataka kutoa maoni yangu.
Aya, toa maoni yako basi. Wacha Mosoti, wacha Jakindu Bey atoe maoni, alafu tutakuja kwako.
Wacha basi.
Aya, sawa.
Nisiende
Mosoti,
mbele yake. Wacha mtoto toa.
Mosoti, dakika zako 5 tafadhali. Ama hauko tayari?
Oh, should I go on, Eric?
Yeah, go on, Mosoti. Is it yeah, no, Eric, sorry.
Eric, yeah.
Yeah, go on.
Okay. Good morning, guys. So to me siongei mambo mingi because hata nataka kulala. All I'm going to say it's siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. So we better choose the right path. Then secondly, as for from our leaders, because every party has got a leader, let us try and tame our foot soldiers. I may advocate for that. And I'm sure there is no tribal party in Kenya, no tribal party. We should be clear on that. No tribal party. So let our leader not concentrate on saying that those are tribal party. We just need a national party. We have multipartism in Kenya, in the country. So there must be a leader who is talking about tribal party. The word tribal party, it shows that it separates people. It will separate us. Because the moment you are in Azimio la Umoja and you are saying that CCM is a small village party, is a tribal party, then it means that whoever we're supporting CCM doesn't belong and cannot fit to Azimio la Umoja. Because we may say Azimio la Umoja is a national party, UDA is a national party, so we don't need other parties. No, they are needed. So there is no tribal party. I think to our leaders, if I may say about the presidential candidates, I've never heard of Raila talking about tribal party. But in the other hand, the new party that is UDA, they are more concentrated on tribal party. They are saying those are tribal party, they don't need them. So kindly, also that one is very bad. utterances when you are in our politics. Sometimes it's good to hide them. You talk behind the curtain, but it's not good also at this moment, because this word tribe. It's making things go worse. So let's forget about that. Then secondly, I appeal to the youth. Let us not follow crowds. Let's listen to leaders. Let's look at what these leaders will offer. Let's not go for handouts. If you are given money, just count for how long that money will help you. For how long that 1,000 bob will help you. The president will take this thing for 5 years and you will have been received 2,000 shillings. What will 2,000 shillings do for you for 5 years? So we should be very keen on that, and not expect to be given money by the government, but to be given an opportunity. Because I said the other day, the government money, it's very sweet and people misuse. You cannot do anything with the money from the government. Why? Because nobody will follow you to pay that money back. So when the government comes and give you 50,000 and the loan institution bank give you 50,000, trust me, you will hope to pay the bank, but not the government. So if there is no bank, is the government is giving you the money, that's why you are going on to do anything, because you're not going to pay the money, because no one will follow you. So let's believe in working. Let us just the government should expect the opportunities, not the finance, the opportunities. I know Kenyans, they know how to do job, they know how to do their businesses. It's only opportunities we need, so that we can thrive in our businesses and endeavors and everything that we want to do. So for those are my submission. I have more, I don't have more, but hii maneno ya Madoadoa, we try and forget that thing permanent. Let us not talk about it again, because it's hurting more. The more we continue talking about it, it hurts. So kindly we can try and go change the conversation to a positive conversation, so that we try and make it not to go too far. Because the more we talk about it every day, we are opening a new page. Every day a new page, every day a new page, and it hurts. So, gentlemen and Kenyans, that's all I can say. And let's meet today, for another topic. Hopefully, then Wycliffe, I'm so happy about you. I've come to realize you are from UDA, but your mind is different than some people I've heard talking on this platform. You are very consistent with one thing, that is peace, and that is good. Nimeona unapenda kusikiza na unapenda kulearn na unapenda advice, even though I've seen a lot of UDA affiliates, they don't want to be advised. Most of them, they know everything, but for you, you are good, man. So keep that effort, and please let us try talk to other people out there. Wycliffe, fetch some of gentlemen and ladies, educate them, as we do all of us in this platform. So thank you so much, and God bless you. God bless Kenya.
Thank you so much, Eric. Jakindube, your turn.
Asanteni sana. Nataka kuanza na Wycliffe. Hata mimi nakupongeza kwa sababu watu wengi ambao wana mrengo wa upande wa UDA ni watu wanapenda matusi au wanapenda kusema uongo. Ukijaribu kumkosoa ama ukijaribu kumwambia weka facts hapa, anatoa matusi alafu anatoka. Na hata ukiona comment zao kwenye mahali, ni watu wanapenda matusi. Hiyo mimi nimesema haitasaidia chochote. Hata ukitukana mpaka mwisho wa mwaka, uanze kutukana leo mpaka mwisho, haitafanya chochote. Haileti mageuzo yoyote, haina maendeleo yoyote, haina chochote. Lakini tukizungumza hivi tunapozungumza. Mimi kama ingekuwa ni mawazo yangu vile nataka, inatakiwa tuzungumze, lakini tuwe na ile kitu tunasema maridhiano. Tusizungumze tu hewa, lazima tuwe na maridhiano, lazima tuwe na vitu, jukumu fulani. Tunasema tumezungumza, tumekuwa na mawazo tofauti, lakini mwishowe tunapata wazo ambalo litatusaidia. Tusizungumze tu ati kwa sababu ni siasa, tunazungumza tu, kila mmoja anasimama upande bila kuwa flexible, bila kuangalia mwenzako kwamba kitu anachosema ni ukweli, inatakiwa tuende namna gani. Manake hivyo ndivyo mwisho tutapata maendeleo. Lazima tufike mahali tunasikiliza, tunapata suluhu, na wakati mwingine inakuwa suluhu ni kuchagua kiongozi fulani. Wakati mwingine suluhu, hata sisi hapa ni lazima tukubaliane kwamba jambo fulani si nzuri, na ni lazima tuanze kutoa mfano, tuanze kupractice hiyo kitu tunasema hatutaki. Wa Kenya kama hatutaki magombano, lazima tuonyeshe sisi. Vile nilikuwa nasema ile kusikilizana, sikuwa na maanisha kwamba mmekosana, lakini napenda kwamba tunapozungumza mwishowe, hata kama debate ni hot, lakini mwishowe tunakuwa na maridhiano. Yani tunakuwa na lengo fulani kwamba tumejifunza kitu fulani. Hiyo ndio maana yangu ya kusema kwamba tuwe na ni lazima, ni vizuri tunapokuja kuzungumza hapa tuwe na ile kitu inaitwa utu, undugu, umoja, usawa na uzalishaji. Uzalishaji ni maana yake, tukimaliza hapa lazima tuwe na yani yale mazao ambayo yametoka katika mazungumzo yetu. Tusizungumze tu na tunatoka hewa, hiyo haitusaidii. Lazima tuhakikishe kwamba tunapozungumza tuna mazao, tuna vitu ambazo tunatoka tunajifunza kwa wenzetu, manake elimu haina mwisho, tunajifunza. Manake hiyo ndio manake haja yetu ni kujenga nchi yetu. Tunataka tujenge nchi yetu, na kujenga nchi yetu lazima siku zote tukumbuke jambo la kwanza kabisa ambayo ni la muhimu, ni hii kitu tunaita siasa. Lazima tuwe na siasa safi, siasa ambayo haibagui, siasa ambayo haina fujo. Ndio tupate hizi vitu vingine tunasema economy. Bila kuwa na siasa thabiti hatuwezi kupata hizo, tutakuwa na vurugu tupu. Kwa hiyo ndio maana nilisema na nimewaambia mkinipatia nafasi siku moja nitawaelezea vile ninavyofikiria kuvunja mimi kitu nachukia kuliko chochote ni ukabila, ubaguzi. Nachukia sana kwa sababu hiyo imetufanya tufike mahali tuko. Tungekuwa mbali zaidi kama tungekuwa tunazingatia mambo ya ukabila. Hizi tungekuwa mbali kama nchi yetu tungekuwa tumeendelea, lakini kwa sababu tulijikita katika siasa za kikabila zimeturudisha nyuma sana. Ndio maana mimi kwa upande huo nampongeza sana Rais Kenyatta, Uhuru na nduguye vile anaita Raila Amolo Odinga. Naona ni wao ndio wawili wanasiasa ambao wanajua problem ya Kenya, na wanapowaambia watu wanaposema kama hizo, Raila anapotuambia mambo ya history, watu wanaona ni kama anacheza. Watu wengine hawajui, hawaoni maana na hawajui, kwa sababu hiyo ndio akisema historia yetu ndio tunaona mahali gani tulifanya makosa. Manake bila kuona hiyo hatuwezi kujua hiyo shida yetu tutaiponyesha namna gani. Kwa hiyo hizo history ambazo anasema ni vizuri sisi wale vijana ambao hawajui mzingatie, muangalie na ufanye uchunguzi, uone kwa nini hii inafanyika hivi, alafu tunarekebisha hiyo. Na mimi naweza kuambia ukabila ndio kitu inatakiwa tuache. Hiyo ikifa, hatutakuwa na corruption, tutakuwa na political stability, kila kitu itakuwa. Mimi nasema hiyo ndio kansa ambayo inaharibu nchi nyingi hata za Kiafrika, nchi nyingi zote za Kiafrika. Hiyo imeturudisha nyuma sana. Waafrika tungekuwa mbele, lakini hiyo kila nchi ukienda, nchi nyingi zinazozana. Hiyo nchi moja ambayo mimi naijua kwa undani zaidi, ambayo ilishona ukabila, ilishonwa zote kwa nani moja, ni Tanzania. Mwalimu alishona hiyo mambo ya akaweka Watanzania katika msingi safi, msingi mzuri. Kwa hiyo hata wakipeperushwa na upepo, lakini ile msingi wao ya kwamba wao ni Watanzania, hawajibagui. Labda saa zingine wanataka kujibagua kwa kidini, lakini kwa sababu ya ile msingi, wakitaka kuyumbayumba huwa wanakumbushwa Mwalimu alisema hivi, Mwalimu alisema kitu fulani. Wakisikia sauti, hata wale vijana wa saizi wakisikia Mwalimu alikataa hiyo, kila mtu hataki kwenda huko. Mimi nawashukuru, wanaheshimu huyo president wao wa kwanza, wanamheshimu. Hata mimi namheshimu. Kuna kila kitu mimi ambazo Mwalimu alifanya, na ukimwangalia ni mtu ana utu kwa maisha yake. Ni mtu ambaye aliondoka kwa president bila kuchukua hata ndururu. Alitoka kama amemaliza kazi na kuwa contented na kuwa satisfied kwamba alifanya kazi, alifanya makosa. Alikuja hata Kenya akaomba msamaha kama alifanyia watu wengine. Alikubali hata makosa ambayo alifanya, ambapo Waafrika wengi hawakubali, lakini yeye alikubali kwamba kuna makosa fulani alifanya. Kwa mfano nationalize zile makampani, alisema alifanya makosa. So tunataka watu ambao sisi tujifunze kwamba lazima sisi ni binadamu, tunafanya makosa, na kama wewe ni kiongozi, ukifanya makosa, ukielewa yale makosa, kubali kwamba haya ni makosa na uirekebishe. Hiyo itatufanya tuendelee. Lakini mimi kumalizia kabisa, hili neno la madoadoa tushaiona ni neno ambayo haifai kwetu wana Kenya. Haifai kwa sababu vile nilivyosema, ukimpatia watu kama 20 uwapatie uwatume kwamba na neno fulani, mambo fulani, uendeni muambie mtu fulani. Hao watu 20 wakienda kusema, wakipeleka ujumbe, utakuta kila mmoja atasema ujumbe tofauti. Kwa hiyo kama tushajua kama wana Kenya kwamba hili neno madoadoa halifai, ni lazima tuiache. Mambo kwa mfano kusema black, huwezi kusema Uingereza, huwezi kusema mambo ya black ovyo ovyo, huwezi kumrifaa mtu mweusi na hiyo jambo la black ovyo ovyo, inaweza kukulandisha mahali pabaya ukizungumza. Kwa hiyo wanajua, zamani walikuwa wanaitumia, lakini saa hizi wanajua ni neno ambalo halitumiwi. Amerika, neno negro hauwezi kutamka ovyo, uwezi, kwa sababu inaweza kupeleka pabaya. Kwa hiyo hata sisi wa Kenya tujifunze kwamba maneno kama haya, kama neno kama hili halifai. Kwa hiyo kiongozi yoyote hafai kusimama pale tena. Ni sehemu ambayo kulitokea fujo mbaya zaidi, anarudi kusema hilo neno ni jambo lisilokubalika kabisa, hata kidogo halifai. Na hiyo kusema kwamba sijui kama watarekebisha kama hiyo mambo ya kusema wanaomba msamaha wameomba vizuri, sijui kama itasaidia, sielewi. Mimi nataka kuona wananchi, kwa sababu nimeshaona watu wengi wameanza kulaani hayo maneno. Kila sehemu ya Kenya wameanza kulaani hayo maneno. Kwa hiyo ni jambo ambalo UDA watapambana nao, na hiyo ndio maana mimi nasema makamu wa rais hafai kuwa president, kwa sababu katika siku zake zote, katika mwenendo wake wote ni wa kugawa watu. Huwezi kuwa mtu ambaye anagawa watu, na ukimwangalia kwa nani zake zote, zile progress tunataka katika nchi yetu, yeye amezipinga zote, hakuna mmoja hakupinga. Hata hii BBI mpaka leo bado anaipinga, anaenda akisema ilikuwa ni ya utapeli na nini. Na ukiangalia hiyo BBI, maana yake ilikuwa tunataka political stability, tunataka kila mtu apatiwe haki. Hizi vitu ni mambo ambayo ni lazima tufanye. Ni Kenya, ni yetu, lazima tubadilishe hayo mambo. Yeye anapinga hayo mambo, hataki. Sasa huyu ni mtu ambaye tukimpatia utawala atakuwa ni dictator, na mimi sipendi hata wale watu. Unaangalia wale marafiki zake, wale watu ambao wako katika hiyo nani yake, si watu ambao mimi nakubaliana kwamba wanaweza kuongoza nchi yetu vizuri. Hiyo sikubaliani nayo hata kidogo. Kwa hiyo mimi nawashauri, maoni yangu, si haki ninavyoona, hafai kabisa. Ndio maana yeye anagawa watu, amekuja na sijui bottom up, amekuja na kuna anasema nation ya hustler. Nation gani hiyo? Ni kugawa watu, kwamba kuna watu wengine ni hustler, kuna watu wengine ambao ni dynasty. Hizo ni kutugawa, hatutaki. Anasema kuna wengine wanaitwa mbwenyenye, matajiri, kuna masikini. Hiyo ni kutugawa, hatutaki vitu kama hizo, kusema wengine ni matajiri, wengine masikini. Hatutaki, tunataka tuboreshe maisha ya watu wetu wote. Hiyo ndio ilivyo. Hata ukienda Amerika, Uingereza, wasemi eti hapa tuna masikini na matajiri. Hapana, wanataka kuboresha maisha ya watu wote, kwa sababu hao watu unaoita watajiri wameandika watu, wamewapatia watu makazi. So mambo ya kugawa watu ni makosa. Kwa hiyo kwa muonekano vile navyoona, ni yeye ni mtu ambaye anagawa watu. Kwa hiyo hafai kuwa katika utawala wa nchi yetu. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana Jakindube. Kuna jambo umesema hapo nikakumbuka. Unajua, in Tanzania the other day, what happened when the speaker commented on the debt crisis in Tanzania. He had commented again. Yeah, he resigned because he said he had commented against what the party position is. Now that is called magnanimity. When you disagree with the ruling party on any policy position, it behoves you as a person, as much as the constitution still says that Ndugai, the speaker is called Ndugai, as much as the constitution tells that he should be able to continue. But he disagreed with the position of the party and the president at that time. He commented about the burden and he resigned. But in Kenya, a deputy president cannot resign, but is differing with his boss. I mean, that's what you call the irony of our time. Patriot, you are 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'll try to be shorter than 5 because I know the guys are already tired. Thank you, Themba, so much. Allow me, before I conclude, to say I appreciate the way we concluded our discourse between me and you, and that shows maturity. And I want to say if I sounded a little bit, on the wrong side, I hope you give me the benefit of doubt, but I can say I apologize. That's what I should say. But nevertheless, sorry, I want to say, Alex, you are quite resourceful. You saw it, and well, it is obvious that you are a brainer. I can't say you're a no-brainer. Sam Wanga, great to listen to you. Wycliffe, as we say, I want to agree with Eric that we are more than happy to have Wycliffe you here, and the fact that you are supporting the UDA fraternity and the entire battalion. We want to appreciate the fact that you've been able to make your contribution, and at the same time be patient to listen to us. And I'm sure probably much that has been said into your ears is not what you really wanted to listen to. Now that you seem to be the only one speaking for the DP, I want to congratulate that kind of patience and encourage you that you can bring forward. I want to agree with Eric. You have an opportunity to censor the kind of friends or your colleagues, your comrades, depending on how you want to call them, so that they come on board. I'll be very happy the day I will see the supporters of UDA, probably you're 4 and we are 6, having a robust discussion like today and ending well and agreeing, either sides to end with a word of prayer. That's the Kenya we are looking for, and I'm happy we are already setting pace on that. Sam, I respect your opinion correctly, as I said, and I thank you for what you pointed out for my contribution. We appreciate. I am not really out to rebuttal your side. I just want to emphasize the departure between me and you when it comes to the 2 leaders from Kisii. And I'm not saying that because I come from there. I'm just being neutral here. I'll drive my point home by giving an example. When you find that you are in marriage where your wife insults you in public, you see, she has her respect, but she's giving you this feeling that when it comes to the public, she can apply this demeanor of not appreciating as a husband. Well, it means in the public, perspective, you must restrain yourself. Don't punch her. Don't do anything. But in my view, when you go to the extent of explaining what you will do if she continues to misbehave, that does not get you out of the line. You have actually just given a warning statement that I'm so and so, I have the abilities to do this, so don't provoke me. And probably you've explained that as an African, it's not fair that you apply this demeanor in public, and especially when you're my wife. This is the kind of a scenario I want to look at when we look at our brothers from Kisii, Simbarati, and our friend, the Momoima Onyonka. It depends how you look at it, but from my end, the fire, where it began, it should be the concentration. People react to different things in different ways. You can be told from the Ministry of Interior, mkicheza tutawanyorosha. Sisi kama mkileta mchezo kuharibu peace ya nchi mtawanyorosha. How do you treat that? So I'll be more concentrating on who began the story. And then the other example that I wanted to give is this. I look at that to be likened to a situation where a thief has been caught in public, stealing. Either he was trying to rob a car or what, and then he's been caught. Whatever is commonly known as mob justice. Ascent on this guy, they beat him up, he dies. It is true that mob justice is not the way to go. You get it from the law point of view that the best way to do is to get this guy, take him to the court where he's charged as a thief and evidence is given. So the story of the Aratis and the Lituri borders along such an example. You know, I wouldn't really concentrate on the mob justice as much as it's not the good thing to do. That's not the way you dispense justice. I'll concentrate on making sure that we don't have a thief who is going to be fought with a mob justice. You know, who is not going to be given justice through the mob. So that's what borders. And so my concentration will be, let's take care of ourselves. We don't have more thieves to be given mob justice, because it is a reaction out of a provocation that came out of that. That's how I look at it, Sam. But you hold your views, though I look at that differently. So I'll be asking that you indulge me on that, on our different views. But otherwise, I agree with what you say. We all want peace in a country like this, and we want to be probably an example of peace across Africa. At one point, you know, as much as Moi didn't do much of the economic, he didn't bring out the economic value of his presidency during his time. It wasn't, you know, anything close to that. But there's something that Kenya was known for: peace. You know, Kenya was known for peace, and I'm sure in many occasions our neighbors have been citing us, Kenya, as a good example until when we went almost to the docks in 2007. But there before, I will tell you where we were. And if you remember the transition that happened between Moi's time, when at Uhuru Park watu wanamtupia mchanga na nini, that mzee, you know, tried to manage the country to be together. The peaceful coaction was a synonymous adjective that you will associate with Kenya then, you know, until things got the way they were. That's the way it is. So I want to agree that peace should be our bottom line. We need to propagate this. We need to preach peace, because at the end of the day, peace will give us the best that you want. Because you can't do anything in an environment that is in civil war, in an environment that is chaotic, where people are not agreeing, and they're solving their issues violently. So peace, to me, the fact that both the UDA fraternity and Azimio la Umoja seems to be agreeing that for sure, yes, peace is where we are going. I mean, this is what we need to hold dearly to our hearts. As I said, I want to still emphasize, I'm a happy person today than that before, because we didn't see the direction. Our UDA guys were handling this from yesterday. They were still defending the term. They were still going around. Some of them were still even emotive, the way they were speaking. The tempers were still a little bit high, even yesterday. But the fact that the DP went out to call his troop into order, and he pronounced the way he did, which, of course, it could mean diversionary tactic or firefighting. But the fact that he was able to do that, I want to aspire, I want to believe that we will use this opportunity. We'll seize the opportunity to make our country better, because you can see now, some people can be remorseful, but they might not say it. Where I come from, Alex Isoy, you might agree with me. I don't know whether you know this. Where I come from, traditionally, we don't tell our women sorry. You know, traditionally, we don't say sorry to women. You know, it might be misconstrued to mean weakness. When you tell your wife, "I'm sorry, I did this," it will mean that probably it's a weakness. But in the modern context, people who are civilized, who've gone to school, Christians, whatever you call it, I think when you're able to say sorry, it's a quality. It's not a weakness. And gentlemen, that's the way they need to go. So some of our politicians have decided to go the traditional way of saying sorry. They're not saying sorry directly. They're simply changing their tones. You know, they're toning down indirectly. So I'm appealing that we also appreciate that is the way they're doing it. As long as we are reading between lines that they are being apologetic, then we build on that, so that we have a cohesive and coherent country where we want to make sure that peace remains a foundation of our fabric, so that as we have a political discourse, regardless of the position we take, we still remain peaceful, propagate the same, because at the end of the day, as you've all said, This is our country. We don't have any other Kenya. Even those who live in the diaspora, my brother Themba, Sam, what is that, Isoe? I'm sure probably you're there for some time, but you'd agree with me the kind of racism that is in the US, like in the US, for instance. At some point, you feel like if I had what really I'm looking for in the US,
Just a second.
I'll go back home.
Just a second, Patriot.
Yeah.
Just a second. Mute kidogo. Those who are in Facebook, thank you so much. We will see you again tomorrow. We will continue on the YouTube side. So we really appreciate you have been with us all through up to right now. And we really appreciate your comments. And join us again for the conversation when you see us logged in. God bless you. See you, those who are on Facebook. But if you're on YouTube, tunaendelea. As we want to say bye. Continue, Patriot. We are just saying that because we are being thrown off Facebook.
King seems to have something. I can see. Can we allow him Themba?
Yeah. Again?
I can see him raising his hand. What is it?
No, Jakindu wants to go. So
No, mimi wakati ulisema eti kwa heri, basi mimi nilikuwa nasema kwa herini.
Tulikuwa tunaambia watu wa Facebook kwa heri kwa sababu wanatupwa nje saa hizi. Patriot, tumalizia.
Santi. So what I was saying is that we are happy that we seem now to be reading from the same script. The common denominator that we want to propagate is peace, coexistence, and fairness of how we look at each other. To me, that's a win. That's a win for all of us, because if we are going to insist on peace, then for sure, we want to see the winner having to shake hands with the loser, and we will have to fight as a people. So come August 9th, I am more what do I say? I'm more hopeful that I can see a future that is clearer, better. That's what I'm saying. Now the way things are going, if people can actually come out and say they are sorry in whichever language they are putting it, because at the end of the day, what I'm reading is that the UDA people are sorry on what they're doing, and even those who are from Azimio la Umoja, I agree. They might not say it, but they're going to also weigh into their words. They'll be careful on how they speak, because we have come a long way. Peace is a very expensive thing. Once we lose it, it might be very difficult for us to actually correct that. So I really, from my sitting point, I think we are going well. We are making progress, and the way we have handled our issue today, Themba, it depicts exactly how we can differ so strongly. I like the way the words of Alex, that at the end of the day, we smile back. This is what we want as a country, where politicians have related in the public just like they really want to fight and kill each other, but you find they live together. Their kids use the same vehicles to go to school. Their neighbors in Karen, their neighbors in Lavington. These are guys who shop in the same malls. They take the same flights, and some of them, once they've, if a guy has forgotten his check to pay his ticket, I am sure the UDA guy will pay for the ODM fella wherever they meet at the airport. This is how they live. So I want to agree that there is a good picture the politicians have within themselves, which we can borrow in the way we even relate ourselves as the public. So let them not cheat us that they are enemies. So if they are not enemies, why should be our enemies? We need to agree to disagree, if I may borrow from Alex, and disagree to agree. So at the end of the day, we come out as winners. But I'm more than happy to end today by saying that really this is a great show. And personally, I have learned a lot, even in the course of me talking to you, Themba. There's a lot that we've learned here. I will sleep a happy person. So I wish you well as a people. Last week, you sound better. You seem to be doing well. I didn't need to ask, but from your voice, I think you're improving. It was a bit hoarse the other day, but today you had clarity in your messaging, and that means God has answered the prayers that we've been putting for you here. So we wish you well. May God grant you the healing, because the doctors treat, but the healing is done by God. So we ask that God really comes to intervention. Thank you so much for those who listen to me, and I appreciate all of you. Alex, you're a great Princess Karibu. Pen Nyagaka, I really want to hear what Pen Nyagaka said. We've only had an opportunity on the other chats. Thank you so much, Lemba, and I wish you well. Goodbye.
I'm here. They have not given me a chance.
Okay, thank you so much, Patriot. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm getting better, and of course, indeed, it's one day at a time. You know, I'm from the philosophy of life happens. So life happens, and I appreciate the good wishes.
Just a second. I'll let you go. A second, Themba. On a like note, Themba, wewe zawadi yako ya mtoto hukutuma. I didn't get it. Ilipotelea wapi?
Patriot, wacha kudai.
Temba, let me say something. Zawadi tutakutumia.
You see, Patriot, when you send Zazi watoto, you don't send to men. You send to their mothers.
Thank you.
So,
Excellency.
They say even if you educate a lady, you have educated a village. If you educate a man, you have educated a man. So you see now the problem with Patriot. But don't worry, your daughter will be taken care of by this Mutembei TV. So don't worry. Ndiye amezaliwa bwana, atataka kwenda university, atataka kwenda shule, utatuita pre-wedding, so relax. So I want to go straight to where Alex, wewe umeshaongea. Geoffrey amekuja hapa hata hajasema jambo.
It's just a rebuttal of something that was said, just an add-up.
Aya basi wewe ongea, lakini Geoffrey, unajua Geoffrey amevumilia sana. Geoffrey hajasema kitu.
Okay. Geoffrey,
wacha aseme jambo alafu
wacha Geoffrey. Geoffrey lazima tumpe time.
Okay, thank you brother Temba na ndugu wenzangu na dada huko wenye kuko kwa panel. Nashukuru sana because the way we are educating each other and condemning the wrongdoing by our politicians. And kusema hivi, nashukuru sana brother Wycliffe, sijui kama ako huko ndani vile alikuwa anasema, and being on the other side kujaribu kuongea, then I saw something good. I wish we can get more people come here because all the time naona watu wa Azimio wanakuwa wengi mpaka brothers kutoka side nyingine wanakuwa overwhelmed na maswali na nini na kujibu, but hope brother Wycliffe gonna bring more people so that we can balance and we can have a very healthy discussion. What I would say is that it's a really nice time to tell our brothers from the both sides that we really need our country. No matter where we are, there's no any place which is the best like our country. Hakuna mtu mwenye anaidharau nchi yake kwa sababu nyumbani ni nyumbani. West, East, North, South, home is the best. That's why we are crying that tunataka watu wakae kwa amani, na the politician vile wanaendelea kutafuta kura watafute kwa njia iliyo kamilifu na njia iliyo na ungwana and respecting each other, so that at the end of the day by August tukuwe na uchaguzi yenye iko na amani na mshindi atangaze na Kenya endelee mbele. That's what we are praying for. So the thing is say that let us continue being tolerant to each other whenever we are doing discussion here, kwa sababu so many people watching the Mtembei. and people are getting something from our daily discussion, so that wakati I like the way Brother Temba anasema kwamba I don't see Brother Wycliffe ama Ndeto kama I see them like vote, ili tutafute njia ya kuwa confuse ndio wakuje saidie, na wakati wanaongea na sisi they see us like vote, watu waongee na sisi, watuonyeshe sera za makamu wa rais, ili tukisikia ni mzuri tufanye nini, tusiunge pamoja nao. That's the only way we can learn and tolerate each other and tusonge mbele pamoja, and to show a good example so that we can have a peaceful election na tukue na country yenye tunajifunia. Asanteni.
Asante sana Bwana Geoffrey. Wycliffe, karibu ndugu yangu, utoe maoni yako ya mwisho. Wycliffe.
Jambo na mimi je?
Wewe pen kaa hapo. Wewe ni governor. Governor anapewa nafasi ya mwisho ndiye aweze kuomba kura. Sasa kuna kura nyingi sana hapa zako. Kuna Patriot hapa, kuna Isoe hapa. Hizi ni kura zako, kuna Geoffrey hapa. Sasa wewe kama governor kaa hapo, ngoja ndio uze sera. Wycliffe. Wycliffe, si uongee bwana, unmute.
Hapo sawa, mnanisikia?
Uko sawa sasa, nakusikia.
Sasa nilikuwa naomba kusema kushukuru kwa chance nimepewa, na niendelee bado kuongea kuhusu maneno, na unajua vile kuna huyu ndugu wetu nani Filemanda anasemaga hizi siasa tunafaa tuweke kwa kifua, tusifanye kuenda naye ile maneno tunachukua ni personal, ni kama juu siasa huwa inafanyika baada ya miaka 5, alafu wao wanasiasa
sio kifua, mapavu.
Hiyo mapavu, sorry. So alikuwa anasema tunafaa tuchague leaders yenye kulingana na zile sera yenye wako nazo na zile vitu yenye tuseme, for example sasa hii tuko na hii timu ya UDA na kuna hii ya Azimio la Umoja. Watu wa Azimio la Umoja zile sera zao wenye wako nazo huenda bado hata mimi kama niko mtu wa UDA, kulingana na vile wanaweza sema nione nitasaidika aje nikiweka kura yangu huko, naweza kuwa confused niseme acha niende nipige kura nani, watu wa Azimio la Umoja. Lakini kulingana na vile nimeanalyze na kulingana na track record yenye nimeona yenye UDA wamefanya, kulingana na wale mimi nimetoka, nimeona vitu yenye haizikuwa before wakati ya hiyo au nyuma, hiyo maendeleo sikuwa nimeona, lakini vile nimekuja nikaziona, nikaona hapa kulingana na vile wanaongea kuhusu bottom of economy system, naona mimi nitasaidika sana. Ndio maana najaribu kuambia watu kulingana na vile hata mimi naona hii ndio the right direction yenye tunaweza saidika. Juu muhimu tuseme, for example mahali natoka kupe kuna technical college hapo imewekwa, niko na tuseme ndugu yangu ama niko na mtoto wangu aenda ajifundishe ufundi yoyote, anaweza enda kujisaidia kufanya kazi. Juu tuseme kuna industry imetengenezwa, for example natoka Bomet, yeko kuna industry inatengeneza vitu hapo Bomet in between, sio na niko na mtu already tuseme sasa mtoto amejifundisha akona skills fulani, anaweza fanya, labda anaweza kuwa welder for example, anaweza kuwa plumber, anaweza kuwa mtu wa stima, na kuna kazi kwa hapo within, na kampuni serikali imetuwekea kuna industry hapo imewekwa within Bomet. Hivyo ndio tutaendelea kujenga economy ya Kenya na kila mtu atakuwa amesaidika, na hivyo ndio stani yangu nasema, na hivyo bado naendelea kusema hizi siasa tunafaa tufanye kulingana na vile tunafaa kuweka Kenya, yani ikuwe ya kwamba Kenya iko kubwa kuliko sisi wote. Sisi wote ni wa Kenya na hakuna mtu amepanga asaliwe mahali amesaliwa. Ni Mungu alitubariki tukazaliwa huko. So tunafaa tujifunie kuwa wa Kenya na tunafaa tuishi na amani, tufanye siasa yenye haitakuwa inaudhi mwenzako upande hii na kuna upande hii, zote ikuwa ya kwamba ni kufaidika kulingana na uwezo wenye kila mtu atasaidika, na tunajifunia kuwa wa Kenya. Na ya mwisho, juu nataka kuachia watu wengine nafasi ya waongee, juu unajua kusikiza bado hapa ni mara yangu ya kwanza kuingia, lakini nimefurahia kwa sababu kuna hiyo ni nafasi yenye kila mtu anapewa, anatoa idea zake, na kulingana na ukitoa idea yako unapewa nafasi, unasikizwa, na bado kuna mahali unafaa bado unafai kuongea kuhusu ile maneno yenye mtu matamshi yenye sifai kutamka, yenye ndafanya mwenzangu Mkenya mwenzangu aone ni kama nime cross line yake yenye, unajua kuna hiyo ka line yenye lazima si wote na Wakenya, obvious, si wote na Wakenya, na lazima tujifunie kuwa Wakenya. So naomba kuachia nafasi watu wengine wacha.
Wycliffe maliza. Okay. Isaac, Alex yuko?
Niko ndugu yangu, unanisikia?
Haya, toa maoni yako sasa kaka.
Ya, iko jambo ambalo ulisisitiza. Je, Kiswahili naye inakuwa elusive. Ukikaa Kenya, kama hujakaa Kenya for a long time, hata Kiswahili kinakushinda. Ni kusisitiza ama ni anyway, there is an issue here that you insisted on, and I think I wish to commend you on that. We tend to forget that politicians are great friends. Kuna wakati, there is a time Sakaja having one of his first interviews. Mnanisikia? Mnanisikia?
Yes sir, endelea.
Yeah, kuna wakati Sakaja alikuwa na one of his first interviews as a legislator. That time alikuwa MP, and he was a nominated MP. One of the first interview alikuwa nayo na Mtula Kilonzo, akasema wanapomaliza a debate, when they go to drink in the parliament bar, you can't imagine how you will see Jakoyomidi will laugh with Duale. But what we see on the newspaper and the TV is totally different from who they personally are. And of the recent, there's a development that in the US, and I've been reading that book, and it's a very interesting book, of John Boehner, a former speaker who presided over the healthcare, affordable care, when Obama was the president, and the guy was totally against Obamacare. But they are saying how their relationship, as the two people, John Boehner and Obama, they could go alone and play golf. And their relationship blossomed so much to a point that Boehner could no longer be trusted as a speaker. And as a result, he couldn't sacrifice his friendship with Obama. He opted to resign as a speaker and continue his relationship with Obama. He valued his relationship with Obama more than a position. So his role as a friend was preeminent of his position as a speaker. The relationship they had superseded the position they held. And we tend to forget such kind of things. Recently, I was shocked more than ever. You can remind me, it was 3 or 4 months ago. Raila Jr. paid homage to Sudi in Eldoret. He went and visited Sudi. And the whole day they spent time in Eldoret. And recently when when people started saying that Raila organized the Kondele meeting, Sudi came out and said, no, Raila can never do that. Raila is my friend. And even when he came to Eldoret, we organized and told people, you can never do this to Baba. Now, a few days ago, when Baba had a birthday, you could see how these people who are even in opposition to him, like Kuria, Sabina Chege, I mean, historically people who are so harsh to Baba, but the kind of messages they were writing to Baba, including Murkomen, including, I mean, let us not forget that there is life after politics. For them, politics is a profession. They are career politicians. If you are a doctor, you don't come in the house and your kids start calling you Dr. Daddy. No. If you are an accountant, if you are a moderator here, your kid is not going to call you moderator Daddy. When you put up your heart, you come to the house, you become a dad. And that is what politicians do. But what we tend to forget is that we who, ambao tunatetea our politician, we put the cap of politics 24/7. Even we can refuse to eat in a certain place because siasa iko huko ni ya Azimio ama ni ya nini. We have divided ourselves. I wish we could know that politics for politicians is a career. And the greatest politicians will tell you that they put politics aside. When Raila's, when Mudavadi's stepmother-in-law died, Raila said it. We don't even call each other Mudavadi ama Raila. Mwana wa Hana, Mwana wa Mary. Very good names. So, I mean, it is good for us to know that beyond politics, there is life. And we must master that in our own so that the generations to come, because the generation we are in, there is so much hatred because of the competing interests. But for the children of politicians, they are doing business together. They are going to school together. They are sharing ideas together. They are advancing in life in every aspect. In family, they don't even marry their own tribes. So, I mean, we must look at that and emphasize that there is life beyond politics. And thanks for Themba for bringing that these people are friends. They are not enemies, but they have competing interests and yes. But at the end of the day, Mutula Kilonzo, when he died, a multi-millionaire who even had lions he was feeding, the whole parliament came. Now walimchangia millions to bury a millionaire. So if you died today here, will we help each other as Mutembe so that we can help each other? And I think that is the friendship we can make. And that's why naambia patriot, hiyo kitu nasema nguo ya mtoto, wewe tuma M-Pesa namba bwana. Hiyo tutanunulia mtoto nguo mara moja. Na tunasemana hii tulikutana hapa na urafiki yetu inaendelea. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Alex, because one thing that I keep saying, first of all, I'm a political science major. So I've nimesomea siasa.
No wonder.
Yeah, so it is what I went to university to do, you know. And one of the things you realize with politicians, you think about it. A politician, when they want your vote, they'll not have bodyguards around them. But right now, see how many of them unaweza mkaribia because of the bodyguards around them. Secondly, I can tell you for free, by the fact that you can find time to come and talk here, it means that you are not close to that politician. Because all those people who are close to that politicians are busy making deals. You are very far outside that cycle if you are coming here to talk. So anybody you see coming right now to yap on social media, they are on the outskirts of that cycle. The real people are in the middle of the deals. They are busy planning the government for after October, after August. They're already saying, you'll give me I'll go to be this attache. Oh, you give me this ministry. Saizi wanagawana ng'ombe ambayo itachinjwa tarehe fulani, tarehe 9. Sasa wewe unajua wewe huko mahali ng'ombe inachinjwa, so we can only afford. Right now they are saying let those people fight for us, sisi tugawe ng'ombe. Unaona? That's why sometimes it becomes a little bit saddening when we come here and we are fighting so hard as if we are in the midst of mahali ng'ombe inagawa. That is not true. And I can tell you for free, in politics, someone said, and you can always take that and know that what is being said. You are either the menu or you are seated on the table eating. So if you are not eating, then you are the menu being eaten. So you need to really choose very carefully. And that's why when we come here and then you see people starting to abuse and insult each other, the masses are closer to each other. We are closer to each other. Here is where we can talk. You can share with us your issues. We can tell you, oh, this and this. If Ruto had an issue, whom do you think he's going to call? He's not going to call Penyagaka, who is here making noise. He's going to call Raila Odinga. You know, because they are neighbors at Karen. Ruto stays in Karen, who is the neighbor along Kerarapon. So if the neighbors are to call residents neighborhood meeting, you are down there. You cannot even talk. I mean, let's reason. Let's reason. The neighbor next to you is closer to you than the politicians you are making noise about. And that is why we need to bring out as much as possible Utu, Undugu. The person who affects me the closest is the person that you can face directly. And that's why in this forum, I keep emphasizing, look at the MCA. Who is your MCA? That is a person who is close to you in terms of development. You can yap about all those other people, but if the MCA, the MP cannot do anything, you'll still have 5 years of yapping and making noise, and yet you'll not see any development. Let's talk about governors. Who is our governor? Who is our MP? Who is your MCA? All the rest, you can make noise because we have a constitution that is operational. We have national government, devolved government. And that is the reality. Whether you choose Jubilee, whether you choose Azimio, whether you choose who, we have national and devolved government. Our constitution is working. So that is something that is going to keep haunting us. So if we choose wrong leaders, 5 years, other people will be enjoying the way Kitui people are enjoying nice industries. They are selling nice clothes. Makweni people are selling milk. Other people, there's nothing they can tell. Even they're still struggling about roads because of the leaders that we chose. Let me bring in Princess Ziana, then I bring Pen Nyagaka to tell us what he's going to do for Kisii County before we finalize. Ziana.
Thank you, Themba, and all the rest panelists. Oh, Madoadoa, this Madoadoa thing, I don't want even to talk about it because the more I see it, the more it hurts. So I don't want even to talk about it. But today it's saying that if I believe if the DP really apologized, I don't think the apology, I don't think if he did apologize really, but we'll take it the way because everybody take things different. Kwa hivyo taichukua hivyo kwamba aliomba msamaha, lakini sio ati aliomba, manake sio kosa lake ndio, lakini alikuwa anaiomba ni kama anasema kwa vile yule aliomba, yule tayari alishaomba msamaha. Kwa hivyo ya alikuwa ni kama kuleta habari kwamba tayari iliombwa, lakini tunashukuru kwa vile alijitokeza akasema yale alisema ni nzuri katika nchi yetu, kwa sababu alipozungumza ilirudisha tempa ya nchi chini, ikajua kwamba kweli hata yeye ameikashifu. Kwa hivyo mi leo sina mengi, ila nataka umoja, undugu, upendo. Hayo maneno tukiyafuata na tukiyazingatia ni maneno ya muhimu sana, kwa sababu ukiwa na umoja utakuwa utamdhuru mwenzako. Ukiwa na undugu utamuona kila mtu ni ndugu yako. Ukiwa na upendo, vile unavyojipenda, uwezi wewe mwenyewe kutaka kujidhuru. Kwa hivyo ukiwa na upendo utaweza kutaka kudhuru mwenzako. Na kwa patriot, kizungu mingi pereka parliament, lakini ninacheza tu. Nashukuru hayo.
Haya, asante sana Ziana. Ben Nyagaka.
Yes.
Haya, uza sera zako. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Alex Isoe hapa, kuna jamaa anaitwa Patriot. Hawa ni watu wanaweza kukupigia debe uweze kupata kura. Usiongee vibaya, ongea kama governor ambaye anashindana na Simba Arati.
Asa huyu Patriot hata nisiongee, kwa sababu yote amesema ndio mimi nataka kufanya. Sasa niongee nini? Patriot amefanya kazi mzuri sana, na alikuwa had taken some notes, where I was. But when he said he wanted to hear from me, that was very good. He's a young, mtoto ya Kisii, mimi mzee. And when if I can inspire them to do something, if I can help them, I wish I could. Lakini usiende kwa mchawe akuonyeshe kitu ya kufanya mzuri. I don't want to be the negative influence to the gentleman. But mingi mmesema ni mzuri sana, especially wewe sasa umepoa. Yesterday you were sounding very bad, lakini leo umepoa, endelea kupoa. Lakini kazi mnafanya ni mzuri, na tuendelee kuzungumza, kwa sababu mimi kukubali hiyo idea yenu. Mimi hata mkitaka anything I can try to help. Nikiwa shilingi moja nitawasaidia. Lakini hiyo idea yenu ya ODM na Azimio leo I respect it. It's a very good idea. Azimio, let's go somewhere. The Tanzanians, I grew up with them. I grew up in Migori, and Migori is between Tanzania and Kenya. And it is in the 70s, and you can hear what the Tanzanians are talking about. But today, when we are talking about Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, it's something some of us lived through. So, minasema, muendelee kufanya kazi mzuri. I will support you fully. Hiyo neno Madoadoa ni mbaya. Lakini where did it come from? When we married. Moi started it. President Moi started this word. Raila perfected it. Huyu alisema yesterday, he knew he was hurting certain people. Wacha tuseme ukweli. Let us not lie to each other. So, how do we solve that problem? It has to be a problem to be solved by everybody, not one person. So, whether, your generation, do the best you can. We have done it. Tukifanya baya mutuambie, this is the boy. But I don't want to say anything to offend anybody. But Ruto will be the next president. But I don't want to offend anybody. Ukioffend, wewe tembo lisema, you don't carry politics in your head. You carry it in your chest. That's the best. Don't bother with politics. Anybody can. Trump was president in America. The guys, I cannot say who he was. Wale wanaishi America ambao wanazungumza kwa TV, they will tell you what Trump was. That's the result of democracy. It is a worst form of government, but they have never found a better one.
Asante sana Penny Nyagaka, wewe ni mzee wa hekima sana. Unapoongea hapa wewe ni mzee wa hekima, lakini ukienda kwa comment unakuwa ni mtu ambaye ako na hasira nini. Si ndio Alex?
I know, hata siamini ni yeye anaongea.
Akikuja kuongea hapa anakuwa ni mtu mwenye hekima sana, lakini wacha umpate huko kwa comment. Anapiga kelele. Yes, Ben. Yeah.
What you are saying is very true, because at that particular time, whoever is talking very insulting stuff. And when I react to them, if I try to get on the show, I can't. So I react to them on the radio. You are right. I will not argue with that. But whoever is talking at that time is attacking how Ruto could never, ever be president of Kenya. My friend, when there's only two people left now, it's either Raila or Ruto. Anybody can win. But how can you be so sure that one person will win over the other? We can't. We're not God. I found out that.
But you are accusing them of the same thing that you have said right now. You have said that Ruto will be the president. Now, see, even you are sounding so sure.
Exactly. But I will never get on the air to say.
Ben.
Anyway.
Ben. Why attack people on the comment?
Kwa comment anaongea mpaka kuna jamaa alikuwa anafikiria. Kuna jamaa alikuwa anamuita anafikiria yani ni is a lady because anaongea mpaka ako na majibu. Kwa kumbe ni mwanaume. But
Somalia, niliona hiyo.
Uliona hiyo pene? Uliona jamaa mpaka kuna speed yake ya kutype iko juu. Mpaka kuna mtu alimwambia tikuja Kenya ni kuintroduce kwa mama yangu.
Temba.
Yes.
Kuna mwingine alimwelezea wewe nyanya mzee. Alimwandikia kwenye comment, wewe nyanya mzee, mbona unazungumza hivyo?
That one. And then ile nilicheka ni yule jamaa alisema ati wewe ongea tu hivi nitakuja ni kuintroduce kwa mama yangu, inakaa you can be a very good wife. Nikasema wa
What did you for free? When I'm in Kenya, I would meet you guys physically. So you are joking people like Bukorofi, nini. I will make sure I meet you guys physically. Now, some of my friends about wako entertainment industry, nini. You guys make me feel happy. You make me feel good because you don't know me. But these other people know me that are in your industry. And they are very successful for that matter.
Ben, Nyagaka, mbona usimit Alex? Kama uko hapa ng'ambo, mbona usimit Alex kwanza?
Ako wapi?
Temba, can I say something?
Niko hapa mzee uko wapi to meet mara moja bwana. I'll be very happy.
Utaoni gani? Utaoni gani?
Mimi niko place inaitwa Minnetonka in Minneapolis.
I can be in Minneapolis anytime. Mimi nabana ndege kama matatu.
Wewe uko wapi?
Wacha tumalize show kabla. Yes, dakika moja Patriot ndio tuweze kufunga. Yes, Patriot.
Thank you so much, Themba. I had a reason why I wanted Pen Nyagaka to speak. And I want to own it up today here. I've had a very rough time with Pen on the other side. I really wanted to know who Pen was. And I want to really seek for his indulgence. Sometimes I've not been very fair. But yesterday when we were hitting each other, I decided to speak in Kisi. There's somebody who has not admitted.
Nipen Nyagaka na kwanza simu yake inakuwa ni kama ni transfer.
Okay, Themba, yesterday I really had a rough time with Penn, and every time I see his comments, oh my goodness, they are provocative, tough, and he's been one of the serious extremists, you know, in as far as Kisii political opinion is concerned. But I want to tell you, yesterday we decided to strike a deal, and I want to congratulate him that he behaved like an old man. I actually hit on him below the belt severally, and he ignored my text actually until at some point when he had to ask me which part of Kisii do you come from, and then I told him, and he doesn't know my names on the other side. So I want to tell him today, where you see Henry Monda, that's me, because I'm using a different name here. If that can be a reminder to you, Pen Nyagaka, you remember I really hit on you so much, and somebody was talking about wisdom. Then I said he was right that you don't have wisdom. You know, there's a lot of really strong.
No, I deserve it. I deserve it. I give it. When I give it, I should expect something. I don't mean the part.
Yeah. Yeah, but what I want to say is
sorry.
this, Themba, very quickly. I come from a society where we respect old men, people.
Wow.
People of age, and I told you, Nyagaka. I told you yesterday that.
Yeah, you did.
I told you I respect all men. We differ politically, but I had to take my words back. I told him I respect you, and we might differ politically, but where I come from, we respect what comes with age. And I want to make it public, Nyagaka, that I still respect you, regardless of your opinion, because I was brought up to respect the elders. And the Bible tells me I can correct you, yes, but I must do it with respect. So if I cross the line, don't curse me, give me blessings. Yeah, but I will tell you, it has been a pleasure to have you down there. Just try to tone down on the language, please, Penny. We'll be happy to have you there.
Wow.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
One word.
Yes, Pen Nyagaka.
Yeah, that's how we raise our kids in Kisii. It's very simple. It's not very complicated. We don't abuse them. We tell them the truth. They respect us. Thank you very much, Patriot, and all you guys. I hope I don't let you down. I hope where I'm leading you is not a bad road. Because Babu, if you are not with Uda, you are with Azimio, and I'm with Uda, and I read you wrong, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much.
No, Pen Nyagaka, you know, we respecting what old men say does not mean you accept everything they say. The other day when we are here, we said even foolish men get old. So not every old man is wise. So we just respect. We say, okay, umesema tumekubali. But you are a gentleman, and we know you come here since the last time you came and you talked here. I've learned to acknowledge that that is Pen Nyagaka, the future Kisii governor. He might have his own preference, but we respect his
But
views.
let me ask you one question. With this guy is talking today, like your Nyokas and the Ratis, if that's how we go measure the Kisii governorship,
Ati Alex nini?
Niko na gift hapa nitamtumia. I'm the one who is sending merchants Hustler Nation to Kenya. Mwambie iko kofia hapa.
Mutumie hiyo kofia avae.
Yeah, hii very nice. Iko na nini ya Kenya na iko na picha ya Ruto hapa nyuma. Sasa tutaweka picha ya Ruto, iko na kitu ya Ruto hapa na iko na Hustler Nation. Actually we Azimio are supplying merchants too.
Kumbe hata wewe unakula pesa ya chicken gate. Anyway,
Alex, we are now doubting you, Alex.
Okay, let's finalize. Stephen Mutumbu, thank you so much. Stephen Mutumbu anauliza eti Pen Nyagaka anataka kuwa governor Kisii. Anataka kuwa governor Kisii. So tafadhali kama unatoka Kisii, kuna governor wenyu hapa ambaye atashindana na Simba Arati.
Asante sana. Asante.
Wycliffe, you're gone. Kumbe tuko na wangwana wa diaspora. Tomorrow we'll bring our English now. Laughing. Yeah, kuna wangwana hapa wa diaspora wengi. Kuna Alex, kuna Ziana, kuna Sam, kuna Geoffrey. Hao watu wote hapa ni diaspora tu wamejaza hapa. Na Pen Nyagaka. In fact, yule ako Kenya hapa kwa sasa ni patriot peke yake. Hao wengine wangwana wote ni watu wa diaspora. So ukileta kizungu yako ilete tu hapa tu, tutang'ang'ana naye, lakini sisi yes. Sam, sema.
As much as tuko diaspora, ni watu wanapenda Kenya kwa dhati. We are patriots. We have a passion to see Kenya move to the next level. There is no difference from those in the diaspora and those in Kenya. What has brought us out here is just to hunt. We are hunting for for this animal called the future, the money, all right? But our spirit, our hearts are in Kenya. That's where our lives are, and we want what is best for Kenya, and even what is going on, most Kenyans, I would say close to 95% of Kenyans living in the diaspora are concerned. They don't want history to come back and haunt us. And whatever is affecting you out there usually affects those in the diaspora. All right. So let's take Kenya at heart. Let's continue working together. And to the panelists, you are fine, young people, and I don't care what your age is, because we have seen older, but you are fine young people at heart who mean well for Kenya. The message going out from this forum is let's unite Kenya through our messaging. I've just been told that we have a governor who is a candidate. So I'm a Kenyan at heart.
That's amazing. That's amazing. That's amazing, man.
Yeah, I worked in Kisii I grew up in Kisii. So imanye teke gusi nkoja kwana na abagambi abagusi.
Man, the accent is original, bro. Trust me.
Sawa.
Yeah, so otherwise it's a good night here. Pen and Alex, I'm also in the deep south. So I hope one day we'll communicate. Though I usually travel up north, I hope one day we'll communicate. Let's play for unity.
No, shoot your number. We will get to know. I'm coming to the south, kwa Matanga, 2 days after this. If you are in the south, we'll meet. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm in the south.
Thank you.
Okay, put your number in the private chat so that you guys can link up. Dogo Kanumba, asante sana uko Nairobi Sili, tunashukuru sana.
Alex, usisahau kupatia Patriot kitu.
No, napeana sahi.
Akupatie namba.
Nakuja Houston. Amenipa.
Oh. Nimeshatumia ya Temba. Kwa hivyo asiulize Temba tena. Na asemi.
I think ametoka kidogo. Are you in Houston?
No. I'm in South Carolina. Very close to the Georgia state line.
Oh, I come there like every 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'm down there. Anytime you're around, just give me a call. I've already sent my number on the private chat.
Okay, I'm thank you.
Patriot. Umepata ya Themba?
I'm using the cell phone for my communication. If I go out, then it means I'm not coming. So but I've seen messages out there. Yeah.
Ya Themba hiyo ndio hiyo ya Themba ya mtoto ile uliitisha.
Sikuitisha. Hello. Princess, allow me to say this. It was on a
I'm
light
just
note.
kidding. I'm just kidding. I knew you were just kidding.
Anyway, but I appreciate. Temba brought it up. That's why I decided to hit him back with the same. That's how
I was also just making a joke on him.
Princess, I need your number.
Wanawake wanajilinda. She means it.
Oh, really? Penny.
Yeah, wanawake wanajua ile wanataka. That's what she is representing. I'm sorry.
What do you mean, Penny? I don't understand you.
Princess, I need your number.
Princess, let me explain, Princess. Princess, what you challenged us to do for this lady that you knew or you don't know is what is in you as a lady. That's what I was saying. I was saying,
thank
like,
you.
Thank you. Thank you. To do this and that. She knows.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lady, don't know her, but she know what the ladies want. We don't know. I'm sorry.
Alex, I appreciate. I think there's somebody something you must have sent. So I appreciate you. So I know mumrumu ya nyasa kolende umanye buya ngumbu abulindoro sieni. Thank you.
What, Temba went or where? But
I'm
Princess,
here. I'm here. Alex, go on.
No, let's just finish the show. I think I shoot Princess a message. Let's finish the show.
Okay, Princess, kuna message yao kwa private chat, angalia huko. Wacha tumalize show tukisonga. Dogo Kanumba, asante sana. Wycliffe Yagon, Hezron Kijagulu, Wenslaus Wakoli, Silitu TV, David alikuwa hapa. Princess ndio huyu tuko naye hapa, mpole. Na wengine wote ambao wako YouTube tunashukuru sana kwa kutujoin. Thank you so much for coming on. As we keep saying every day, and I'll keep repeating, is that our need and desire is that this particular media will come out as a place of choice when people are looking for concise, precise, articulate, and reliable political discourse. And we are hoping that as we reach out to many people in and around the world, they will always come here for a place where they can learn and interact with Kenyan political discourse. And we are blessed to have many people from different persuasions and perspectives and convictions coming in and brought together by their desire to see a united Kenya. So kindly, as we log in here, be ready to learn, be ready to interrogate, and also be ready to contribute to anything that will be able to help Kenya become one and also be a greater country that we desire it to be. We respect everyone, we appreciate everybody, and the requirement to join is just your desire to contribute to the discourse of what Kenya is and can be become in future. Remember, it's good to talk because they say when you stop talking, you start fighting. We don't want to fight, we want to talk. So let's keep talking, let's keep engaging. Let's not allow the political class to divide us. Our political differences should be more of a uniting factor, and we share more than what keeps us apart. We are joined with the fabric of what we are calling our country, Kenya, and of course, the things that unite us, our desire and our honor to making our country great. It is always a pleasure as Mutembei TV to have you on here participating, and also to have you contributing, either by commenting or also by joining and giving your views. Thank you so much, those who are joining on comment section. And also we pray and hope that you're going to subscribe to Mutembei TV so that you can keep on growing and sharing with your friends so that you can reach many more people. As you do that, also, I have my channel, Themba Ondiege TV. I have only 100 people to get to 500. So kindly also go down there, look for Themba Ondiege TV and subscribe. Kindly help me grow too. If you want some content that is an African dad growing up with and interacting with a daughter. I know Patriot here has a daughter who is going to grow soon, and you might need that content. Kindly go there, press subscribe, press like, and also notification bell. We drop 2 videos every week, and soon we'll be doing live shows every Sunday. So kindly go there as you subscribe to Mutembei. Also go there, help us get to at least 1,000. We are just about 100 to get to 500. Thank you so much. Other than that, ladies and gentlemen, it's always a pleasure to take you through up to right now. Let's meet again. Kenyan time, 8 p.m. Global time, anytime where you are, and whatever time you want to come on. Kindly read, interact, get the news, get to know what is going on, update yourself, read a little bit. We do, in this forum, we don't atubagui in terms of race, gender, or even political affiliation. Anybody coming on who feels that they can be able to talk and they can be able to interact, you are welcome. We respect everyone, whichever place you are, whatever persuasion you come from. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. See you again tomorrow. As we always say, au revoir, bye-bye. See you.
Thank you, Themba. Thank you so much, and enjoy your evening.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Bye-bye.